What up? I'm gonna put on Tequila's theme, just as background music. Hey Serge, how's it going? I literally just woke up and booked it here. So I'm gonna put this right over here. So today is the 3-year anniversary of content creation. Shit, that fell over. Yeah, 3 years ago to this day was the first time that I created content, and look how much fucking content I've made in 3 years over on YouTube. And then now moving over to Twitch. Also New Year's, Happy New Year's as well. Thank you. I was thinking about streaming this over on YouTube, but I realized that, and this is pretty much because I was looking through all the thumbnails and how they've kind of grown over time. I feel really bad at thumbnails, especially when I have to make it. I was going through oh my gosh, where is it? The milestone streams. Oops. If I view the full playlist, all of these are so bad. This is probably the only cool one where I split it in half. Let me see if I can make this a little bit better for y'all. Hold on. I'm thinking if I do something like this to this to this. That way you guys can see maybe a little bit more here. There we go. But all these thumbnails are so bad. I mean, the Luigi one was pretty cool, or Waluigi one was pretty cool. But just the background with 3 games listed on it. I think this half and half down here was pretty cool. But what up, King Cheese? How's it going? But yeah, we're gonna just spend today, or at least most of today. I'm gonna bring up a Word document while I'm at it too, because I'm gonna go through, and while we relive some of the craziness that has happened, I'm just gonna do stream game rankings. So we're gonna seriously, nope, stop it. There we go. That's so fucking weird. Okay, so what'll end up happening is we're just gonna go through every single game and just kind of recall things and just talk. And then yeah, this will be go there. Real quick, if we're talking about a game that you did voices, can we ask for an impression of a character? Sure. Why not? This is just pretty much just memories and just kind of going back and just recalling everything, right? So I don't know if I'm gonna have music on the entire time, but speaking of which, I'm actually gonna turn off the music right now. Goodbye, tequila. All right. So first thing that I've ever recorded, and this is literally, you can see January 1st. Oh, you guys really can't see it. Hold on. I'm gonna move this. Okay, apparently. Let's just go back to this. Can you guys see it all good? I could pretty much have to stick to the I could probably get rid of this part up here, maybe. You can see it? Okay. I'll just keep it like this. Why not? But look at January 1st, 2018. This was the first thing I ever uploaded to the channel, which was Resident Evil 5 with my friend and essentially a roommate, which was Miko the Panda. And you guys can hear.
Everybody. My name is Katathi, and welcome to Resident Evil 5.
I remember having to whisper throughout the entirety of this. Like right now, right? I can talk, I'm loud, I can go through all this. I had a mic, I had a snowball mic at this point, but like I had to whisper through like I think almost all of pretty much everything. Yeah, I had to whisper through all of this. And then Miko, you can kind of hear.
So, like, that spot right there just kept exploding. That's weird.
Oh yeah, and then there's the exploding chickens. Cuz this let's play, as you can see, it's not really ever completed, right? We got to 3-2. I have all the footage for the entire game except for the DLC. I actually do have all the footage. I just never edited it because this was back when I did like let's plays and everything. I was never confident, like absolutely never confident in any of my editing at this point. The only thing that I think I did good editing wise was, I don't know if I'll ever show it. I pretty much reread all the notes.
So the last thing I'd like to go over in the info block, since I do know it's running a little bit long, alongside this footage of myself using the weapons we went over today. And personally, first off, I do like the VZ61 machine gun. It has crit chance, is actually really, really good. But I'd like to go over the language note that I made during the video, as well as the adaptive difficulty. Based on the research I was able to do, it seems
like I remember I researched the fuck out of this game. I researched the literal fuck out of this game. Actually, hold on, can I find this? Where is... I don't know if it's in this one. Gosh. Yeah. I literally made this random ass square of the gun that we picked up, the name, and then all of its like specs once you had it maxed out. Like, it looks so shitty, right? It looks so shitty. But you know, it was my first time ever editing and getting everything into place, making these sort of things. What up, Soups? How's it going? Making all of the, like, every single gun had one of these. And yeah, editing 101. Pretty much I didn't even have paint.net, which is what I use for my thumbnails and everything. I didn't have any of that shit. I purely had PowerPoint. That's how I made this. I made this with PowerPoint. And it just, here's the thing about Resident Evil 5. I know a lot of people really don't like Resident Evil, but I have to say that, like, yeah, you know, it's a little barren, so I'm gonna keep the music just kind of going. Yeah, Microsoft PowerPoint. That is how I made anything in the past, any thumbnails of the past, like before, like any Let's Play stuff. All of that was made with PowerPoint. Every single thing. Because I had to like screen cap it and then save it, and it was just crazy. I would like to finish editing all of, and actually I was gonna get a note card for this. Hold on a second. Oh shit! That just flew. I was gonna get a note card and write some shit down, but what up, Jigsaw? How's it going? The people don't like Resident Evil, the entire franchise. No, people just don't like Resident Evil 5, right? It's a lot put into the first episode. Yeah, no, I literally, like, here's the thing. Way back when, and this kind of goes into this entire series, and then the next one that we'll go into, really sets the tone for everything that I wanted to do with content creation. I wanted to, like, being completely real, I wanted to give everybody as much info about games as possible. I wanted to cover achievements. I wanted to cover stats in game. But when this video came out, I was still working insurance. This was before I moved out and before all hell broke loose. Like, I like this was back when I didn't have any time to do anything because I was having to go still do school. I still had to do school stuff. And then parents, like, as you guys can tell, like kind of in the audio and everything, like I'm whispering the entire time. Legitimately the entire time I had to whisper, because if I made any loud noise back then, I would get cursed out. And there was even times, I don't know if it's in Resident Evil, I know it happened during some streams though that we'll get to, where I would kind of get a little bit loud and you would just hear like click, either would be muted, and I think this was before I had face cam too, because I would just get cursed out for like 5 minutes. There'd just be 5 minutes of nothing happening. Chat would be like, is kid okay? What's going on? And it would just be like constant cursing. Like I had to whisper for everything. And it sucked because like at the same time I wanted to get audio, I want to make it better. This was actually back when I fucked up at knowing how to record. So I recorded audio and video at the same thing. So if I lowered or raised my voice, it would raise the game volume, which you don't ever want to do. But like, gosh, if I had the editing knowledge that I kind of do now, like I absolutely would remake all this. And I even said like, I do want to finish, right? I do want to finish uploading all this stuff. I have the hard drive still. I have all the footage, like I said. I have everything. But fucking like the only other issue that I would have to do is I'd have to re-record all of the audio, and actually would kind of like post-commentate it. The reason being is because, so Miko, who is the co-comm in this stuff, this is our first stuff ever, I'm still chill with him, as far as I know. I'm still chill with him. It was a ton of fun, like, playing the game with him. The problem is, like, he didn't talk really at all during this. Like, legitimately, he did not talk. If you watch through like the videos that are out right now, there's like one point where he'll talk and then never again. And I listened back through the footage and everything. I remember this like way back when. I remember it now. I remember getting so frustrated while editing because majority of the time you just listen to me trying like desperately to get him to like commentate and say things. And he just doesn't. So I might post-commentate it, just like talking about stuff I remember and whatnot. But I do want to go back to this, so. And honestly, as far as the game goes, Resident Evil 5, I personally really like it. I really do like Resident Evil 5, but it's also the only Resident Evil game I've played. So I think I have a little bit of a skewed perception because I know not a lot of people like Resident Evil 5 itself. But yeah. That is the first one ever. And like I said, we're just going to go through each one of these and rank stuff. Azure Striker Gunvolt's one of the videos removed. Yeah, because for some reason, way back when, like 2018, if you uploaded a video, it would, upload it twice for some reason on your like studio. It was so fucking weird. It was really, really fucking weird. I don't really have too much to say about this. I didn't finish this. I remember I very much did not finish this. I really wanted to, but I don't remember why I never finished this. It's a fun game. Real talk, this is a really, really fun game. I really do like it. And this is actually like all of the stuff that you see, like the thumbnails, are really just the game. Gosh, but this is other stuff where I had to like whisper. So if they come today, you get a Resident Evil remake? Probably. I mean, I do want to play Resident Evil on the channel. You guys could also ask, like, we could talk about voices I've done on games. You guys could talk about memories that you remember if you watched it way back when. By the way, and also if you have recommendations for games, let me know. Because I'm going to be writing it all down. even though I should have brought more note cards, but that's okay. I could just use this one. That's fine. Really, I don't have too much to say about Azure Striker Gunvolt. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna put it above Resident Evil 5. I actually found the game to be a lot more fun than Resident Evil 5. But I had a lot more fun playing through Azure Striker Gunvolt. It's a fun game. I wish I could finish it. I probably will stream it at some point, maybe upload it, but we'll see. This one was more just like, this one was more me trying to get better at editing. Like while Resident Evil was more like trying to tell everybody where everything is and being helpful and whatnot, this was more like editing the test, right? Like I just wanted to make sure that I could edit properly. And it kind of worked. It kind of worked. Like if you see, let me see if you can hear something. Well, I want to explain as well, like how the recordings have been like different between. Yeah, it's a little glitchy there, but like at the end, like I had like things would pop up, but I remember like. For the lag, downsides of recording at noon. Yeah, because there's lag and everything. But I'd always put like a message at the end, just because I wanted to be a little snarky. Gosh, it was weird. But yeah, I still think it was better. Do I not have... This is definitely not the first stream I played. YouTube has been incredibly slow today. Really? Interesting. Also, what up, War? How's it going? Okay, this should technically be right here. There's great content, new areas on the PS1 versions, tuning is not original, add lower. Oops. Are we talking about Resident Evil 5 or are we talking about Azure? Resident Evil remake? Gotcha. Ooh. I'll definitely be able to check it out. Let me just write down. RE remake. Okay. So the first stream I've ever done is this game right here. This game right here is the first stream I ever done. Which was January 29th, 2018. I remember this because I had 50 subs and it was all from Blaze's Discord at this rate. Because I went over there and people were like, hey, do you stream at all? And I was like, I don't know how to stream. How do you do this? And this was like where a lot of them know. But, oh, where's the fucking... This game is a fucking train wreck. Look at this. Look at this. Here's the player character. It's supposed to be a GTA parody, Russian parody. Can I find the Peppa Pigs? Hold on. Where's okay. So I would always tell people on the Discord about this mission right here.
How is this helping? Also, new cocktail, by the way.
So yeah, there's this mission in this game. I've actually 100%ed this game. It's great. There's this mission where you're driving this bus and you have to pick people up. This is what happens to your screen while you're playing through it. Literally, like, the bus starts, like, changing colors. It starts waving and you have to drive. It starts doing this. At one point, I did have the mini-map. I had the entire screen go black and the mini-map started spinning. So I had to figure out where I was going only with the mini-map. It wasn't on stream, but this was the first time when I played it. I remember it vividly. Fucking, this game is a goddamn train wreck. But it's funny. It's a piece of shit game, and it's going at the bottom of this list. But it is... Oh my gosh, there's also some really fucked up shit in this game. Like, a lot of fucked up shit. Like, there's, this part right here. This is a female streamer's house. What up, Baba? How's it going? This is a female streamer's house who you're protecting just so you can bang her later. Like, that was the entire premise of that. Let me see, I'm gonna mute this. Yeah, this was a loading screen. Like, loading screens would just be this random shit. We gotta find 12 out of 10 Peppa Pigs. Please. On. I gotta find it. Literally, like, all of this was done like MS Paint and such. Bathhouse, motherfuck here, or McFuck here, I think is what it was. Yeah, this game is really, like, it crosses lines. There we go! 12 out of 10 Peppa Pigs! 12 out of 10 Peppa Pigs! The fucking craziest shit. Oh, I'm sorry, Baba. Hey, hoping for the best, Bob's. Hoping for the best. Yeah, I'm not kidding, by the way. 12 out of 10 Peppa Pigs. This is a game, guys. This is a game that you could buy. I think for like $2. Why do I have it? Fuck if I know. 12 out of 10 fucking Peppa Pigs. Fuck this game. Alright. We'll go back to everything else later. Yeah. There's some crazy shit. Also, the first VR stream I've ever done was Readout. This was interesting because this was the it says last update is July 28th, whatever. This was probably the first VR stream when I had the Oculus. There's not too much to really say about this one. The game is fun if you like F-Zero. It's definitely a fun. I'm gonna put this behind Resident Evil 5. Readout VR. It's a like a space racing game. It's a lot of fun. The problem was this was the time where I started realizing that my VR wasn't really working with streaming. So like sometimes it would glitch. Like there's quite a lot of things that would happen in this game. Wasn't the greatest, but it's fine. It's a good game. Also, just saying. This was a plan that I had this entire time. What up, Sparks? How's it going? This is something that I really wanted to do because I found like my old stories way back when, and I wanted to make audio readings because people said that they enjoy me reading and like listening to my voice. Like and this was a story that I sent to one of my friends way back when, who she was depressed, and I gave her that as kind of like a love letter sort of thing, and it didn't work. She hates me. She's also this is also for the girl who threw away the like 4-foot tall penguin plush. I might be able to pull up a picture of it. Like the one that I had in my car for so fucking long. I know I have a picture of it. Because I was like, if you were not going to have the penguin, then I would have the penguin. And she was like, no, I'll take it. And yeah. Literally, it was back in 2015. Look at how fucking giant this penguin was in my car. Like, that is how big the fucking penguin was. Filled up the entire seat, and it was touching the ground. Like, it was in 2015. Holy shit. My long line to being rejected and such. It would just rejection after rejection after rejection. But still, it's a good read. If you guys want to listen to like how I wrote. This was back when I was in I think this was junior year is when I wrote this. Junior, senior year. So, it was a good time. 100% orange juice. We got to go back to this game. Let's get it right down to Zero Striker. We got to go back to this game. There's so many people who play this game. From Blaze's Discord to my Discord. And a few other friends who have gotten this game because of me. My roommates. I've talked about this too. And the music you're hearing is from 100% Orange Juice as well. This, oh my gosh, this game is so much fun. One of my roommates, the one I absolutely still wish I talked to and such, super chill guy, he actually made the physical version of this game. I am one of the only people in the world to say I've played a physical version of 100% Orange Juice, and it's fucking crazy. This game is so much fun. As you can see, there's 2 part 1s because I was trying to do extreme mode, which is the hardest difficulty. Every CPU character cheats and rolls 6s and 7s. Don't ask how you roll 7s on a 6-sided die. It's weird. 5s and 6s, I think, actually, in this game. 6s and 7s in a different game. And 8s. We actually beat all of extreme mode, but if you want to see a series where I lose my entire sanity, it's definitely this game. Like, the reason there's 2 is because the game glitched and like reset all my progress. So I had to do a lot of stuff. But oh my goodness, if you want to see me lose my fucking mind, this series is it. The finale, the bonus of unlocking Tomomo, who is the most OP character in the game, at least at the time. Just seeing me hit that despair. Just seeing me hit the despair of everything. It's definitely above all the other games. I'm going to be honest with you. I had more fun with this game. I do want to go back to this game. This game is so much fucking fun. There's so much more new stuff that they've added. It still gets updated to this day. But it's a cheap game. I can play with fans and viewers. So like, that'd be dope. It's a fun fucking game. Alright, now let's go to some one-off streams. Super Hot VR. Super Hot's a good game. I would say it's better than Resident Evil 5, so I'm going to put it between there. But those who don't know what Super Hot is, it's pretty much every time you move, the enemies move and shoot and everything. So you have to, except if you move your head. If you move your head, you're fine, but if you move your hands, like, everything else around you starts moving. It's a fun game. It's definitely a fun game. I actually beat the entire story mode of that game when we were testing out how VR worked and such. I do get to go back and play it, but I don't have a VR headset anymore that works, so I need to purchase one, which I'm not going to purchase anytime soon because we already know why. But it was a fun game. And then we have the Cuphead Punish. Oh god, I've done this fucking stream 3 times in my entire life. Yeah, Jigsaw, you probably, out of everyone in chat, you're probably the one who's been here the longest. So you probably remember a lot of this stuff. One of my surprisingly... So this stream, let's pull this up. 42 views. I think this one got more. It's either this one or the second time I did this. One of these streams had a shit ton of people suddenly show up for some reason. I think it's the second one. But this was, I think, the first time I did Facecam. Is this the first time I did Facecam? No. Okay, because I didn't have a camera at this point. Did I even finish the game? I didn't, because I did all of this stuff, and I started, like, puking because of hot wings. So, no, yeah, you've been here longer, Jigsaw. You absolutely have been here longer. Trust me. This was the first time I ever did this because I wanted to give it a try of, like, having hot wings and everything. So this was, every time I died, I would have to eat a hot wing. And this was before I, like, got more accustomed to spice and everything. I didn't have milk for this, if I recall correctly. I didn't have milk for this version of the stream. So, like, I ended up puking at the end. And it was not a fun time. It was painful. Was there for any Cuphead streams? You should definitely give them a watch. Give the last one a watch. The last one is the best one, I'm being honest. I'm not going to put Cuphead on there yet because we still have the other ones to go to. Okay, this... When I had the old fucking screen. So, I am a big fan of Proton John and Tom Fox. I've said this numerous times. And they have the backloggery. Or they use the backloggery, which I do have. I haven't updated it in so long, but I really wanted to do like fortune cookie streams where you open a cookie and you get to play that random game, and that's the game that you play and like have to finish. Proton John does this a lot. He does this absolute lot. And sometimes he does ones where he like opens 5 and chat has to vote on which ones they want. It's super cool. It's super cool. I love this site. I haven't updated it in like years, but so I have a lot more games to update. But it is a fun time. And I actually played Atelier Sophie for the first time there, and I didn't think I could ever like really stream it, but I think it's just because I didn't understand much of the game. Oscar, look at this guy. I would go back. I know War was talking about playing some of the Atelier games, and these games do seem fun. Have a time limit? I don't think this one had a time limit. I really don't think this one had a time limit. We only played up to I only played 2 hours of it because I had to go to work, from what I recall. But it was a fun time. It was a fun time. I'm gonna put it like I would want to go back and play it. Like there's once again, I do want to go through like all the games that I have, which is a shit ton, but long time. We're not going to go over Super Punch-Out because there's an entire series based off of that. Her Story. Fucking beautiful game. This game, it's a mystery game that we didn't 100%, unfortunately. We unfortunately did not 100% the game, but I got to the ending of the game where it talks about the fact that these two might be twins. I do want to go back and finish it. Holy shit. Her Story is another one. Yeah, I just missed some of the parts, some of the last parts, because a lot of the streams that you'll see that are 1 or 2 hours, this was all done before I had to go to work when I worked at the insurance company. When I came to the insurance company, I had to, like, I worked at 1:30, so I would wake up, stream for 2 to 3 hours, and then go. And a lot of the stuff that you see that's 2 hours is really just that, from back in like 2018, 2019. All of that, or most of that, was me working insurance and having to, like, go from there. This game is great. I like the story of it. It's really short though, admittedly. I'm still gonna put it below Resident Evil 5 on this list. So yeah. Finger licking good dating. I love you, Colonel Sanders. It's a fucking great game. It's a fucking great game. Fucking great game. Not as good as some of the other ones. Like, it was very, like, they definitely put a lot of love into the game. Literally. It's definitely up there with, like, good games. But it also was, like, very, very weird. Because that's the game where the dog, the dog who's the teacher, there's a lot of good memories there. But, I remember when I streamed that game, I used a guide going through it. Because apparently there's like 12 different endings and it's all dependent on every choice that you choose. And you have to replay through the entire game. And you can't like skip through it. You have to replay through the entire game if you want to go for another ending. And I was like, I don't got time for that. I'm just gonna get the best ending. And literally it changes the last scene by like 1 sentence. It's so fucking weird. But it was a good game. Good game. There's a lot of laughter. A lot of laughter. I'm just gonna put this at the top right now. But honestly, the Henry Stickmin collection, what a funny set of games. What a funny set of games. Absolute funny, absolute joyful time. We 100%ed the game in one fell swoop. And it was a fantastic time. This is the greatest plan, Charles. I hope they reference Charles in the in Among Us when they, because once again it's published by the same people. This would be good. We kept the 360 no scope. Yeah, there's so much good memories with Henry Stickmin. Here's the thing. I think it's definitely been overdone. I feel like I also contributed to having it played like overdone, right? Like, man, everybody was streaming it once it came out. As soon as that new Stickmin collection came out, Markiplier, I think Jacksepticeye, like all big YouTubers and then a lot of streamers, including myself, played through it. But this game, like, I did play the first two when I was younger. The rest, of course, I didn't play until the stream itself. But, you know, it's stick page from what I recall. Also one of the more thumbnails that I'm more proud of compared to everything else. But it's a good game. If you guys haven't seen the stream or haven't played the games, like, play it. It's good. It's good. Super Mario Bros. 35. I'm gonna put it here right now. Once again, we're gonna go over all of the rankings in due time. It's a fun game. Here's the thing. With Super Mario 35, I think the game is honestly a lot of fun, but it gets old really fast. Especially because, like, most people would want to, like, speed run through the game, right? They want to go through everything very, very quickly. But it's definitely like a skill-based game. Like, going through the things very quickly just doesn't really work. Also, you can only play for a limited time. Once again, Nintendo's got to be doing something in March if they're making all this stuff limited. I need to purchase Fire Emblem and the Mario stuff before March rolls around, so that way at least I have it before they're gone forever. There's got to be something they're doing in March. Though I'm not going to be like missing Super Mario Bros. 35 at all. I'm going to be real. The other two I definitely will be like, I need to go grab those pretty quickly. But it's all right. It's not terrible. We fucking dominated. People were surprised that I did really well in the game. I was surprised as well. Hey, Katone, thank you for following. What up, man? Hope you've been well. It's been a minute. We'll get to those games in a bit. All right, we'll talk about Splatoon right now. Look at this. I streamed every Splatfest except for one, which I think is it Vampires versus Werewolves is the one, or is it Trick versus Treat? I've done Trick versus Treat. I think it's Vampire versus Werewolves. Yeah, Vampire. Yeah, one, because I was super sick that day. I don't remember it super clearly, obviously, but there was a day where there was a Splatfest. I was really sick. You know what? Because that would have been October of last year, I think. Of 2019. If I recall correctly, I was moving at that point. I think I was in the middle of moving back to I was moving to the new house, Hell House. I think I was moving to Hell House when this was all happening. So because of that, I missed it. But I also remember got sick because I was doing, me and Hilune, the one who created the physical version of 100% orange juice, him and I were doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And this was also the time, because after I got everything set up, I was in the fucking broom closet, right? Do we have, look at the fucking, like, look, this is young me. There's Vlogs and Jamie. He's chill. Is this Miko? Yeah. I remember putting that up. I remember when I had the timer. Oh my goodness. Blast of the fucking past. Oh, the fucking bar down here. Fuck that shit. Anyway, what about 100% reduced? Young Kit, yeah, with no beard and everything. No Sheeple, yeah, Sheeple didn't exist at this time. Sheeple actually would not exist for another month, actually. But this was the fucking broom closet. For those who are wondering, you guys can see. Yeah, no sheeple until Catherine. I wanna point this out here real quick. If you guys can see like this, right? There is about 3 to 4 feet from where I'm sitting to the wall there, that window. Literally, like this cabinet that you see right here, this dresser, is pretty much right against my back. That's how fucking tiny that room was, y'all. That room was fucking tiny. Absolutely tiny. And then, was it... Oh, when I dyed my hair. Because I remember I dyed my hair blonde. That was fun. Yeah. Hey, there's the blue. Look at the blue, guys. I miss it. I miss the blue. And this is when I lived in the garage. This is when I lived in the garage. There's the cloud roll scroll, which I can't put up anywhere here. But yeah, there's my eye hair. Cute with Smurf hair, true. Yeah, this is where a lot of people's first streams were, the Final Fest stream. Because I was able to dye my hair blue. Once again, I really want to dye my hair blue or purple again. Problem is, the reason I can't is because my parents will threaten to kick me out if I do that. But, you know, once I finally have money again and not in debt and such, I'll probably dye it again. Now I'm just an emo-looking kid with beard and really long hair. But yeah, a lot of people probably know me from this. 2,000 views. 2,500 views. Because fucking, like, look at this shit. Look at all of, like, it started off, there's, like, you know, a few people. You have Travis and everything. And then, all of a sudden, you have just, look at these names. There's just completely, like, brand new people. Brand new people. Pink, when I say pink, I mean hot pink. Dang. Crazy. Because I didn't know what streams were at this point. Cake Cheese, you weren't around at this point. You were not around at this point. But, yeah, this was a time... Like, this was the... I think this is one of 2 streams, if I recall correctly, that have hit 100 views. Or, sorry, 100 people watching at the same time. This is one of those streams. Because what ended up happening, for context's sake for this Splatfest, and I'm gonna put the Splatoon 2 right here, by the way. When it came to this stream, I was on Team Chaos, and I remember there was a shit ton of people who started showing up. And I got concerned, because I thought, like, was I being raided and I wasn't giving somebody credit? Like, what is happening here? And I streamed this the literal minute Final Fest started. Because you can tell from right here, Final Fest hadn't even started yet. So I streamed it as soon as it was going live. And I remember asking in the middle of the stream, like, why a lot of people were here. I was like, I'm not going to be rude, but at this rate, I think I was still below 1,000 subs. I think I was definitely below 1,000 subs. I was still in the hundreds. And I was like, literally, like, hundreds of people are here. What's going on? I remember there was a lot of people who said that they didn't want to watch Vian. I don't know if they hated Vian. I don't know if it was just... Because I think Viantastic was streaming at the same time. But there was a lot of people who were like, I don't want to watch Vian, and you seem cool, so we're going to go with you. And a lot of people loved it. A lot, like, that's the thing, is back then, this is something you guys got to remember, too, for those who are, like, know the streams now. Back then, I could have done whatever the fuck I wanted to, right? Back when I was living in the garage, in the storage closet, like literally it was a garage and storage closet. Like I lived in terrible conditions. I could be loud, I could be excited, I could jump around, have a lot of fun. Fucking fantastic time, right? Compared to now where I'm in a house with people where if I even remotely get super loud, I will get cussed out and yelled at and so on and so forth. So that's why there's like kind of like a big divide sort of the streams after I moved out. I moved back in with my parents. But like truthfully, I felt like, I'm gonna be real, as much as I hated Hell House, right? As much as I hated Hell House, I think that these streams that took place in Hell House are by far the best streams I've done. Or but most fun streams I've done. Because I could be myself, I had my blue hair, I had just a fun time. That's not to say that the streams now are not fun, but these streams definitely, like, you could tell there's like, I'm having more fun because I get to be more loud and excited and everything. Good times, good memories. Real talk, good times and good memories. I just, now I'm in this house and I can't be loud and I have to like kind of tone it down. That's why this curtain exists, and that's why there's like so much buffer between this curtain and the door. So fun shit though. Fun shit. As far as Splatoon 2 goes, there was a lot of ups and downs with Splatoon 2. When it came to Splatfests, I know everyone wanted to team up with me on Splatfests. I think there's only one, yeah, Friendly Chaos with Tim Plays a Game, where Tim's awesome. Not gonna lie, like, I haven't talked to Tim in a long time. Dude's fun. Dude's awesome. He's super, super nice. I remember talking with him, and I also did one with Squidman. That's right. I remember talking though with him, and he was a little bit concerned with his fan base. Not much I could really say there, but it was a lot of fun playing with him. And then yeah, we did Chicken vs. Egg with Squidman. But I mean, as far as like all of the Splatoon stuff, let me see if I could find the other playlist for Splatoon. These are all pretty much in order. 116 Splatoon stuff, because yeah. And here's the thing. Here's the thing that some people also don't remember or recall. Yeah, I remember when I switched to just this because I was lazy and dumb. Then 51 is finally when I got thumbnails. Here's the thing. People like to think that I hated private battles in Splatoon, like randomly, right? Like in the middle of one of these streams, I'm just randomly like, fuck it, I hate private battles, bleh. But no, like, you can even watch the first stream. I believe in the first stream, I legitimately say that I'm never gonna do private battles because there's no point to them. Yeah, that make no sense. There's no point to them at all. And I stand by that. And even when I first started streaming Splatoon, I said private battles were a waste of time. It's not something that just randomly happened. It's something I've stood by my entire time playing Splatoon. There is, like, you can see, I think if I go down a little bit, yeah, July's month of Splatoon, because we did some theme stuff. I got to play with Cora. It's been so long since I played games with Cora. I miss playing Sea of Thieves with her. We'll get to that soon. But I remember I did private battles because I promised everybody for July, because it was going to be focusing on Splatoon. Because it was leading up to, if I recall, these streams were leading up to Final Fest. I said I'd do private battles just to sate people's like hunger of things. Yeah, if they gave experience, it wouldn't be a waste of time. But I remember these two streams are my most, like, I hated doing it because, like, I didn't have any fun with them. Except for the novel one, because we talked about all the references all the Shifty Stations had with it. Apparently this stream is, they're listed the same, what the hell? For some reason the same stream is listed 3 times. That's weird. Okay. Here's the thing about Splatoon as well. I don't really have any like concrete memories of Splatoon. Like anything that like would stick out of like, oh, I remember this absolutely happening. I think it's just because like I played so much Splatoon that it was just, it is what it is, you know. But I mean, we also did streams like I remember playing with Spring. I haven't talked to Spring in a while because I think, if I recall correctly, I don't want to go too deep into it. I think Spring had something happen with his house. Like he purchased a house and something happened. I think he still has the same job that he had in the past. But I remember like he absolutely had something bad happen. I haven't talked to him in a while. I don't have his contact number. Your bomb at the perfect time. Yeah, that was good stuff. Let's get subscribe, prepare for crazy mobile number. You're good, Kitone. Hope you've been well though. Hope you've been well. Been so long. It's nice to see you again, Kitone. Truly is. Gotta play some more visual novels now. Playing with Otteron, James Clark. Here's the actually thing. James Clark, or no, it's not these streams. It's the Octoling expansion. It was the first time I ever got raided, which was by James, and that's how I got incorporated with a lot of people that you guys may know today. A lot of you guys who watch Splatoon at least. It's John Games. I don't know if John Games still streams. You have a boyfriend? Yeah, no, I've done it milestone wise. We'll get to milestone streams here in a bit. But I think John Games stopped doing YouTube because he was one of the people for Splatoon who I remember got a lot of hate. And I didn't know this because I was like, he asked me to stream with him. I was like, I don't know who you are, but sure, why not? Back when I was like chill with everybody. But I remember reading through a lot of comments on his videos and some stuff that like I accidentally got tagged in on Twitter, and like people like dissed on him because he was trying to milk Splatoon for views as much as possible. Absolutely like milking it. People hated it. So it might not have been the best there. Undead. I've heard Undead's been doing good. I think he plays Among Us with like Squidman and Vic and all of them, which I do want to join at one point. Like, dude, I'd love to play Among Us with like the Splatoon gang. Like, I really, really would love to, but because of this person, I think I'm permanently on the outs. Like I said, I have no issues with Siren. I've fixed like Siren's fixed everything that they've done that I had issues with, because I don't like people being used. I really don't like people being used at all. For me personally, being used by people for like majority of my life, I have a very bad hatred for people who use others. And I know, here's the thing. I remember back with all that sort of stuff. Siren, I don't think Siren was doing it intentionally, but it still had to be brought to light. And Siren's just one of those people that if you try to message about, they don't entirely listen. Like, they kind of gloss over it. So that's why I made a video, and then that's why everything fucking exploded. Watch your channel on New Year's, become a Christian into the new decade. Nice, nice. Hey, I mean, New Year's is when the channel first arrived, January 1st, 2018. First video. Good shit. But yeah, like I said, I'll always say this now, moving forward, I don't have any issues with Siren anymore. I have no issues. They are honestly a great person. Just the way that we were treating others, I just had problems with. They fixed it. They've actively been like, with people they collab with, they've been giving them their due credit. Their thing has been exploding, like their channel's been exploding. Awesome for them. Do I still want to be friends with them? Honestly, yeah. It was nice being friends with them way back when. Just, that's the thing that you'll learn about YouTube and content creators sometimes. Sometimes if you want them to finally realize something, you have to bring it to public attention. And that's something that, like, if you're talking to friends, right? If you're talking to friends, you could have a one-on-one conversation, bring it up with them, and you can resolve it then. But when it comes to content creation, Discord, it's so easy to ignore a Discord ping, right? It's so easy to ignore a Discord notification or like a text message or something, right? And when you ignore it, you know, sometimes you have to like bring the public into it when it comes to content. So I'm glad Simon's changed for the better. But damaged a lot of my stuff in the process, I'll say that much. Remember did 1v1 against Word Than Me, Word cube based off? Yeah. That was interesting. Carly, still super chill. Undead and Spring, more Siren, Squidman, Kalik. I heard Kalik's doing alright. Kalik's doing alright. I should message him because he kind of goes back and forth on things that have happened. Epi. I remember a lot of people really wanted me to stream with Epi. Now I'm not the most fond of Epi, but I think it's just because he has a lot to learn about people. That's all I'll say. I don't want to get into specifics, but I think Epi needs to get a wake-up call and realize that not all people are trustworthy. So, oops. Done that real quick. What up, Cassie? How's it going? And then, when we finally went back to Splatoon, Splatoon is a fun game. It's definitely a fun time. Man, it's already been an hour. Alright, now we're getting to the good shit. 999. Holy shit. Okay, I'm open for dudes, not everyone's trustworthy. No, I think they're 18, 19. I think they just graduated high school. Yeah, so there's that. This fucking game is fantastic. Oh, when I actually like, this is one of the games that I want to go back to when I have like a bigger following and such, and just replaying through it. Like I've talked about this before, where there are some games on this channel, like 428 and yeah, the Somnium Files. The entire Zero Escape series is definitely one of those where I really want to go back and restream it again once I have a bigger following, just to make sure more people are exposed to it and like play through it and such. The Zero Escape series now doesn't really need that, right? But it's still such a good fucking series. And I've gone back and forth about what my favorite ones are. The game would feel very differently played it knowing the twist, sadly. It'd be fun to play when blind. Not blind. Yeah. When it comes to, that's true. When it comes to 999, it's definitely, the problem is I don't remember a lot of the twists anymore. Like as time has gone on, I forgot about a lot of them. But you know what? Like I still would have fun going back through it and seeing all that sort of stuff. So you're not needed there. True. Very true. But I don't know. I'd like to go back and like with a fresh set of eyes, or what? Not really a fresh set of eyes, but like playing through the game and seeing all like the references and everything would be interesting. Also, me making fun of the divorced door. What is it? I forgot what number door. It's one of the beginning doors where I called it the divorce door, and it exploded people because they had a divorce. Good shit though. Good shit. I like 999 a lot. It's definitely like very much up there. However, it is not my favorite in the series. I actually have a very skewed perception, I guess. I don't know. Also, I streamed this game 3 times for the first stream. Fun fact. But did I have face cam back then? I don't know. Yeah, this is before I had... Welcome back, Sparks. This is back when I had... This is in this room. Fun fact. This right here is in this room back when the desk was facing this way and I had nothing behind me. But I had that Splatoon thing for fucking ages at that point. Babyface kit? Yeah, exactly. Babyface kit. Mike and Naruto. Mike always showing up. Fucking great game. But yeah, this is before I had the backgrounds and everything too. It's good shit. Far Cry 5. I know a lot of people... Alright, no, we don't need this one. Do this. There we go. Realize my favorite because I'll be getting through it hard times. I gotcha. I'll talk about VLR when we get there. When it comes to Far Cry 5, here's the thing. Base game Far Cry 5 is phenomenal. I think this game is actually really, really good. I didn't have face cam on for this, but I think I had the backgrounds, right? I think this is the point. No, I didn't have backgrounds.
Got you.
So,
Got you.
this game is good. It's not the greatest, but it was still really, really good. I remember the arcade. I'm gonna be real though. The multiplayer in this game was actually fucking fun. I actually really liked the multiplayer in this game. The arcade mode fucking sucked, but the multiplayer was actually really, really good. Like, honestly, was really, really good. And I did only one. Well, I did the Hour of Darkness, which was one of the DLC.
There's people looking.
And the Hour of Darkness DLC, yeah, this was back when this was. Look at how fucking weird this background was. Hour of Darkness, terrible DLC. Legitimately terrible. There was no reason, like 100%ing the Hour of Darkness, by the way, there was no reason to do it. There was literally no reason to do it because you not only didn't get anything for it, but it wasn't even a requirement to do anything. Like you could run, like, I think partially into this, I think it's like 2 hours in or something is when I start realizing that I could just run to the end. So I literally just book it. This is literally the end of the game of the DLC because I just skip everything and just run. Terrible. Lost on Mars, though, was fantastic. I love Lost on Mars. It's pretty fun. But as a whole, Far Cry 5 was probably the first, like, I started getting actually a lot more people watching and stuff. Because I played Far Cry 5 right when it dropped, a lot more people started showing up. I think I did break like 100 or 200 subs while going through this. As you can see, there's a lot of bonus streams, though, because my internet kept cutting out and such. And I remember I found the fucking glitch in this. Oh my gosh. Is this the stream that has the glitch? I don't think it is. Or maybe. Is it? No. One of these streams has the best glitch that no one did anything with. Not a single person did anything with, and it was my favorite thing I've ever found in a game at that point. What it was is that if you used the wingsuit, or like the kind of skydiving suit with a parachute and kept switching between them, you could actually stay in the air as like a straight line if you timed it correctly. You actually would not go down. So I did a challenge to see if you can go from the highest point to the lowest point, and I missed it by 100 feet. Like, we were really, really close. Because you could just do it perfectly. And you, like, there's no reason to do it. There's fucking planes and shit that you can fly in the game. But just the fact that I found a glitch where you could just stay the same height the entire time I don't know. It was just cool to me. It was great. It was fucking great. Gears of War 1 with Moon. Tanuki suit glitch? Pretty much. Pretty much. Gears of War 1. I don't know really what to say about it. This is the game that ended Moon and mine friendship. I think is like the start of it, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately this would be the game that probably ruined started ruining mine and Moon's friendship, because similar to Miko, the issue I had with Miko when we streamed or when we played Resident Evil 5, Moon had the same issue with this, and there was accusations that he was using these streams to raise his own channel and everything and just kind of piggyback off of it. Obviously we cleared it up. There's no ill will between us, but I remember playing through this, like, Gears of War 1 is fun. I really like Gears of War 1. I hated the fact that he did not speak through majority of it. Once again, it was a situation of I would let him try to talk, I'd let him try to say things. The first stream I think he did, but the second after that, like, he did not really say anything. Like, he really didn't. But I mean, over time it would be fixed. Like, that the friendship would be fixed, and we would have actually, like, we did reconcile. I mean, he's part of the Discord now again, so that's good. But this was definitely the start of, like, our friendship crumbling. Did I have face cam for this? I don't even... No, I didn't. Jim the Destroyer Bourbon. Great shit. Great shit. Alright. When do you guys want to see Viva Pinata again? When do you guys want to see Viva Pinata again? Some of my fucking... Look at how many views the fucking playlist has. So many people love this sort of thing. Here's the thing, like, so many people love the Viva Pinata streams, because I always got messages of people saying, hey, my finals are coming up, and I was just lurking in your Viva Pinata stream, and, like, I felt so calm and relaxed, and, like, I actually aced my finals. There's people who were saying they were doing homework during it. I would advertise, like, the streams being like, hey, there's a place to chill, see your pinatas. If you have one that you want, go ahead. Still hope that is last crumble that takes place. Just when I watch crumble. Yeah. I got you. Jigsaw, I got you. These streams, I didn't realize it until very much after I did, like, one of the streams. But this series definitely helped out a lot of people. It absolutely did. I'm super close to, like, completing the game, so I will go back to it. I'm thinking of going back to it probably when school starts up again for people, so that way they have something to listen to and, like, have it calm and everything. The problem is, you know, these were really, really long streams. And back when I was doing the insurance job, right? The insurance job, I actually could do these super long streams, because I had Tuesdays and Sundays off. And, like, I was able to just easily, like, glide through these streams, 6 hours plus. But I could never do any of these streams on, like, a work day. And it sucked. It really did. And now with the job I work, you know, 9 to 5. Sorry. I really can't do the streams for, like, super long periods of time, because that would be super late at night when people are going to sleep. Which is why I personally wish that I had because once again, goal would be to want to stream full time, so that way I can stream a whole bunch of stuff for everybody. But when it comes to, like, working an actual job, like, I really would rather have a job, being honest, where I could work either super early in the morning or super late at night. And that way the middle of the day is just streams. That would be preferred, but yeah. As far as Viva Pinata goes, I fucking love Viva Pinata. And meeting one of the people, Bet and AJ, I don't know if they still watch any of the content. I think they were only there for Viva Pinata, but they're somebody, Bet after like second stream or third stream, they are part of a project to bring back, or to make Viva Pinata 3. I remember talking to him and pitching ideas and everything. Also, Katona, I just saw what you said. I mean, I could do that again. I'll see what I can do. Weird that the two-factor authentication though. But yeah, Viva Pinata is such a good time. Oh, the game was getting weird. Just my name trying to run down a golf cart. Weird. Yeah, milestone streams. Let's talk about these. 50 sub special, where I actually made it through. This is the one that fucking blew up for some reason. And this is the first time anybody said that they wanted to draw fan art of me. Because this is the first time I had a camera. This is the first time. My hair was purple back then. And I went through the entirety of the game, 100%ed everything. More babyface kit. Having to go through, I had so much trouble with King Dice because I was just fucking choking on all the wings. Excuse me. Like, yeah, purple hair. There's so many people for the stream for some reason. It was just... back when I was really skinny. Now I'm not. This was fun though. And I completed Cuphead. This was Cuphead regular. It was good stuff. Rock Band while wearing the eye cosplay at 75. Look at that. Look at that beauty. Look at that fucking beauty right there. I don't know who Uji is, but they switched it. But singing and playing guitar at the same time. Oh my gosh. Such a good... And then I made I in the game. What a fucking great time. What a fucking great time. Rock Band is a fun time. We streamed some Rock Band over here on Twitch, but then there's all DMCA stuff and whatnot. I probably would do it again though, because it's fun. And then I didn't do 100 because I was stupid, but I did 125 as Chiaki from Danganronpa 2. I wore a fucking... It was a white shirt. I wore my Chiaki back when I was skinny. I do want to work out. I actually do want to do Ring Fit Adventure, hopefully, on the channel at one point, because I heard that actually gets you in shape. Wearing the Chiaki sweater, the wig, my cat headphones, which I purchased not for the cosplay, but because they're really great. And I think I actually... No, I wore khakis. So that way it looked like I was wearing a skirt. I need to go back through God of War, though. PS4. It's a good game. It's definitely a good game. But plain as that. Plain as Chiaki. Oh my goodness. And then Katone, this is what you're talking about. Hatoful Boyfriend. I played through Hatoful Boyfriend with a fucking pigeon mask on. This is where the pigeon mask came from. I purchased it specifically for this. Specifically for this. Also, I should really add... I'm gonna add... Let's see. I'm gonna do Cuphead right here. I'm not gonna put Rock Band 4 on this. God of War PS4. And put this 4. And then Hatoful Boyfriend. Here's the thing. I got one pigeon's actual ending playing this. I got the Okosan, right? I think is what the pigeon's name was. Okosan, something like that. It was pretty good. And then I got another pigeon's ending just randomly. Also, when we go over the rankings, keep in mind this is for the during the streams of like how much I like them. We'll kind of go through it as time goes on. But I remember one of the gimmicks. One of the gimmicks was because something I wanted to do during the stream was taking a bowl of sunflower seeds and a bowl of water and just dipping my head into the bowl of sunflower seeds and then going back. Yeah, it was was it Christmas? Maybe. No, this was July. But yeah, dipping my head into the sunflower seeds and then dipping my head into the water and then just splashing my face with water saying I drank it. It's good shit. It was good shit. Milestone multiplayer extravaganza. Because Splatoon 2 was fun. Like, we actually did... Splatoon 2 was a lot of fun. And I think I did some stuff there. True. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, where I fucking owned everybody. It was great. And then we did Jackbox. Which Jackbox was fun. This was Jackbox 2. The problem was, I think... Yeah, Katathi 3, Katathi 2, like everyone named themselves Katathi. I personally loved Sparkling Water sucks. They suck as much as Sparkling Water. Gosh. Jackbox is fun, but you gotta play with the right people. It just seems like a fun satire early on. Get serious. See, I've heard. I do want to actually stream it again and I'll probably do it on Twitch at some point. Once again, I do want to go through like all the games I'm still haven't finished on the channel and redo those and then put up the VODs. Like that's the plan. Moving forward. I'll talk about like the full plans at the end of the stream, but yeah. Yes. When I lived in the storage closet and I had to move all of my furniture because literally like I was as tall as the room and it was super short and everything. Fucking dancing. I got you, Katana. I got you. We'll have fun. Me playing as Waluigi, but they gave me a size too small outfit. Then the AI dance. I probably will at one point. I do want to maybe do like an AI dance. Be fun. Look at this. This was great. And we did Just Dance on Twitch. We did Just Dance on Twitch as well, and it was a lot of fun. Bear Chan. Oh my gosh. SCP fucking Containment Breach. Is definitely going right here. Yeah, this shoutouts to Tatsu. As much as I don't get along with Tatsu anymore, he did good with like the background starting off just as basic shit. Good old Comfort Shark. Look at this, like, oh man, me figuring out how to get the night vision goggles immediately fucking saved my life all the time. But this game terrified the shit out of me. I screamed so many times. And this is back when we had Kitsune Bot, not Wizboo. This fucking game. I like the game. Here's the thing. I like SCP. I think it was definitely fun and really scary. Did I fall in my chair? Not in this game, no. Because if I did, I would have slammed my head on the wall that was behind me. Like, there's nowhere to move. But yeah, I thought the game was going to take me like 12 hours or so to go through. It only took me 6. So that was interesting, to say the least. I like SCP. It just, as soon as I found out how to get the blue goggles, like ASAP, like everything pretty much clicked about how safe I could have been. It was still a good time though. It's still definitely a good time. Ah, this is the Cuphead stream everyone should watch. This is the Cuphead stream everyone should watch. This is when I was in the garage. This is it when I was in the garage. I forgot how the numbers worked, but there was a number system that I gave chat to use, so that way chat could influence. Like, I think it was every 15 minutes, chat would say a number, and depending on what I put next to that number is what I would have to do. And there was 3 types of wings. So there was mild, very hot, and then extremely hot, like ghost pepper habanero. And then there was the 1.3 million hot wing that's around these parts in Arizona. That was the final one. I also had hot sauces that I would drink. There was Frank's Red Hot to this like chipotle sort of like hot sauce that was hotter than it for some reason. And then these little fucking, like, one of my coworkers got me these little like hot sauce vials that looked like something out of like a fucking whack like Spanish store, like a Spanish candy store. I'm gonna switch music here, by the way. You know what? Fine. We're just switch to we'll do Genshin music. Why not? Anywho, there were it was a million Scoville hot sauce, like devil stuff. Fucking terrible. Tasted like shit. Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad. And then I also had wasabi that I would eat. But like we beat because I think somebody donated, so I would have to do all of these levels, and I did. So I was super excited. This was back when I had my blue hair.
Was ordained by fate. Long
Hey, Katone, thank you for subscribing. Tier 2. Tier 2. I need updates on this stuff. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, dude. All right, where is this? Look at this smug guy thinking that this one, by the way, yes, there was a gallon of milk right next to me. Look at this smug fucking asshole thinking that this 1.3 million Scovilles, thinking he can take this. Let's relive this moment.
Listen, if some of you are recording this right now, I recommend it. Do a kit highlights. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
I also would like to say, real quick, this was back before I didn't understand how volume worked or anything, so a lot of these streams way back when were pieces of shit, because, like, I was bad with volume. But you could, well, look at this! He's like, yeah, I got this. We're good. It tastes weird. I wonder why it tastes weird. And then, you're gonna see the moment my fucking soul leaves my body.
Oh, that's a build-up. That's a build-up! That's a build-up! That's a build-up! Oh my gosh!
Don't you guys miss when I could yell? Don't you guys miss when I could yell?
Oh my gosh. Ah! Oh
My entire
gosh!
face is
That's a
red.
build-up! Oh my gosh! Honestly, it's not on the front of my mouth. Hold on.
So for reference's sake, yeah, my face is so red. For reference's sake, 1 year younger here. Yeah, 1 or 2 years younger. It's 2019. What is it? So this is 1 year. This is 1 year. Oh yeah, no. There's a gallon of milk right there. Or there's a gallon of milk that's right here. I've actually had 2 gallons of milk because there's a mini fridge. So just to explain for people who didn't know, this was back when I lived in Hell House, right? Hell House was a house where me and one of the other roommates paid pretty much all of rent and utilities and everything, but I was stuck living in a storage closet. This was when I moved to the garage. Yes, I am living in a garage storage area in this stream. This stream was a garage storage area with one tiny window where the cloud wall scroll was and a AC unit that had a scorpion nest living there and cockroaches. So like that was my living conditions, right? Yeah, good looking garage. True. I had to spruce it up and everything. But there was like after, I think it was after this stream was when there was the 6-inch scorpion appeared. We had to hunt it down in my room, which was terrifying. But because I lived in the garage, nobody in the main house could hear me. Unless they were in the kitchen, nobody in that house could hear me. So I could yell, I could say whatever I wanted to, and it was fine. Also, this was back when I didn't really mind cursing on stream, but because of the people I was associated with, who were, hope your neighbors didn't hear, no, they didn't. Like, the only way you were able to hear it, or hear the screaming and yelling and everything, was if you were like right next to it. Like the wall, this wall right here, was directly connected to the kitchen. So if you're in the kitchen, you could hear it. But like we did a test where I would scream as loud as I could, and you stood on the wall where our neighbors were, and they couldn't hear a thing. Like they literally were like, "Can you? When are you gonna start screaming?" I was like, "Dude, I've been screaming for the past 3 minutes." So like, yeah. Like they couldn't hear me, so that was good. Or do you? No, I could hear screaming space. Well, no, I kept the door locked. I had my own key. I was very keen on keeping this door locked and keeping everything safe in this garage. Like that was the big thing for me. But yeah, living in that house, I could actually yell, curse, and be loud, which is what I always want to do on a stream, is be loud and be energetic. But then I had to move back here because of me being in debt thanks to this fucking house and me having to cover so many other roommate stuff. Once again, I have no ill will against Lune because he covered a lot of his costs. He tried to help me the best he could, but all my debt came from this fucking house, and having to cover people. So that's why I'm back at my parents, and that's why I try to invest in this this curtain right here. Right, I tried to invest in the curtain so that way I could be a little bit quieter, hopefully. Like that way, like maybe they couldn't hear me. They still can because these walls are fucking paper thin, so everyone can hear me. But once I'm out of debt, and if I find a place I can move to where I can live by myself and hopefully make enough money to live there by myself, straight up, you guys would be hearing so much energy and energetic. Soundproof curtains. That's what this is. That's what this is. But I'm there's also, you guys can't see it, but there is like sound foam up here, but I need to invest in cardboard and such to put the rest of them up. Like, trust me, I'm trying the best I can to soundproof, because once I'm able to yell, fucking these streams will be so much better. But yeah, I had to put this up though, the SRB, or like just saying that it was like not family friendly, because back then I was with a group that wanted to be super family friendly, and then I switched it. Layers of curtains around you would work. Solid gas, solid is good for soundproofing. Maybe. It just, so there's a wall right here, but I'm going to put a bunch of sound foam on it. There's not one right here, but I don't know how it would get another curtain to be here, because there's not really a place to put it. So, I don't know. I'll have to see in the future. But yeah. Watch that stream, by the way. Rock Band +4, plus Clone Hero. Good shit. It's not really much to say there. Yo, back when... Look at my hair! Somebody decided to say fucking Style Kit's hair like that. Let's not. It's not. But when we were a cat, when we were a Kit Kat bar, I had to be a truck driver in a truck. I really want to dye my hair blue again, but I'm also being threatened to get kicked out of this house if I dye my hair a different color. So, when I was a Luma, wasn't there one I was Pikachu? Oh, a Nintendo Princess. Let's go. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Town of Salem's a fun game. I actually really enjoyed streaming Town of Salem. And yeah, if you guys got to be part of that stream, it's a fun game. It definitely is a lot of fun. But there was definitely, when people started cheating in Town of Salem and stream sniping, that's when the game started not becoming fun. So. Oh, this is back. Where was this? This is this room, but it's somewhere else, I think. Back, yeah, I just moved back in November 14th, 2019. We streamed the original Splatoon. Siren was there. Gosh, back when I was good friends with Siren. Damn. Miss those times, gonna be real. Carly said that she talked to Siren in the past. Just trying to see this. Don't play Terms of Service anymore. Good old Terms of Service. Nah, Town of Salem was a good one. Definitely a good one. Splatoon 1 was good as well. I enjoyed Splatoon 1, not as much as Splatoon 2. I'm actually gonna put it right here on my list of ranked games. This was a fun time. Better times. Man, I used to be so skinny. Now I'm fat. Yandere Simulator, where I dressed up as I tried to dress up as A-Set, but I didn't have the entire outfit because I was still in debt at this rate. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't have fun with Yandere Simulator. They made a big Yandere Simulator. I've heard that they're still updating it, and yep, there's King Cheese. I'm gonna be real. I never had fun with Yandere Simulator. I tried for the stream to have fun playing this game, but I couldn't. I really couldn't. It didn't feel like it was a fun time. It didn't feel like there was just anything to do. It felt like this guide is fun for like an hour. Yeah. It probably isn't that good if you have to work hard to make it fun. Yeah. That's the thing, because like I had to look up guides and everything if I wanted to do stuff, and people had to tell me how to do things. I had wings, like the cheat codes were weird. But it just, oops. All my challenge stuff. And then Splatoon Dead by Daylight. I'm gonna say Yandere Sim is gonna be right down there. Like I said, I'll go over the rankings here in a moment, or once we get to the end here. We still have a long way to go. Oh, the Talos Principle, and then playing with Cube. It's a really ambitious idea. Yeah. True, Katone. And also true, King Cheese. This game is fun. I'm so glad that I finished the entire base game. Actually, I've only had to look up one puzzle, didn't I? I think out of all of these, I've only looked up one puzzle, and that was Road to Gehenna 2. Because there was one thing that I just could not figure out how to get the star. Like, I figured out everything else, but I just couldn't figure out the star for World 2. But I remember that game gave me such, like, this world, the final stream we did of this, which I still have to go back and do the other one. Realistically, like, gosh, this gave me such a headache. Like, I had to stop playing it because it just gave me such a big headache. It's a fun game though. And I think this is also, like, I didn't have face cam for this, but I remember I figured a lot of this shit out really fast. I was a little bit bad at these puzzles though. No, like a literal headache. Like, if I recall on stream, let me go down to this one. Like, I think on stream, like at the end, I'm like about to like break out into tears because like my head is just in so much pain. Yeah, like, my hair is just everywhere. Oh yeah, this is also when I had my hair cut and fucking looked terrible. But I just, yeah, I had this whole fucking huge ass headache. Cube was at least there to try to help me out because him and I were both playing through it. Good old Cubey Doobie there. But it was such a bad headache that there's nothing I could have done. It was so bad. I still have 2 more worlds to go in that game. We'll go back to it at some point. But Talos Principle, I remember, like, that was... memory regarding Talos Principle, that was the first time I talked to Cube in quite some time. Because him and I used to play a lot of games. But when I started the channel and everything, like, the Cube and I finally got back in contact with each other. And him and I, like, he recommended playing through the game. And I was just like, you know what? Sure, why not? Don't try too hard to pretend I'm sick. Yeah, there's some games that I've played, we'll get to, that I've played when I've been sick, and I can remember clearly being sick playing through them. But, Jesus, this music in the background is being loud. What the hell? There we go. There are some that I definitely, like, it was a bad time all around. But this one wasn't too terrible, but I'm glad, like, this reignited, like, Cube and my friendship. It's a good game. Good time. Alright, now we're getting to some of the good shit. Oh, the races! Yo, the races! With Travis. This mainly the stuff with Travis. Gosh. I remember, yeah, Dishonored 2 kept breaking, which fucking sucked. Gosh. I know Travis and I really want to do more races. There's just the problem that neither him and I have played a game that we both know. And that's the problem. Yeah, Spreadsheet of Doom. So, let me put this in perspective. When we played Dishonored, this first run, so Travis has 100%ed Dishonored the first game numerous times. I've only played the first level. So the first race he demolished me, but I was halfway through the game. So he said maybe I could try going through the game a second time and see if you can beat your first file before I beat it second time. And I actually beat him by like a minute or something for this one. He had 100% it. I had to just get to the end. And he 100%ed the game faster. Or like, there was like specific things. It was like fully 100%. But yeah, Dead Rising. Dang, that's crazy. Ugh. But yeah, Travis like would beat me at the Dishonored stuff. And then I was like, hey, let's play Bastion. He's like, oh, I have Bastion. So I did a hard mode New Game Plus run, which meant that I started the game with all the shrines, which make the game ridiculous. But I demolished the run. Like, I went through it so quick. So I did the memories, and I still beat him with the memories before he finished a regular run. And I was like, man, that's a little weird. And then Dishonored 2, he had to do like a whole bunch of like, that's why this is the Spreadsheet of Doom. Oh no, Spreadsheet of Doom is something else. For Dishonored 2, I had to just beat the game, which I ended up doing in this one, but he had to do a whole bunch of other things and he beat the game. The Spreadsheet of Doom, I gotta show you guys. Where is it? There's a point. It's an hour-long thing. Hold on. It's literally an hour-long. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. So, you're given this riddle. And you have to figure out who owned each of the heirlooms. So I pulled up a literal spreadsheet and started trying to piece it together. The problem is I set up the spreadsheet completely wrong. But I did a few other mistakes. But I straight up fucking made a giant ass spreadsheet to try to figure this out as Travis is beating the game. Yeah. The problem is, yeah, I set it up so wrong. Yeah. They're fun races, but like him and I need to have it. Do I still have the spreadsheet? No. So I should have it, though I need some for Boom Escapes. That one was one of those like big logic puzzles where like it gave you 5 sentences or something and you had to like piece together which was which. I think I'm gonna do that right there and that one right there. And that's gonna go right there. And I'll discuss, like I said, rankings later. But yeah, I think we do want to do more races, but we need to find a game that both of us know. Fuck yeah, Thrillville! Terranian Land, the best time. Technically have not 100%ed this game yet. In a very technical sense, I haven't. But this is a fucking great game. No one can tell me otherwise. No one can tell me otherwise. This game is so fucking good. I made some amazing fucking coasters in this game. Oh, man. This series was so fucking good. Bust a move. Nah, I don't have bust a move, but this fucking coaster shit, that was stupid. Man, this game, Thrillville Off the Rails is a fucking great game. I always find myself going back to Thrillville. I wanted Word and I to play through all the mini games because there's some really good mini games in Thrillville, but he's never wanted to. He's actually very much never wanted to do it, mainly because I'll beat his ass in it. Oh, but Thrillville is such a good fucking game. It's super underrated. Like Roller Coaster Tycoon is great, but Thrillville and Thrillville Off the Rails are like beautiful games. Fucking beautiful games. There's not really too much to even say though, because like I built some great coasters. I didn't use cheats at all. I didn't use cheats. But we breezed through this game and gold ranked everything, which was pretty awesome. Watch this series. Please, for the love of everything, watch this series. I'm going to be real with y'all. I'm going to be 100% real. Battle Block Theater with Mike has got to be maybe my favorite collab I've ever done, like co-op stream. Let me go real quick. I'm gonna just do a quick scan of things. Just to see. But I'm pretty sure that's like the collab. There's other good collabs here, but I think above all, yeah, my favorite collab has to be Battle Block with Mike. Mike, it's not even that good. True, but if you're playing it with a friend, and especially somebody like Mike, like, oh my goodness. No, it's not my favorite game. It's definitely not my favorite game. But it's my favorite collab I think I've ever done. And I miss talking to Mike. He's been super busy. He's been streaming on his own. He has his own channel on Twitch as well. He's been doing some Final Fantasy stuff. But fuck it, this because he's played through the game. He's beaten the game and I never played it. But like we were trying to teamwork together and it was just a blast. It was so much fun. And we said we both wanted to do expert mode at some point, but when we're not busy. And we definitely will probably go back to expert mode at some point. I miss talking to Mike. It's such a good time. Can I find the one clip? Hold on. Where's the one clip? There's one clip where like it's near the end. Is it this one? It is. This one I think is the greatest thing.
How did I get up here?
Hold on.
Got it.
Go. Saved me from certain damnation. Alright. That was 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Now for the one that looked really weird.
Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready for this.
Yep. Jigsaw it
Ready
is.
for lunch? It's the space cat that needs lunch.
Alright.
Alright, so this one, you clearly need to be like, boom, boom, boom. Then you gotta jump, oh my god, and there's cannons! Where are the gems? Oh my gosh, there they are! Did you see that?
Alright, well I guess I'm gonna give it a try.
I don't know the gem.
No, you don't
Top
say.
right corner.
You don't say. Oop.
Oh no!
This one level. Yeah, you're there, Jigsaw. You are.
No, I exploded. There aren't any checkpoints.
Yep, we have to do it in one
God,
one
what
attempt.
is this?
There's a lot of that, but there is the it's over kid. I have the high ground happening constantly. This level itself just has some gold moments, but that series was so fucking good. Mike is hilarious. Mike is super funny. It's good shit though. All right, here's VLR. Virtue's Last Reward, the second game in the Zero Time Dilemma or Zero Time Escape series. Admittedly, past the cloud area, yeah, the game does get better. It gets a lot more difficult, but we were having a blast the entire time. Please watch that series. It's so good. It's so funny. Virtue's Last Reward. I'm gonna be real with y'all. This is my least favorite. And it's not a bad game. It's not a bad game at all. But it's my least favorite out of the 3 games in the Zero Escape series. Purely because, and I'm going to be real, it is because the ending of this game sucks. I'm not going to spoil the ending, obviously. But I purely say that the ending of this game sucks. The second game, it's not because it's super long. It's not because it's super long. It's not because there's like difficult puzzles or anything. Heck, there's people even comparing me to Dio in the game. I remember there's a picture, I think it's somewhere in the Discord still too, of people photoshopping my face onto Dio, which is, he's an asshole. And there's so many good characters in this game. There's so many. But I thought the ending would have been great, but if the sequel didn't ignore it. Yeah, I guess it would have, but I think the ending is honestly super long though. Like the game itself is not super long and like tedious. It's just the ending is super long. It explains so much just stuff that just gets thrown at you. The twists are amazing. Don't get me wrong. The twists are amazing. I prefer the twists in the first game in 999 a little bit more. And yeah, the third game is my favorite out of the three, which we'll get to in a bit. But like this game it's good. It's just some of the story beats seem just so out of left field. In relation to the size of the game it's from, true. 2 hours into a 20-hour long game, yeah, that's true. But like with 999's ending, like you don't get a whole bunch of like random exposition and shit. Like you still get like a lot of loose ends are being tied up and you're understanding things. VLR, you get to the ending and it's like, hey, here's some things that you definitely didn't know about, but we're just gonna explain. And it's like, yeah, we kind of hinted at it throughout the game, but we'll just tell you it in like an hour-long discussion. I like the concept. I like the characters. Kroll is my favorite. Was one of my favorites. If I recall correctly, his name is K, but I called him Kroll because I didn't want to call him K. I kept giving nicknames to everybody. I think VLR was the start of me giving nicknames to everybody. But it's a good game. Don't get me wrong. It just there's some things that I felt like the game shouldn't need to have said. And at the same time, I think this game was a little bit diluted because during the stream, there were people who were big fans of VLR watching. I'm not gonna really name them. You guys can watch it and see who they are. But they're big fans of the game. They're absolutely like loved it. And they kept explaining things before things happened and tried to give hints when I didn't want it. To the point at one point I think one of these streams, I literally lashed out at chat because chat was trying to help when I didn't even get to a part of a puzzle yet. And I was just like, I literally haven't even touched the puzzle yet. What the fuck are you doing? Like, yeah, the opposite of that is Xenoblade fanbase, yeah. There's one puzzle that I was super proud to have solved in the most unorthodox way, if I recall, which is the food storage one. Because the food storage one, I said I didn't give a shit, and I guessed, and I got it. There's one that I did right, but for some reason I put it in wrong, and then I allowed chat to tell me what I did wrong. Like, there was that. But there's definitely one room where, like, I started doing everything. I started, like, piecing everything together, and then all of a sudden, every single one of them was like, you gotta do this. I was like, shut the fuck up. It's still a good game, though. Fully, VLR is definitely, like, a really good game. But there's a big reason why I say don't help me on puzzles unless I explicitly state, because I was doing so good with the puzzles, and it just kind of got soiled. But that's also a good series to check out. Hey, Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition! Back before I didn't make any thumbnails and such. Hyrule Warriors, there's not really too much to say about this version, or like the main story. Main story is good. It's not the greatest, but Definitive Edition. I love the Definitive Edition. The story is great. I know Completionist just made his video talking about him 100%ing the game, and I think he went a little bit too... I think I went a little bit slow, to be honest. But truthfully, like, I think this game is a lot of fun. I think the story is actually pretty cool, and it's for Zelda fans. Like, I'm not a Zelda fan, right? I haven't played too many of the Zelda games, but this game, it has a lot of content, true, but I think the Completionist kind of like did a few things slightly slow, because like I'm only 150 hours into it, only 150, and he has 10 times the amount of hours, and I'm almost done with everything. So like, I don't know, there's questions. There's probably things that could be handled better, but in this case with this main story, the main story is good. I liked it. If you're a big Zelda fan, you'd probably love all the characters coming back and everything and playing as them. Agatha sucks. But as somebody who's like never played any of those Zelda games, like not knowing who they were, except for the Wind Waker stuff at the end, like I definitely need to play more of this. But it was a good time. There's not too many memories of it, so. This fucking game is great. This fucking game is fantastic. This fucking game is so good. Oh, I love this game so much. I still need to get the fucking badges because the badge system is screwed to all hell. But like, this game is good. I wish there were more Knights games. I really wish there were more Knights games. I really, really wish there were more Knights games. Oh, dude, this game is so good. Say what you will about like the 100% mechanics and like kind of getting all the medals and such. This game, beautiful story, beautiful context. The soundtrack in this game is phenomenal. Absolutely 100% phenomenal soundtrack. Yep, it's on the Wii. It's on the Wii if you have it. That's what I played it on. My favorite memory, I have two good memories of this game. I remember this so clearly. I will always play these levels. It is the tree level where you play, I think you play as the girl. I don't remember her name. You play as the girl and you do essentially the main Knight song. And you have to glide into like the notes for it. So good. And then the Clara, it might be Clara, or she might be the original. It might be in the original. I think it's something else in this one. The violin girl. Somebody's vacuuming all of a sudden. That's weird. What I will say though, the other part of this game that gets me every time, it gives me goosebumps. It just, oh, it's so good. Is the fucking, oh, can I find it? Hold on, let me see if I can find it in this. Somebody be vacuuming behind me. Ooh, this? Yeah, okay, so this was, let me do this. Hold on. You guys are gonna hear singing Kit, I think.
Like right here.
Is it this one? It might be a different one.
I don't know the lyrics. I don't know this part. What?
No.
What? Oh, I missed. Oh shoot, I went too fast. Shoot! In the night, shine so bright, I want to see you smiling there. In the night, dreams tonight, I wish I knew the lyrics, I'm really sorry, oh my gosh.
Good shit. Like that one is definitely like, it's super good. Is it this one?
Helen's fear of darkness
This part.
takes over.
It's her name is Helen, by the way.
Down. Sadness is taking place.
This is the other part that's like my favorite. Fucking have goosebumps, dude. Just that part of the game. Every time. It's Will and Helen is their names, I remember now. Such a fucking good song. Oh man. So there's just so much good shit, dude. That game is great. That game is great. Watch that series too, but I need to play the original because the original is pretty good. Do you guys want to watch Hades before it was Hades? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know how many people have played Age of Empires. Actually, I've never played Age of Empires in my life. I played StarCraft. I played StarCraft 2. But I ended up streaming Age of Mythology because that's the game that myself, brother, all my brothers, every single one of my brothers we played the hell out of this game when it first came out. My dad got it for all of us, and we've played this game so many times. I could not it's so good. This game is really good. I'm definitely not really good at the game, but I did play against Miko in one of these. One of these we did a multiplayer where it was Miko against myself, and I just rushed Miko down immediately because I had no idea what civilization he was playing. Brennan File Games, I gotcha. But yeah, you can see Hades back there, the guy with the helmet right there. You guys can kind of see him. You got Zeus and Poseidon, who look like how you think, and then Hades is a guy with a helmet on. Not Mr. Big Burly stuff. But it does have all the gods and such that we come to know when we played Hades. I only did the regular story of the game. I do want to go back and do the Atlantean story, and the Chinese story, I think, is another one. It's a good game. It's a good game. I remember when I originally played this, I really, really wanted to play with more people in the game. I wanted to do multiplayer with others, but I was such a small channel at that point that I couldn't. I really couldn't. I only got to play with Miko, and yeah, that's pretty much how that went. It's a good game though. It's a good game, and the multiplayer is fun. I'm just terrible. I'm honestly really, really bad at the game. Where do I put it on all this? I'm gonna put it right here. So there's that. But yeah, I will go back and probably play it at some point. Yo, the original Stardew, because this was the co-op with Travis, Ema, Mike, and myself. This was the fun Stardew. This was the fun Stardew. We'll get I'll talk about the other Stardew too in a bit. This Stardew is the one I had a lot of fun because Ema was brand new to playing the game. Travis, Mike, and I have all played the game, except I've never upgraded my house in the game, even though I've gotten to year 3 because I forgot that you can upgrade the house. There's a lot more parts to it. Yeah, there's multiple playlists of different sessions that I've done Katone. This one was the funny one because Ema was trying to learn how to play the game, but the problem is Ema's in Australia, and Mike and I are in US, and Travis is in Europe. So I had to figure out the time. I said I was fine staying up super late. Problem is Ema worked a shit ton, so he would get super sleepy, and there's the reference to fish in this because there's one time where Ema, I think what ended up happening is Ema was fishing, caught a pit fish, but passed out. And he woke up and realized that we were all laughing at the fact that he's just holding this fish above his head, just admiring it. So he then starts typing about how it's a damn good fish. And this one was a lot of fun. This one we couldn't continue because everyone got super busy. Travis has a big job he has to do. Ema now is streaming again, and Mike is streaming again, but Travis is not available. But this one was actually a really fun playthrough. Compare that to this one. This series. I'm going to be real. First off, Piranha, fantastic friend, awesome friend, super chill. Dude's great. Dude's great. He's hilarious. A lot of fun to play games with. This series, I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know why Summer Shindig is on here a ton of times, but we'll remove that. This killed my love for Stardew. This series itself, I'm going to be real, killed my love for Stardew. Because we're playing with 25% profit margins. We had to do the JoJo route, which I've already done, and I hated doing. And then he was like, I want to do JoJo because I haven't done it yet. I was like, okay, whatever. But the 25% profit margins were just terrible. And both of us wanted to do like everything in the game, which I had no issues with because obviously I like 100%ing games. But it got to the point where it involved upgrading the house, getting like the clocks, doing all like the post-game stuff. And I think I want to say like by part 19 or 20, it's somewhere around these parts. I finished everything. I've maxed out gifts with everybody. I caught all the fish. I've collected everything. I just had to cook one thing and I had to craft a few other things. And it gets to the point where I think probably part 25 is me just going to the desert dungeon over and over and over. And literally every stream after a certain part is me going to the desert dungeon and just constantly grinding there because I had nothing left to do. And I could farm, but farming, there was, to me at that point, because of the 25% profit margin, there was no reason to. I felt like there was no reason to farm in the game or anything at that rate. And like I said, I was fun playing the game with Piranha. Piranha also kind of, like, there were some points where he ran into the situation where I was pretty much driving conversations and he was quiet the entire time. But there were some really good conversations from this. Like, the early parts are definitely really good. But there gets to a part where, and even people in chat were commenting on the fact that it looked like I was dead. Because all there was is me grinding in the desert, doing nothing, just doing the same shit over and over until something happened. And then part 31 is when I literally, like, I think I announced at the end of that stream that there's no more parts. And it was nothing against Piranha. It was just the fact that I found that there was a movie theater in the game that you can build for like 3 million or something like that, some big amount. And with 25% profit margins, and he wanted to do everything, I had a feeling that if he found it, he was going to say that we were going to try to get to that amount. He finds it. I'm pretty sure he did just that. It's like, okay, so we need to like save up a bunch of money. And at that point, I literally am like, nope, I'm done. I'm stopping the stream. I can't do this. Literally all of our money is just waiting for things to happen that we're barely going to get anything on. And I'm just going to be my stream is literally me in the desert dungeon every single day. Haven't played Stardew since. I know there's a new update. And maybe I'll go back to it as like solo run or something, right? But it wasn't even the JoJo part that's fucked it for me. It was the 25% profit margins and just wanting to do everything. It ruined me, dude. Absolutely ruined me. I still think Stardew is a great game. If you guys love Stardew, like, I'd recommend Stardew Valley if you've never played it. But this series alone killed my enjoyment for it. Absolutely killed it. And it just, man, crazy shit, y'all. Octoling expansion, I'm the fucking best Octoling expansion player. Just saying. Slight humble brag. Just would like to say. Oh, man. I remember how pissed off people were at me playing Octo Expansion. The Octo Expansion is when I had the first raid. It's when James Clark raided me, and it was a fun time. And there was the one mission that I had a ton of problems with, which was the sniping while on the rails. Like that one still gives me a bunch of trouble because I don't play Charger in Splatoon. So that one made sense. That was the one that I had problems with, while everyone else said it was easy. So I was like, okay, whatever. But the fact that there was so many missions people said in Octo Expansion that I would have so much trouble with, and then I beat it in one go. The box one was a big one, because the box one, I think it took me like 2-3 attempts or something like that. Like I just beat it, and people were like, how the fuck is he? And then like this, that, and the other. Like there were parts where, you know, people were like, how are you doing this so easily? Like you gotta be cheating or something. Which I wasn't. Yeah, Girl Power I beat in one try. I didn't even realize that was a hard mission. Like I literally cakewalked through it, and then people later was like, hey, have you done Girl Power? Like that's the hardest one by far. And I'm like, no, I don't think I have. It's like, oh, it's that one right there. You should. What? You beat it? And I was like, oh, this? Yeah, I beat it in one try. Like it was easy. But the biggest thing that people got pissed off with, and here's the thing, like it's not like a joking pissed off, it was like legitimate people upset. And I would continue to kind of poke fun at it during some of the Splatoon streams, was Inner Agent 3. It'll take a while to be updated. Yeah. I'm gonna check that out probably at some point. But Inner Agent 3 in Octo Expansion. Super hard boss, right? There's 4 phases, and you pretty much have 1 life, otherwise you have to redo the entire fight. So it definitely is really, really difficult. People were saying it was going to take me 100 to 200 attempts just to like beat it or to get somewhat close. And I think by like attempt 20, I kept getting to the 4th stage, and I just didn't understand how to do it. But then like exactly 50 attempts later, I beat Inner Agent 3. And people were like cheering and everything and really stoked and whatnot. And I was like, hold up. And then this is the part that gets people pissed off is I go back into Inner Agent 3 and I start treating the fight like a rhythm game where I'm starting mumbling to myself like directions to go. Like if I'm playing like guitar, like left, right, like DDR sort of stuff rather. And I beat Inner Agent 3 immediately after the first time I beat Inner Agent 3. And then there would be a joke where I would go back to Inner Agent 3 just to like pass time if I was banned from playing for a little bit, or if there's just nothing going on. Casually beat Inner Agent 3 in like 3-4 attempts and then go back to playing the game. And people were pissed about how easy I kept making the fight seem. I'm not even like a speedrunner of the game or anything like that, because speedrunners could probably do it pretty simply. But I'm a guy who like, I'm sure I play Splatoon 2 a lot, right? I'm not the best at the game by no means. Like there's a lot of people better, but apparently they all have like so much problems beating that boss, and I'm just chilling here like, fuck it. Beat it. I'm putting Splatoon 2 Octo Expansion, same with Splatoon 2, even though they're 2 separate things, but the story mode for the game is great. Don't get me wrong, I really like the story mode, but the boss at the end I thought was easy. I still think it's easy to this day. I think people are just not thinking it through. But honestly, like there's not really much to say here. It was just easy. I'm gonna stick by that. Yeah, Travis and I did play Stardew at one point. Fortune Street, this was with my roommates. I think this was like the big setup. Yeah. So there's me, there's Halune. Once again, Halune I have no issues with. This guy is super chill. I think he's been doing a lot better recently. Like he's fucking killing it right now. Meh. And there's Miko back there, and Bear-chan. Bear-chan's always there. This is cool getting this all set up and everything. I do have those cables. Huh. I'm gonna have to try to get that hooked up at some point. And then, like, to be honest, like, was I Mario? I think I was Mario, and I just fucking demolished. But then, like, went bankrupt really quick. Yoshi went bankrupt at some point too. But this was a fun series. Don't get me wrong. Like, this definitely was a really, really fun series, or fun games that we played. But it's slightly diminished by the fact that I now have just the resentment towards two of the people there. And mainly because one owed me money for a while, did pay me back. One still owes me money and will never pay me back. And while Halune did try to help me out, like, there's nothing that could have been done. Nothing that could have been done. I'm not going to put Fortune Street on the list just because it's Fortune Street. Yo, we got to play this game again. This game is fucking great. Valkyria Chronicles? Anime War Simulator? I'm going to be honest. I was not expecting myself to like Valkyria Chronicles as much as I did. This game is so good. I remember the whiny sniper, there was a sniper who literally like just kept whining and everything. I remember I got him killed immediately so I can get that achievement. Fucking everybody else, the joke of, I don't know how many people here play Valkyria Chronicles, but Susie, the bloodthirsty pacifist, literally decided to max her out because she would start crying in the middle of battle and start screaming that she was a pacifist, but would mow down every single person in just a short stature. Like, this girl. Just imagine somebody going to a battlefield. Do you know what that one sniper's name? No, I don't. I really don't. I just remember Susie. Because it's just funny to imagine. You're at war. There's somebody just in the middle of everything, just crying, bawling her eyes out. But she's screaming she's a pacifist. Meanwhile, she's just killing everybody. Everybody is dying. It was the greatest thing. The fucking greatest. And the story was fantastic. I loved all the characters. There's, the villain was a dickhead villain. The Valkyrie were really cool. But just the constant joke of having Susie kill everybody in the game. It was such a fun time. It was absolutely an amazing time. We do have to go back and finish the game because I do have to do expert mode. But this game is super good. And this had this is the one thing that Tatsu made. Once again, I don't talk to Tatsu anymore because there's a whole lot of things. But this actually came out so well. Like, he made this and I did pay him for it. And like, it came out so well. But that was one of his better ones. One of his better ones for sure. Did anyone else realize that this game is super, super short? Did anyone realize that this game is super, super short, Wario World? It's a good game. Don't get me wrong. This game is great. It's a good game, but I wished it was so much longer. I wished it was way longer. It's fucking Wario doing random Wario things. It's only 4 worlds, four big bosses, 8 mini bosses? No, 8. Because there's 3 things per world. Each place had a boss with a final boss at the end. Oh no, there's 4. There was 4. So 3, 6, 9, 12. 12 plus 4, 16. There's 16 bosses in the game. And then the final boss, the jewel. Like, this game was short. I wish it was longer. I really do. There's not much really to say about it. Oh boy, Dead Cells. Has anyone here watched a speedrun of Dead Cells? Fucking watching this game is crazy. Watching this game being speedrun is like the most insane thing ever. It is super crazy, super fun. I'm still stuck on very hard mode in this game, which sucks because it's a good game. I just can't get past very hard mode. Combo failed here. Kind of. It's kind of. Like, once you know the place that you want to go to, like, that's the place you are. But if you ever want to try to complete this game, like... I was watching IGN does, like, the developers commentate over speedruns sort of thing. And the developers were saying that even they... Like, even the person who created the Nightmare mode, the five boss cell mode, even they were having so much trouble even getting to that point. I guess a lot of, like, the developers got stuck at 3 of the cells. I'm at 2. And there's very few people who have even been able to see the final boss. Like, the final boss. Which is just, it's crazy. I do want to go, like, invest time into playing the game at some point. It's just kind of getting better. Once again, it's another thing of, like, I'd very much have to play for a long period of time, and if doing streaming full time would give me enough time to do that. Like, that's another thing on top of that. And my glasses just got fogged up. Look, man. Foggy glasses. It's a good game, though. It's definitely a good game. It's fun. I wish I was better at shields in the game. Like, shields in the game are fucking ridiculous, but I can't. I've never been good with the shields. I'm actually gonna put it right here. It's fun though. I recommend playing it on Switch or PC. But yeah, update videos. I don't know how many times I've said this. I don't think I've said this recently. I hate RPG Maker games. I'm going to be real. There are very, very few RPG Maker games that I'd like. Misao and Ebe are like the 2 that I'd really like, and Mad Father. Those 3 I think I really did enjoy, like, watching stuff about. This definitely is like, I'm gonna put it right here. Story behind this. I don't know how many people have played Light or Alice Mare. They're a set of RPG Maker games that are all made by the same person, who I guess is like really popular with RPG Maker games. And Light's supposed to be one of the best ones. But I was hounded by Tatsu, and this is, I think, what stopped Tatsu and mine's friendship, because, well, among other things regarding Persona, I don't even want to touch that yet, but like this is the thumbnail that he made. He said he really wanted me to make the thumbnail for it, and I was like, okay, sure, that's fine. So he did all this, like, dope on his part. He did really, really well with it, don't get me wrong, but I literally was hounded for like 2 months or something. Like, it was so constant to play this game, and that I have to like it. I have to support the developer. I have to, like, do a whole bunch of shit. And that was before I knew anything about the game. I didn't know it was RPG Maker. I knew I owned both games. But, like, yeah, I think that was my first time I ever had to deal with somebody who said that I will absolutely have to like the game even before knowing anything about it. Like, it was a cardinal sin to hate the game. and I disliked it. I heavily disliked it. Like, I only played Alismere because I didn't even want to go into light games. Alismere sucked. It was a twisted version of Alice in Wonderland-ish. That wasn't scary. The puzzles were boring. The story was just super flat. And, like, none of the characters, other than the freaking Cheshire Cat, were interesting. Not a single one of it was interesting. There's one puzzle that was really cool, which was a dice puzzle, and that one was really cool. But everything else was just trash. Utter, absolute trash. I was very vocal about the fact I did not have fun playing the game. Yeah, exactly. And the guy didn't understand that, but it literally, I just felt he just kept pressuring, and then I said I didn't want to. And I talked to somebody else who was a big fan of the games and said, hey, would I really like it? And she even was like, no, I don't think you would really like it. Like, it's definitely not your type of game. I was like, okay, that's understandable. So that's that. And that, after playing that, like, that was when I very much went into, please recommend games. Like, I'm down to recommend, but don't just try to pressure me. That's the reason why I ended up disliking Splatoon 2 for so long, is because people kept pressuring it. This game deserves more love. This was a game recommended by Halune, my old roommates, the guy that still chill with and everything. He recommended this game. Such a good game. Such a good game. It's so underrated, but it's so good. It's a game where you have to essentially you get to learn spells. You put the spells on a grid. It, depending on how the grid goes, determines what spell you cast and how you create it. At the end, I learned about a spell that destroys everything in one hit, which was great. But you have to, like, piece the spells in specific ways, so that way they do things at the exact times to solve puzzles. It is a great game. This game itself, absolutely fantastic. It's so much fun. It's kind of short, gonna be honest with you. It is kind of short. And you can actually glitch your way to the last boss if you really wanted to. But the puzzles were fantastic. I had to look up the solutions to a few of them, because there are some where it even acknowledges the game. I think the game actually acknowledges saying, you're going to be here for an hour trying to figure this out and what you need to do. But it will tell you, like, the things that you need to, like, keep in mind. But it's a good game. It's definitely a good game. Not as good as a lot of the other games I played, but it's super underrated. And the entire premise is that you're a mage who's using banned magic, and everyone's scared of mages because the king is a dickhead. Like, it's a good game. One of the most underrated games I think I've ever played. It's so good. It's a really good game. It's an indie game, PC. Highly recommend it. Apparently it's for PS4 and Xbox One too. Last year in Switch. It's good, War. You'll like it. You'll like it. If you like puzzles, it's good. I'm not going to put World of Warcraft on the list, but I remember these were some streams that people actually liked. Next to the Viva Pinata streams that I did, World of Warcraft, me just going around doing achievements and just kind of randomly talking about what was on my mind, was definitely a good time. I know this was around the time where one or two of these streams were around the time where oh yeah, the Unexpected Feel stream, where I just kept talking, I was about to cry here, about how grateful I was to have the community that I do. Kill the game for me. Here we go. I gotcha. This stream will hold a special place in my heart. And I wish I reiterate it more and more as time goes on. I haven't, because I've been so focused on, like, trying to rebuild after everything that happened. But I remember, if that's a stream I remember it is, I literally just gushed about how grateful I am for this community. And I still always am grateful for the community I have, both on YouTube and now moving over to Twitch. You know, I created the Katathi channel to fill people with positivity, to keep people entertained, keep them informed about games, helping them with strategies in games, getting achievements, all that sort of stuff. Even though I've never had and still don't have expert, like, editing skills and really would like to hire an editor, you know, I still wanted to keep the channel super positive and just help people out. And hearing people say that my streams help them through tough times, and that like they look up to me, and that some people said that was their role model, when I've been told by my family that I'm never going to be anyone's role model, that I'm probably not a good person to idealize and such. And just the fact that people were, you know, supporting the channel and everything that I was doing, when family wasn't supporting me, friends weren't supporting me. At least back then, at least there was very few people who did. I remember I just gushed for so long about the fact that like I wish I could do more. I wish that not only will Mono come and just say ha, they didn't care. They didn't care, Jigsaw. I still like, of course I still want to grow and do streaming full time, but it's not just about money and being able to pay bills and get out of the place that I'm in right now and all that sort of stuff. For me, it's still and always will be about cheering people up and helping people through hard times and giving them entertainment when things are troubling and when things don't look good, you know? Obviously, I haven't streamed too much lately just because of shit that hit the fan this week and last week. So, you know, I'm human. I go through that stuff too, but, you know, I've been using streams to kind of quell that, and that's why I still want to keep growing the channel, you know? Care for the game is a green word? Yeah. Things the game and streamers aren't even that good sometimes, just accepting helps. True. True. And, like, it's just that definitely this World of Warcraft stream and some of the Splatoon streams where people just kept saying how much, like, my streams meant to them. And, like, that they will still always watch. And some of those people still being in this chat right now, right? Like, that's why streaming and everything means so much to me, and content creation, you know? You know, I imagine there's people on Twitch right now who are scrolling through just chatting and being like, 3 years, this guy has 100 followers? Like, fucking this guy must suck. But I mean, on YouTube, I did have quite a big following. And I still was doing really well. Of course, shit hit the fan. Should have handled things better. But, you know, I'm still gonna grind. I'm still doing what I'm doing. I want to reach my goals. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get there at this rate. Like, I'm gonna stream the games that I want to stream. I'm gonna stream, be smart about things, and still keep the positivity and entertainment going. Like, that's the big thing, you know? I'm so lucky to have a community that I have, truly. And the friends that I've met along the way, friends I've gotten in contact with, like Doge and Cube. Like, it's just nice that I'm still on the up and up, you know? Well, YouTube's wise, things may be going downhill, and I still have to get some VODs up there, obviously. Twitch has at least been going better. And I've been proven for, you know what, we'll get to that when we get to Dead by Daylight. I'll talk about it then. But just to allude to it, like, me being one of the only positive and non-super toxic, like, I'm not saying all Dead by Daylight streamers are, but it's so hard to find a Dead by Daylight streamer that's not toxic or trying to, like, mess with killers and make them, like, rage. Like, I'm one of the few that's just trying to be positive and help people out and try to be the best teammate I can. Like, try my best. Thank you guys also so much for all the support. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, King Cheese. Don't cry. Don't cry. Fuck this game. In a completely different turn, events. Fuck this game has one of the greatest moments ever on the channel. But fuck this game. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna put it right here. And you go out of your way to help both sides after the game chats. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Show the scene. Is it here? Getting jump scared by Freddy and falling out of my chair and hitting my face on my bed. One of the fucking greatest moments of any stream I've ever done. Now it's like a bit of a change in mood here. Apologies. But literally screaming, and I had to apologize to my mom immediately after because they were going to sleep and everything. But also, I played through that game blind. That's something I don't think anybody really like understood, is that I didn't know much about the original Five Nights at Freddy's. I watched Markiplier's second game onward, except for a few of them. But I didn't watch the first. I didn't watch the first until after I did this stream. So I really didn't know anything. I really went into the game like just knowing it was the old one, and like I said, I didn't get too accustomed to the game until after the fact. And also I got Comfort Shark before the stream. That was fun. But the fact that you can see there's only 2 streams of the game, and it's a little bit over 2 hours total. I beat 420 mode in 2 attempts without knowing anything, because I pieced together how Freddy worked. I didn't care about Foxy. And I found out after the fact that I used a method that no one really used for some reason. But I didn't care how Foxy worked because I realized that it's just like flipping the cameras. So as long as you don't give him any attention and just flip the camera, it was easy. The only one you had to worry about was Freddy. That was it. That really was it. Bonnie and Chica also didn't matter at all either. But I'm still much of a coward, so I'm not going to do it. So, here's the hydrate. I don't like Five Nights at Freddy's, I'm going to be honest. But it did create one of my most proud gaming achievements. And one of the silliest moments on the stream. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, there's not too much I need to say about this. I did really well in pretty much all of the streams that we did of this. There's only one person that kept beating me in a few of them. I like Mario Kart. It's definitely a really good game. Like, I really, really do like Mario Kart. But it's definitely like not, I don't know. I'll put it right here. Yeah, I think it's better than those. It's a fun game, but it gets old after a while or whatnot. F-Zero game, same War, same. The only closest thing I got to that was Readout. Good. Yeah, last stream in my old house, and then we came back to the house and streamed this. We'll probably do more Mario Kart at some point. It's a fun game. It's been a while. People have been getting really good at the game. This was interesting. I didn't know anything about Penumbra before playing it. I definitely didn't care much for it. I'm going to be real. I think it's going to go like... Yeah, the word localized more file in the game is true. Also true. Penumbra is a good game. I think it's good, but I also just didn't care for it because it wasn't as scary as I was expecting it. I think the dogs were the only thing that was scary about it. But this was like the original, and from what I understand, it's the original horror game that kind of inspired, say, like Amnesia and some of the other games. It's decent. It definitely has not aged well. And the puzzles were meh. But it was okay. The worm. The worm was scary. The worm will always be scary. No one can tell me otherwise. That the worm is not scary. The worm is by far. Did you do all 3 of these? I did Overture. That's the only one I've done. I could do the other ones. I think I own the other ones. But they're way shorter than I was expecting. Yeah. But this game. What's the worm? There's part 2. Let's see if I can find...
just kill me.
Yeah. No worries. I don't mind with the games being super long or anything. Like, I really don't. Like, once again, I do want to get to them, and I will do my best to get through all of it. It's got to be here, right? The guy we can kill. I don't think it's in this one. Essentially, there was a giant worm that came from the wall and like chases you down, and it's terrifying. So, the last two programs, an 8-hour one. Gotcha. Yeah, I know. Once again, because I also want to get through all these games that I'm still haven't finished and such. But once again, I'm gonna be spending a lot more time going through games and whatnot. We're gonna be going back to a lot of these because right now I don't think there's any new games that are coming out. Finish Tetris, get to the end credits. We'll talk about Tetris when we get there. But yeah, like there's a lot of these games we still haven't finished technically, so I do want to go back and do some of those. But yeah, there's not really any new games coming out that I'm really worried about except for Back 4 Blood in June and Persona Strikers in February. So we'll get there. We'll get there. This game is funny. This game be funny. Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle. Shadow made a video. Shadow, one of my viewers, made a video for 2-year, I think, anniversary, talking about one of the things that happened in this game. I broke the game in ways no one has ever broken the game before, apparently. Gosh, where do I even put this? I'm gonna put it right here. This game is fun. The thing that sucks about this game, at least, is that some of the characters you feel like you'll never play as because there's no real point to playing as them. But the just the humor in the game, the Rabbids just being hilarious. The fights were really well thought out. There's definitely some just good fun stuff in this. I do have to do the Donkey Kong DLC, which we'll do at some point, but it was definitely good. The final challenges were also a little bit harder than I was expecting, just because I didn't like take things too seriously, but like I got through it all. I definitely got through it all, and it was good. It was good. I think the only just crazy moment about it, because the Rabbids just really are what made the game, I didn't really have to say much, was the part where I glitched all the textures and broke every texture in the game just by playing the game. That was a little weird and fun, but other than that, there's not too much to say about it. I have to finish this game. You can't see behind the curtain, but I still have every single Starlink piece that has existed except for the one EU one. This game is great. Super underrated. I'm going to be real. I think people played it when it came out and then never again. This game is great. There's a few things I don't really like about it, just because there's like some of the exploration just don't really seem to work. They're just not the greatest, but it's fun. All the characters are great. The fact if you're playing on the Switch, which I was, you get to play as the Star Fox crew, is fantastic. There's this did start off as a co-op stream with myself and Miko, but Miko couldn't show up to most of them, so I ended up just playing it on my own. I think I'm literally like a moment. So some shit for you. Yeah. Well, no, you can't play as the Star Fox characters on PS4. It's only on the Switch. So the way that Starlink works is, it's also on Xbox, I think too. I want to say, I don't really know, but if you played on the Switch, you'd have all the Star Fox characters. If you played on PS4, all the Star Fox illusions and everything and characters are gone. Like the Star Fox crew is not a main part of the story. This is where you can play as Link on GameCube. Yeah, exactly. So if you played it on non-Switch, then you didn't have to worry about anything. You weren't missing too much. It was just an additional story, and that's it. It's still cool though. It still was a really, really fun game and a lot, really, really cool. 100%ing the game is actually not that bad. I just haven't done it yet. It's a good game. It's definitely really fun. Just messing around in space. We actually had a lot of like just nice calm talks just in space, just talking. It's definitely not a it's a game you have to invest a lot of time into, and like I said, I invested a lot of money before I went into debt. With what the hell happened to my thumb? It's red. With all the pieces and everything, and they're all behind me. Like, it's behind this curtain. I have every single like character, ship, and everything except for one EU ship, and that's it. That's it. So I gotta get back to playing this because the Crimson Moon stuff is really cool. They've turned it into a racing game as well, and it's so much fun. And then I literally was one mission away from doing the final mission, and then I had to go to work. So we'll get back into that. All right, so these two, I'll finish this at some point. These were the only, this was editing practice, the video series. This was editing practice, the video series, and honestly, I'm gonna be real, I'm proud of how I've edited these. It might not seem like much, welcome back Sparks, it might not seem like much, but truthfully, I'm very proud of how these all came out. I still have to finish a lot of them. I haven't finished all the classic stuff. I'm waiting till everything's being released so before I go back. But like, as much as I hate playing Smash, you know, for a few reasons, I'm so proud of these videos. And also that goes into World of Light. This World of Light series, being truthful, I have everything recorded. I just need to edit it and everything, and I got to do post commentary because trust me, we need to do post commentary. I'm so proud. Like this thumbnail with all the characters, and there is a version of this with every single character. This was great. This was great. I'm so proud of how I edited it all together and how my commentary was, how everything was with it, how like I did the stats at the end for how much of each character I was. These are some of my more proud videos, I'm gonna be real. And I beat World of Light. It's done. I just need to edit it, and I just haven't been able to. And here's the thing, I know there's some people who are like, oh, I'll never, like, if it's been too long, I won't ever release it. I will release, like, the remaining parts of the series that I haven't done, and I'll finish recording those, even if it's years later. I want to get the full of everything to you guys, even if it might be like, yo, it's been a year since part 46, where's part 47? A year later, oh, here it is. Truthfully, like, I want to get that still out. Because it's done. I just need to edit it. Working. Some people are 1 hour from the end of the game but don't finish. Yeah, that's why like a lot of these streams you guys will see coming up is gonna be me finishing a lot of the games from the past and trying to 100% them. The main thing is, of course, I work a job, and that's the job that's trying to get me out of debt and trying to get me into a better place. But like I'm still sticking with you with Twitch and concentration moving forward. I'm not gonna stop, y'all. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna be somebody like real talk, real quick, just kind of slightly diverting. Also, Smash Bros. I'm gonna be putting that right here. Just regarding stuff. Regarding rankings of like games that. Because once again, for those who are wondering, I'm ranking every single game that I've played based on how much I've liked it, and like I'll explain why when we get there. I've been seeing a lot of people on Twitter right before Christmas and even now a little bit after Christmas of like people like liking or like replying to streamers like stopping streaming for good or stopping content creation and just being a viewer. And I don't think I'm ever gonna stop, because there's people who give up on it because, oh, I didn't reach 100 views in this amount of time. I didn't reach 1,000 views. I haven't hit this goal. You gotta stick with it. I've been doing this for 3 years. I have 1.5k subs on YouTube as of now, and just past 170 followers on Twitch after only streaming on Twitch for really a month. So I'm still gonna keep pushing forward. I'm gonna make my goals true, and you guys keep up with your stuff as well. Don't give up. Don't give up. It's a pity seeing a lot of people have been giving up lately. Truthfully. Anywho, moving forward. This War of Mine, good game, not fun to stream. I didn't notice one of my videos got a bunch of views compared to the usual. Yeah, no, it happens. It definitely happens. This game is fun. It's just not fun to stream. It's absolutely not a fun game to stream. For those who don't know this War of Mine, it is you play as the civilians of a war-torn country, and you just have to survive until the war is over, which is like in a month or so. And if you're playing it casually, here's the thing. If you're playing this casually, like, you could easily just barrel through a month pretty simply, and it's not that bad. But playing this on stream, like, where I felt like I had to keep, like, doing things, and that's the thing, is like, after I think like 2 weeks in the game, I had all the materials to last for the rest of the time, so I could just keep skipping days till it was done. Like, because I had impenetrable defenses, I had weapons to keep people fended off. If people were injured, I already was making enough stuff to heal. Like, this last stream, realistically, the end of the run stream, this one right here, it really just should have been me skipping days. The stream should have been over like 20 minutes, but I had to drag it out because that's what it was. It's fun, though. It's fun. It's just not a good game to stream, I don't think. Zero Time Dilemma is a great game. It's my favorite out of that series. It is absolutely my favorite out of the Zero Escape. And it's weird because I know a lot of people don't like Zero Time Dilemma because it changes like a whole lot of things. Because they were deleted from YouTube. Wait, where's episode 2? I know I do have odd tastes. Hold on. Video search. Zero Time Dilemma. Where's part 2? Okay. I don't know why. Let me figure out what's going on there. Well, while we're doing that, seems clear to be a step down for VLR, which part I would like. Here's the thing, I loved Zero Time Dilemma. Because it's just, I feel like there was a lot, it felt like there was a lot more at stake than other games. It felt like there was a lot more at stake. It felt like I love the puzzles. There was just, I loved so much about it. Here we go. That video. There we go. I don't know why that wasn't there. I loved all the characters. Like, a lot of my favorites came back. Clover wasn't back, which was sad. Stake would seem to be trying to make the stakes high. Yeah, the puzzles are great. And yeah, it tries to make the stakes seem very, very high. But I just really enjoyed it. And I loved every single character. Carlos is my favorite, like, by far. Like, Carlos is fantastic. And the thing is, and this is something I discussed with Travis after the fact, when you're playing through Zero Time Dilemma and you get to the end, you feel like, yeah, the stakes are too, hey, Eric is pretty good too. But you get to the end and you're pretty much at the point where, with Zero Time Dilemma, Stakes are super high. It feels kind of weird. Not everything makes sense. And like you get to the final ending, like the final choice of the game, and it leaves it ambiguous, but like it all makes sense, and you kind of feel a little bit satisfied. But the thing is, both Travis and I looked back at it now, like looking at the timeline and looking at how all the game was shaped out to be, and you start realizing that like everything makes sense and everything worked out really well. You just will never realize it unless you play the game again, or you take a deep dive into how all the events played out. And once you take that deep dive, then you kind of start to appreciate it a lot more and understand why it feels like the stakes are super high when really they're not technically that high. I'm trying to be vague just so like for people to play it and whatnot. As you can see though, the ending is set into 3 parts because my internet died while streaming it 3 times. It was crazy. But I personally really like Zero Time Dilemma. Carlos is easily like was my favorite character in Zero Time Dilemma by a long shot. Yeah, and the ending is pretty silly. That's true. But at the same time, like I liked it. I liked the ending and I loved the last part. So it's so good. Also, I think this was back when Super Young Kit. Yeah, this is back in the storage closet. Still have my hair as usual. My headphones falling out apart. Shit. Moving on, Assassin's Creed. No more videos have been removed from the playlist because they were deleted from YouTube. See, I don't understand why it keeps deleting so much shit. I'm gonna... Oops. I'm just gonna go back through because I don't know why part 1's missing for some reason. I don't know why part 1 is missing, but Assassin's Creed was fun to play through. I'm gonna be real. I really did love playing through Assassin's Creed. Oops, that's not the right one. It was good. I think the only issue I had with Assassin's Creed is that the game does not age well. The game absolutely did not age well at all. I'm going to stand by that to the end of time. It did not age well. But at the same time, it was a fun time regardless. I still think that there is more that I'm excited to see what more about the Assassin's Creed series, and like the story is kind of cool, and 100% of the game is actually really awesome too. I don't know. I left the game with a lot of questions and wanting the sequel, so I'll probably go back and play it at some point, like the sequel, Assassin's Creed 2. But I wasn't like the biggest fan of it, so I think it's gonna go right here. All right. My time at Porsche. We did this one and then the Redux. This one where I was so far behind technology-wise that I had to restart the entire game. And then put the Redux, which the Redux is like up here. Yeah, this one right up here. Where this one, we handled things so much better. Not really much to say. It's a good game. It's a good game. There's that sequel that's coming out here soon. I really do enjoy this game, and I honestly say that it's a lot better than Stardew Valley. But it's good. It's good. There we go. So I want them to buy Porsche on the Switch. Hopefully they do. It's a good game. I kind of wish they had co-op. And I do like all the characters. It just, the one thing I don't really like about it is that if you want to complete the game, you have to date and divorce like nearly everybody. Like nearly everybody. And if you do one thing wrong, then you lose everything forever. So that's cool, I guess. But you still have like a lot to do in the game. There's still like a ton you can do in the game. So yeah, it's good. It's a good game. I recommend people play it. I really do. Super Sport Crush, want to do a port show. It's not available on Switch. Gotcha. I gotcha. This game right here, Wargroove. Pirana recommended me it. He really wanted me to play it. He said I would love it because I love Fire Emblem and this tactical game. I tried so hard to like this game. I tried so hard to like this game, and I just didn't. I really didn't. And the reason why I did not like this game is because there is an illusion. There is a full illusion of choice. What I mean by that, or illusion of freedom to do what you want. Because majority of the missions, at least starting off, majority of the missions essentially boil down to, if you don't move your character in this specific way, you will lose. Because the enemies will always go to the same place. At least when I was playing the game. I noticed that every single enemy would usually move or do the same sort of thing every time. And would create the same units every single time. And that's the thing about this game, is you're supposed to create units and you're supposed to like keep building your army up and up and up. This game, if you did not know what it was creating, then you would lose the first round, and then the second round you would know exactly what they were creating and then fight them. And I hated it. I really, not gonna lie, I really dislike this game. Will I go back and play it? Maybe, but I just hated the fact that it, like, everything was so linear, right? There was a mission where it's like you need to escape from a certain place, and it didn't matter about like the percentages of how much is going to hit, if there's going to be a crit or something like that. All that mattered is if you moved to the proper place, then you would be able to win. And if you didn't move to the right place, you would lose. And that's how majority of that game was, is if you did not move to the right place, you would lose. Every time. You didn't have to get lucky. If you moved to the wrong place, you would have to get lucky. But if you move to the right place every single time, you win. Easy as that. There's no strategy. It's just move to the right place. And I dislike it. I really, really do. Press the right button, move to the right place. Exactly. There is one mission that fully showed this, where it's like, it's a 9v9, you against somebody else, and it's like, oh, it's sparring, just make sure you tactics. Literally the guide, because I looked up a guide for it, is move your characters here, they will do this and do exactly this damage, which they do, then move your characters here and fight these, you will win. With no casualties. And it's like, okay. And there's no luck involved into it, either. There's literally no luck. Unless you move somewhere else, and then you have to then you'd hope for the best. And it's just, the fact that there is no variance is just crazy. Compared to Fire Emblem, where you can play the same first level 500 times, and it will be different most of the time. So there's going to be obviously some similarities, but still. I love this game. The only reason, story time, only reason I ended up playing this game on stream for one-off August, where we just played a game and just kind of went through it really quick. Excuse me, there's hair in my eye. Was because I watched Zallard's playthrough, Zallard21, I think, who is a prominent speedrunner for Punch-Out. Saw him play this game at SGDQ, I want to say, or AGDQ, one of the two. Fucking demolished the game. And I wanted to play it. Another of my honestly, another of my proudest video game achievements is beating Nick Bruiser. No strategies. I didn't know how to counter punch. I didn't know how to do most of the stuff in the game. I was really bad at a lot of like the hidden mechanics of the game. And summoning salt. Gotcha. But this definitely was one of my most proud gaming achievements. It's a fun game, and just even without knowing all of like the stuff, figuring out the patterns, I just felt so rewarded figuring out all the patterns. I felt so rewarded. And you know, I did play the game as I think at one point, the week of I, where I just dressed up the entire time. Luscious hair. But the fact that I was able to like piece this all together and then beat everything without losing once was crazy. Like I'm so proud of myself for doing that. I'm so proud. Man, I've played so many games, guys. Holy shit. But that's, you know, I'm having a good time. I hope you guys have been having a good time too. Tetris 99 is a fantastic game and no one can tell me otherwise. Some of the most emotional streams I have ever done. I've played this game a whole lot of times. Holy crap. I fucking love this game, dude. I love Tetris 99. I gotta play it more. I might play it tonight. We'll see. You know, talking about like playing Tetris, but also talking about everything that was going on. Games need narrative types. True. True. I love Tetris 99. I love Tetris in general. And just the fact that most of these Tetris streams have been me... Yeah, well, one, my viewers, like King Chase said, getting better at Tetris just by either watching me or listening to me or taking advice. But me also getting better at the game as time has gone on and just having a fun time. J-Tris? I have not played J-Tris. I have heard about it. I've watched Code Billet's video on it. But I have not. What I will say though is I've definitely talked about a lot of stuff that was been on my mind. I remember these were some of the streams where I talked about the stuff that happened on my birthday of 2019. Through Code Billet? Yeah. Was it 2019? Yeah, 2019 would be that was the year that had the worst birthday of all time. We'll get to that in a bit. But talking about all of that and talking about, you know, everything that was on my mind because I didn't have like an outlet. I didn't have any, like that's the thing I don't think people realize when it came to those Tetris 99 streams is I didn't have people to talk to. When I was originally at the insurance job, I did have friends, but by the latter part of that insurance job, the only people I had were my roommates. And at that point, I didn't have any friends that rate. And then after that, I went to the IT job and I had a few friends there, but like none of them, you know, kind of thought like work has quit. Yeah, true. Well, it wasn't even that. It was just people kept turning people against me and spreading lies at the insurance job. And then the person who spread them was found to be the liar and everyone felt bad, but damage has already been done to me. And then IT job, there was nobody I really connected with except for one person. There was one person I did and she was super chill. But no one else was a gamer, which was weird at an IT company. You'd think that there'd be people, but whatever. And even like the job I have now, like there's only one person I talk to and that's my boss. So like real life wise, I have 0 friends. Or like maybe like 3 like face to face I could see. Would have been 4, but I'm an idiot. So, but I'll worry about that later. Oops. I don't know why I clicked that, but that's okay. That Tetris has been like the point though where I can finally, because normally what you want to do is you want to talk to somebody face to face about what's on your mind, the struggles you're facing, all that sort of stuff. Tetris for me has been that way where I can just kind of speak my mind, and you know, we discuss, we talk, we have a good time. It's just It's a good time. Tetris streams have been a lot of fun. But then you get this day. I need to go back and finish this game. I really do. It's one of my favorite games of all times. Which is weird because no one ever plays it or knows about it. But I'm going to put it right here. Let me just say, this has to be one of the hardest streams I've ever had to do. If I recall correctly, this is April 12th, 2019. We're literally, earlier that same day, I witnessed my former best friend, and also Crush, make out in front of my car with my former manager because I just left the company for all the lies that were being spread about me. And it turns out it was her who was spreading those lies. The worst fucking birthday you can ever have. You Crush kisses your boss. Crush is the reason why you almost got fired from your job from lies. You Crush turned all your friends against you, and your best friend turned your friends against you. And that all happened on your birthday. One of the worst days ever. And I just came home and just played Mega Man X. And just hoped that things got better. Really, real talk, it was just hoping things got better. And I tried. I really tried to go through the entire stream without breaking or anything. And I think there's 2 points where I had to contain myself because I was just remembering what happened earlier that day. The worst birthday I've ever had. But the game is good. We'll play more of that later. Let's fucking go. Lego Batman? Who remembers this shit? I don't know how many people here remember this, but this game is fucking fantastic. We gotta play Lego Batman 2. We'll play Lego Batman 2 hopefully at one point. But oh man, Lego Batman. Dude, the Lego games are just great. The Lego games are just fantastic, and I want to do Lego Star Wars. I want to do Lego Batman 2. There's so much good Lego games. Oh, this one was good too. It's just some of the 100% stuff really sucked. But we 100%ed this game. We actually did fully complete this game and did all the side missions, which the final stuff really kind of sucked. But it was good. I really, really enjoyed this. This was a really good game. I think I was still... Was I still in... Yeah, I was still in the closet. That sounds weird. Let me rephrase that. I was still living in the storage closet at this point. It was a good... Listen, words sometimes are bad. Yeah, this sounds no better. Yeah, physically was living in a closet, okay? But it was when my hair was blonde. Not too much to say about it. It's Lego Batman. It's good. I gotta play more Hitman 2016. I still gotta do Hitman 2, actually. But, we had a lot of fun playing this. There was a lot of, random things that would happen that, it was funny. This game was funny for just all the weird reasons. Running around in a clown suit killing people was great. The systematic destruction of an entire place. I'm gonna put it right here. It's a good game. We need to play more of it though. We do need to play more of it at some point. Hitman 3 is coming out soon, so I should probably finish all the 100% stuff here and then go to Hitman 2. We didn't do any elusive targets, but I don't think they exist anymore. So, but there's some funny stuff we can do. We'll play more of that feature. I'm surprised. This one has 210 views. I'm still one of the only people who have actually played through and beat this game. I got it. Don't worry about mod, by the way, King Cheese. I got it because I'm watching chat the entire time. I still apologize to this day about having this game take as long as it did. I really, really do apologize for how long this took. This is a great game. It is one of Spike Chunsoft games that people ignored purely, and I do mean purely, because it wasn't Danganronpa 4. And that sucks, right? That absolutely fucking sucks that this game did not give the time of day for most people because it was not Danganronpa 4. But god damn it, this game was fucking great. Yeah. I'm still gonna hold by the fact that stages 5 and 6 are the weakest in the game. Because stage 5, Rio stage, really like dropped the ball story-wise, and same with 6, Rico stage. And it mainly focused on the story of the overarching story compared to those specific characters, and I really wanted to know more about those characters, you know? Remember the disappointing end? True. This game? Are you saying that Zanki Zero had a disappointing end? I'm gonna say that all the stages were really strong except for 5 and 6. 5 and 6 were really, really bad. Because it really just didn't worry about it. What I will say is that the final boss in Zanki Zero is a letdown. Purely because of the one mechanic that suddenly happens and you're like, oh, I can easily just take care of this. And everyone got to witness when I streamed it, how broken the final boss was. As far as the ending of the game goes, I'm going to be honest, I really, really liked the ending. It definitely gave us kind of a sequel hook, I'm going to be honest. It definitely gave us like a sequel hook. But I really liked it. I really liked the ending. I really liked the full story. It's just, I feel bad that I waited an entire year to finish it. Such a good game. Such a good game. Play that game. It's Death Road to Canada. Do I really need to say anything about Death Road to Canada? Like, Gas Gang. This game is great. This game is absolutely great. We do need to go back and play more of it in the future. I'll make some more people for it. I have to probably redo a lot of stuff. This game is great. I don't really have anything else I could really say about it. It's just, it is a really good game. And a lot of memes and such have been made, as King Cheese said, Gas Gang, and me killing people accidentally in the game. So, but this was a good one. This is a good one. Gotta go back to it. All right, I need to go back to Bloodstained. Bloodstained has a randomizer now. I need to play it. This was a game that I actually very much enjoyed. And I actually did better at this game than I thought I would have. I actually was expecting to be really bad at this game because I'm not super good at Metroidvanias and such. I've only played Castlevania, Aria of Sorrow. No worries, Cassie. But this one was actually super good. And I gotta do hard mode and then the full 100% of like quests and everything. And you know what? The character, she cute as a button, not gonna lie. A lot of the characters are super adorable. The fucking nun who has tits the size of the moon. Like, Jesus Christ. There's some good ones. Sengetsu is pretty cool as well. I think this is a really good game. This is a really, really fun game. Some of the bosses were annoying. Some of the bosses absolutely were annoying to fight. Like, I really disliked some of the bosses. But there's some that were pretty fun. Good stuff. Okay. The story mode of this game is great. People coming into the chat and demanding I play their level. Fuck them. Like, literally demanding to play the level. And then getting pissed when I don't want to do it. Or I don't finish it because I don't care. Fuck them. People complaining that I'm not doing viewer levels. Fucking hell, shut up. Or Dancing Monkey, apparently. But by far, the versus stuff was fun. When I played this with Yellow Kazoo, was a lot of fun. And when it was Cube, Word, and myself playing just us three, by far some of the funniest moments ever. Even if Word stopped having fun after like a few, like an hour or so, because Word kept losing significantly. Word is very good at a few games and not all of them. Having Cube, Word, and I all playing these games and just having like a race and just having so much fun, that is the highlight of this game and the story mode. But having people demand constantly and doing just trollish levels and dickhead levels and like all that sort of stuff, when I'm not somebody who plays Mario Maker a ton, it was just too much. Will I go back to it? Maybe, but I've already done pretty much everything there is to do in that game. Just gotta get to S rank. That's, yeah. I'm not gonna put Monster Hunter World on the list just because this was just me chilling. I played Monster Hunter World a lot when it came out, and then I stopped because this is where I met Ku and Sun, because I played Blaze and I would play Monster Hunter World together, and then Ku and Sun joined us a little bit later. And then I continued on to play it for quite some time. But I want to play Monster Hunter Rise. I definitely do want to when that comes out. It's just when it comes to Monster Hunter World, it's a good game. It's the same thing with a lot of other games that I've said numerous times on this list. It's such a big time investment, and I would love to do it if I was doing streaming full-time and content creation full-time. I would love to just do like a 12-hour stream of just Monster Hunter World. I'd still love to when we hit that point. But right now, it's not feasible. And that's the thing I'm worried about with Rise is I want to play Rise a ton. I want to get into it and have a good time. But the only way I think I'm ever going to be able to do that is if I was streaming full time. Which, once again, that's pretty far off right now. But I love Monster Hunter World. Don't get me wrong. It's a fun game. This is another good series. This is another good series that I don't think gets the appreciation that it deserves. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3. It is a great game. It is definitely a very good game. Yeah, I'm putting it right there. It's a fun game. We played that with Dumo. Dumo, longtime friend of the channel, longtime friend of just period. This was definitely so much fun to play. and just playing all the characters and going through the story. It's pretty easy. It was definitely a very easy game. It wasn't like super crazy or anything. And I've heard like its little battle pass thing that they do is literally like just repeats. So it's not that big of a deal or anything. But like, and having Merrick join. Merrick was definitely like just focused on like kind of running through the game. Meanwhile, you had Dumo and I just messing around. Having Hulk as a freaking schoolgirl, like anime schoolgirl was hilarious. Like there's some good shit. There's some good shit. This is a good series too. Recommend watching this one as well and support Dumo. He's over still on YouTube. It just was a good time. I will say the little like there was that there's something they added where it's like kind of multiplayer PvP based, which just didn't matter because as long as you finished it, literally most people would just AFK and just wait for it to end to get their points, which was valid to do. But the story of it was pretty cool. And I'm not even that big of a Marvel fan. It was pretty cool. I'll finish this game eventually. I'll finish this game eventually. I'll finish this game eventually. 346 views, really? How many people want to watch me play this game? Not many people watch it when it comes out, but oh my gosh, I am so bad at this game. Like, it's a good game. I love it. It's fantastic. I am just really, really bad at continuing this game. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You'll get to it eventually. It's a fun game. I like all the characters. I like all the houses. The DLC is pretty awesome too. There's a lot of cool stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff in this game. And we have to do a lot of paralogs and support conversations. We'll get back to this. I'm sorry. It's many things though. It must be a huge game. It is. It's a very big game. Like, here's the thing. With Fire Emblem Three Houses, it is a huge game. There's a lot of stuff to do. There's 4 different path lines of story. There's the DLC, which I've already done. Yeah, get to back to list. So here's the thing. Before I continue further, let me explain why there is a big to get back to list. The big reason why there is such a big to get back to list is because I honestly get sidetracked and I just lost. It's not like I don't have fun with the games and I stop and go from there. It's just more that people, like, I think about this game and I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to play this game. And I play it and completely leave behind another game. Which is not something that you really should do, but it's what happens to me so many times. It's happened before I started streaming as well. Like, I'll play a game and then I'll be like, you know what, maybe I want to play this game for a little bit. And I get so sidetracked that I'd spend like maybe 100 hours in the game I'm just playing. And then like a year later, I'll be like, shit, I forgot to finish that game. Oh, I should probably go back. It's an issue with me. It's not anything to do like stream-wise or anything. It's just, I get so sidetracked when it comes to games that I should finish the games that I'm playing right now, which is what I'm trying to do, which is why I'm trying to finish, you know, Cyberpunk, Hades stuff technically. You know, there's still a lot of the stuff up here. Like, we finished Age of Calamity, so now I can move on to something else. But I want to finish those before we kind of move back. But then again, now I'm in Genshin and Dead by Daylight. I have achievements I still need to get. And there's the archives there, and then there's Fall Guys. Like, there's quite a lot of stuff, but I will get through them. I will go back and get through them. That's why a lot of, like, this year for now, for 2021, I'll talk about it at the end, like I said. But for 2021, I want to go back and start getting a lot of these games taken care of, while also slowly starting some new games, like Strikers when it comes out, and is it Strikers? I think it's Strikers. Persona 5 Strikers, P5S, whatever it is. There's a lot, but we will get there. We will get there. Continuing on. This one's not going on the list. It's DC Universe Online. I started playing it on the Switch because so many people were interested in potentially playing it on the Switch, and the Switch version sucks. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. I used to play a lot of DC Universe on PC. I used to invest. I think I played it for about a year. It was a ton of fun. I've had multiple different heroes at max. But it just... It's not a fun game on Switch. That's all there is to say about that one. All right, King Cheese, this is your time. The series where King Cheese joins the community. This is the original Binding of Isaac. This is not Rebirth. We'll get to Rebirth in the future. But this is the original stream for Binding of Isaac that King Cheese first joined in on. A lot of people actually joined in on Isaac streams, weirdly enough. A lot of like more prominent people. Yeah, you didn't even know. You joined in off of Squidman's raid. And that was the weird thing, is to later ones, Flash would survive into Flash. True. Very true. And that's the weird thing with this, is like, I'm still missing one item. I don't really care, because it's still technically 100%. It's weird. But, channel, but he explains how he programmed it. Interesting. Interesting. With this game, though, this is a weird series. The game itself is a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. I love Binding of Isaac. I can't wait to play some Rebirth or Resurgence or whatever it's called now. Afterbirth. There's so many different names. It's a good series. It's fun. I love all the randomness. I love roguelikes. So on and so forth. A lot of fun jokes came from it. You know, Vian's bra. The mom's bra, powerful strategies. Random synergies and such, which we did really well. Doing no damage runs. Like, we did some crazy stuff. But the weirdest thing is Binding of Isaac in more recent times has been... If you got all but one item in a few streams. So it's branded though. True, but like we always talked about a whole lot of stuff. Like, I'm always somebody who's down talking. How many I'm over like a few hundred streams, right? Well, there's a lot of them. I always can find something to talk about. I can always find something to talk about. But in this game, we weirdly enough got a huge growth of subs playing this game. And it's not because like people liked Binding of Isaac. It's the fact that back then, like Squidman, Vasco, I think, Vian at some point for some reason. Or no, Vian was part of Korra's raid. Korra. I think Siren raided as well. Like, a lot of people who played Splatoon would raid me playing Binding of Isaac, which was weird because they're all like family friendly and just want to they want to keep things family friendly, which I'm definitely not. But they would just go on Binding of Isaac when we're fighting Mom or Mom's heart or the womb, like a bunch of stuff that's like really fucked up. And it was so weird. It was super, super weird how many people would continually sub through Binding of Isaac through these raids because of Binding of Isaac. It's so weird. It's a fun series, but yeah, it just, there's some crazy shit that happened. Baba joined in from this too, like if I recall correctly. People raid a game. Yeah, no, I definitely didn't change like how I talk. Like, I still cursed and alluded to everything. But it was just so weird to me that they kept raiding this game. Like, it wouldn't be Splatoon, it wouldn't be Dead by Daylight back then, it wouldn't be anything else. It would be this game. It was so weird. Stringent. I think you're actually part of the WCBY City part, Jigsaw. Either that or it's one of the... It's one of these early ones of like either Thrillville or Battle Block. Actually, no, it might have even been like the co-op with Moon or Far Cry. It's one of those super early ones. But yeah, Binding of Isaac is fun. There's a lot to talk about. Astral Chain, I'm going to agree with my good friend, not really good friend, but Captain Astronaut. This game deserves so much love. This game deserves so much more love. This game is fun. This game is crazy. This game is fantastic. It just didn't grab people's interest as much as it probably should have. It is such a good game, despite how mature it is. True. Nope. Yeah, I know, Katana. Astral Chain is a fun game. I really, really did enjoy this game. And the story was good too. The story was definitely good. There's just some things where it's like, I don't know. There's some things about this game. The only issues I really have with it is that it gets randomly really difficult for no reason, even if you're playing on like an easy difficulty and such. Like makes no sense. But all of a sudden it's like, yeah, by the way, here's a really difficult boss fight. It's like, what? No, please. But like the ending was good. The villain was good. A lot of the side quests were good too. Like it's good. I do have to go back and redo a lot of stuff, but other than that, yeah. All right, let's get this out of the way. Let's get this out of the way. There's Sheeple. Sheeple's back. I was waiting for the stream before we came back to bring back Sheeples. The game that brought Sheeple. The game that caused Sheeple to be such a big part of this community. Also, side note, I know that the music is super calming. It's because it's Genshin. Pretty recent. Well, it's not 2020. It's more... This started on September 3rd, 2019, because I just got because the collector's edition came out for full body, and I just love the plush. Like what ended up happening is I just love the plush, and I remember Cassie really liked it, Sparks liked it, and King Cheese liked it as well. Gosh, he's barking so much downstairs. But I think what ended up happening, and I think if I recall correctly, what happened with Sheeple, there was all of the sheep that are in the dream in Catherine, and we all, of course, they're obviously Sheeple. They're obviously that. So we compared it to the plush, and from then, you know, it's wow, I fucked up that title. I'm used to use Shaun the Sheep. Yo, Shaun the Sheep is great. And yeah, Sheeple, it's just weird because, like, you know, the tattoo is that I have on my arm is a wolf. But yeah, it's a small Sheeple. But I think the thing that for me, and I don't think Cassie's gonna mind. I'm not gonna go into specifics, but I remember a time, like I said, I'm not gonna give too many specifics, where Cassie was going through some hard times, and used a sheep. I used Sheeple to try to cheer her up. And I remember, like, I guess that must have stuck with her, because, you know, she's a big fan of Sheeple now, and, you know, uses it to cheer herself up and such. But, you know, that's something that sticks out of my mind, is, like, she was going through some hard times, and just the fact that of just a cuddly sheep, just cheering people up. It was nice. Your fans are sheep following a wolf? I mean, I guess. You're not going to be eaten. I'm a friendly wolf, I swear. Sheeple beep, sheeple bop, welcome to the Sheeple shop. True. But yeah, like, as far as the game goes, too, Sheeple, like, I'm about to call the game Sheeple. What the fuck? Don't I get overheated wearing coat indoors? This room's actually 60 degrees right now, Fahrenheit. My room, for some reason, is the coldest room in the house. So that's why I don't want mine wearing a coat. If I go outside this room, yes, it gets really hot. But in this room is cold. It's freezing cold. As far as Catherine goes, Catherine Full Body, it's a great game. We do need to go back to it, as with all the other games as well. I'm just surprised I got the Rin true ending first, which was weird. And I really do like the Rin ending. This is the remake. Here, the remake is lame. So this is the remake. I think the reason why the remake probably is lame to some people, I don't have any issues with it, but it's definitely like the Rin endings probably hit people the wrong way. I'm not going to spoil much about Rin. I'm not really going to spoil anything. But it takes a highly topical subject, right? They changed the cutscenes for non-Rin endings too. I haven't seen those yet. I do want to check those out. But for the Rin ones in particular, there was a thing when it came to Rin where it took something that's very topical in society. It's something that, you know, I've talked about on streams numerous times about just the things about it, both good and bad. And they kind of turned it into more of a joke for Ren's ending than it should have been. It should have remained serious and should have been completely like truthful sort of thing. I understand because of stuff with Catherine with the C and Catherine with the K, especially Catherine with the C. Like we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I know what happens there. But with Rin, it's like it should have just been Rin and Vincent being together and being happy, and then it adds the other layer on top of it, and it feels like it diminishes the entire message. That's my take. Other than that, though, it's a great game. It's definitely a really difficult game. I'm gonna put it right here. It's a good game, but it definitely, yeah. Sea of Thieves. It's serious things. Some of the other parts get diminished by some non-serious tone with Rin ending. Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. But like I said, I'll get to more of that in the future, hopefully. Sea of Thieves. I'm gonna be real. Like, I haven't talked to Cora in a while. Last time I talked to her was Christmas, actually, or before Christmas. I miss talking with Cora. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I know, like, her channel blasted off because of Animal Crossing. She has to hard focus Animal Crossing, family friendly, Splatoon, like all that sort of stuff. She just hit 100K subs. Like, no, when I met Cora, she was at like 3K. So it's amazing, like how much her channel blasted off. It's great. Hell, she could do YouTube and Twitch full time now with that amount of like support and such. I think she has been. Like, that's fucking awesome. But I'm gonna be completely real, I absolutely miss playing Sea of Thieves with Cora. We're gonna be playing Sea of Thieves with Cuban Doge in the future. We absolutely will be playing this with Cuban Doge in the future. But, you know, as much as I felt super bad for this stream, because Cora was tired and I was like the child that's like, oh, 5 more minutes, and it lasted like 3 hours. I felt so bad for this stream. But the other streams, like, we had a ton of fun. We had an absolute blast. And like our friendship, you know, we playing this game was just amazing. It was such a fun time. And yeah. But for this stream in particular, like, I was just a bad influence in this one because she was tired, she had work, and I was like, oh, just like 5 more minutes, and it turned into 3 hours, and it was just bad. It was just 10 more minutes, yeah. Like there's got to be a stopping point, and like after this stream, I knew that there was a stopping point. She said she had a lot of fun with it, and once again, I hope like there comes a time where she would want to play this game again. Like, I'd be down. Like I said, I know Cuban Doge really want to, so we are gonna probably play this together, maybe with one more. But yeah, this was fun to play with Cora. I miss talking to Cora. I really, really do. Like, she was super chill. She was super awesome. All right, Katone, here's your game. AI the Somnium Files. $560 views? How? It's been a while since I've looked at these playlists, guys. Like, the Viva Pinata stuff surprised me. There's a few of them that surprised me. 560 views for AI the Somnium Files? Damn, guys, that's crazy. This was a great game. I hate the fact that it got review bombed to all hell. You surprised it's that low? Keep in mind, I should be that many per video. I would hope, but I think, yeah, like it's 417 here. Like, hey, my hair is up again. I remember, kids, porn saves lives. It does. It does. It's a great game. I'm gonna take my hat off because my hair is my hat started to hurt. Still likes the game though. He's just drawing attention to Metacritic failing. Response. True. I mean, he responded on Nico B's thing. Travis was talking to me about it. This game is fantastic and great. I love every part about this game. I love every single character in this game. Mizuki's great, Oda's great, Aset's great, Date is great, Boss, Aiba, even like the ultimate bad guy of the series, right? It's just fantastic. It is a really, really good game. Is it my favorite? I don't know. We'll get to that later. It was a very great time, and especially during, like, I had that drought, right, where for those who were around during this time, like, I really wanted to play more visual novels. I really wanted to play a lot more games and really wanted to do more, and I was scared to start like a visual novel because I think that would have been the first one, not including Catherine, but that was the first novel since Zero Time Dilemma that I played with like all that sort of stuff. And like Zero Time Dilemma, VLR, and 999 didn't do good like channel wise, which I didn't entirely care about, but I still wanted to grow the channel and everything. And the fact that so many people started watching Somnium Files was great. Z. It's like DDD. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when we get there. I still say Aset's my favorite character. Mizuki's a close second, and Date. They're like kind of tied. I still like Oda. Katone, I still like Oda. Don't worry. True. And like this is all like good practice in like the future. So I played this game with Blaze, and then I played it on my own. And I need to replay this game. I want to restart the game, play it again from the beginning because Blaze is not gonna be around to play it. I don't have too much to say about Code Vein right now. I am gonna put it on the list, but it's not gonna be too high, I'm gonna be honest. Right here, just because I haven't seen too much of it. It looks like really fun, and what we played was a lot of fun, but there was just so many issues with the co-op and such, and I just didn't understand anything that I was doing because we kind of just skimmed right through everything, which wasn't the greatest, but we will be going back to Code Vein too. I'm sorry, go back to all of it. Hi, Benny. How's it going? Dude. This game. It's a very well made game. but I almost pissed myself playing this game. I'm gonna be real. For those who remember who were there for this game, me shaking, like just literally standing still, just shaking and just being super terrified. Me panicking on like some of the stuff, even the final thing, which was not supposed to be scary at all, terrifying the fuck out of me. I don't do well with scary games. I think that's why people like watching the scary games, but I literally don't do well with it at all. Especially when people were like, play Phasmophobia VR, and I was like, no, please no. Yeah, I was shaking. I was on the ground for like 15 minutes at some point. Like, chat was just like, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm not, but I'm finishing this game. Like, there were some things that this was definitely one of the scariest games I've ever played. It's not a bad game, don't get me wrong, but I literally could not like get up for some time because I was like terrified. Literally terrified by this game. I kept seeing the dog in my dreams. It was that scary to me. But I had a heart attack over it. I almost did, I'm gonna be honest. Super Mario Galaxy. Yeah. This came towards the end. Yeah. Because like the last few endings that I needed were not scary. So Super Mario Galaxy is fun. I mean, let's be real. This game has been done to the ground. I only finished the Mario part. I want to do Luigi at some point. Yeah. Yeah. Sheepily, Sheeple welcome to the Sheeple Shop. That's pretty much where that came from. Yeah, we'll play Luigi's part of this later. Also, our good old 20-minute stream of me playing. This is the stream I was referencing earlier when I said I played through it, like fighting through the sickness. We're literally, I know internet went out, but I think this was also these two streams. I was so sick and just like not feeling well, but I just powered through it and did like a 2.5 hour. We'll go back and play Luigi later. Speaking of Luigi, Luigi's Mansion. This game was surprisingly easy. Like 100%ing this game was really easy. At least like all gems and everything. Obviously the other stuff I have to do is all like multiplayer based, but the multiplayer is also easy as well. It just playing with people who don't know what they're doing is just crazy. Is made for kids. Yeah, but like let's be real. Listen, I'm a big kid. Anywho, Scarescraper Final's chill. He kind of goes over the top at some stuff, and I don't talk to him since I'm no longer friends with Zombie anymore. Which that's another thing entirely, which I don't know. I have no issues with Zombie. Side note, I literally have no issues with Zombie. I just didn't want to be part of the group anymore. And then one person in that group took it so out of left field. Like, so out of left field. But also Zombie's fiance, right? Zombie. She hates me. So I'm sorry I teach things sternly. So anywho, Luigi's Mansion 3. It's okay. I like Luigi Mansion 1 and Dark Moon better. Gonna be completely honest. Like I think it's okay, but I don't think it's that great. I'm gonna be real. I'm about to be consensually touched by leaves. Who knows? Because they were deleted from YouTube. Which ones have been deleted? Who fucking knows? 67, 18, 19, 20. Look at all these Dead by Daylight streams. I don't like this game at all. No, I'm just kidding. Fucking love this game. Meeting Hunk. Listen, like, there's been so many good, fun streams here. like, and just meeting, we met Hunk. Keep in mind, Dead by Daylight, we've met some people who are now very prominent in the communities, which I'm so proud that they are. Like Hunk is like the big one, obviously. Hunk is like one of my good friends and like somebody that I'm so grateful to have met. You know, we got to play, like, Hunk then met Cube, and like just all three of us are really good friends. I don't think Hunk has met Doge, but trust me, if Hunk met Doge, like, us four would be just like fucking unstoppable. You know, also meeting Yuki. I haven't talked to her in a while because I think she's been super busy. But like Yuki, meeting Corgi Greyhound, like Corgi is such a good person. They say good dog. I'm just like, that's not entirely true. I'm seeing 131. That's what it is. Well, let me go find it. Time to find stream 131. But for real, like, meow. We found people to cook today. Yeah, there's just there's been so much good shit from this game. Meeting Honk, meeting Yuki, meeting Corgi. I still want to play this game with Yuki again at some point because she was so much fun to play games with. And just, let's be real, the fucking, like, great shit that was Huntress and Legion and that conversation. Oh, so good. And of course, we've been still streaming it here. I still have some VODs I gotta get up as time. 238 views, nice. And even though, like, Kayla, like, we also played this with Kayla Panda, and her and I did have some issues with Dead by Daylight, because I'm very critical of those who play in controller, and I'm also, once again, wasn't, I guess, maybe the nicest to Zombie, who was trying to learn the game, but she seemed more interested in just messing around than actually playing. Like, with that sort of stuff, you know, I was not the happiest with. But there's been, I think all of the good with playing Dead by Daylight outweighs the bad. And 160 plus streams of this game, like, I can't say enough good about this game. I've played the game since alpha, and here we are, so much time later, that it's still such a prominent feature on both my YouTube and Twitch stuff, you know? I know a lot of people watch the streams, watch my streams from, you know, YouTube, or from Twitch now, like for Dead by Daylight. And hey, as War said earlier, I'm probably one of the only people who try to help both the survivors and the killer, so that way at least they have more fun in the future. It's been good times. And going from a great game to something that is utterly shit for all of the right reasons, I'm going to be honest. Pokemon Sword. All right. Good things with Pokemon Sword. Our team being a fucking badass and having a sheep as our starter. Bad with it. How uninspiring it is to get a shiny Pokemon in a game. I am gonna be hot take. Hit's hot takes right here. I fucking hate shiny Pokemon now because of this game. I fully hate shiny Pokemon because there's no fucking point to them anymore. There is a legitimate 0 point to shinies now. I've heard about what happens in the new DLC, right? The Crown Tundra, I think is what it is. And I've heard about how ridiculously easy it is to get shinies. Like, supremely easy it is to get shinies. I get reminded on Twitter, and I see it like in random streams I'll like pop into, how they're like not even at like 100 or 200 unless it's like a legendary or something because they're weird or something, where they're like, oh, it's 30, hey, here's our shiny, hey, this is 63, here's a shiny. And leading up to that, they get like 15 shinies of different Pokemon up to that point. There is no fucking reason to say shiny Pokemon are rare anymore. I'm going to be completely honest. This game alone has given 0 reason to wanting a shiny Pokemon other than a palette swap. Way back when, shinies used to be rare. You used to feel really good about getting a shiny. You know, you get to show to your friends when you were younger that you got a shiny Pokemon. It's a different color. You used to brag about all that, right? Now it's, hey, I just randomly got 3 shinies in a day. I didn't really get the one that I wanted, so I hate all 3 of them. It's like, fucking be grateful. You got fucking 3 shinies in a day. But it's so easy to get shiny Pokemon in this game now that I honestly really dislike it as a result. I really, really do dislike the game. And I know there's some streamers and some people that I know who have gotten big because of shiny hunting and such. Good for them. You know, more power to them. They do what they want to do. I'm just saying from my perspective, it feels like having a shiny Pokemon is not something super rare that you want to show off. It's now just something else you should grind for. And can easily get. Regardless. But for like in the past, 1 in 4,000 chance, maybe 1 in 1,000, depending on a few other factors. Now it's, I'm going to do this mission. Here's 5 Pokemon. One of them's probably shiny. Hey, look, here's one that's shiny. Yay! Thanks, Dory. Hope you've been well. Hope you've been well. Just missed me dissing on Pokemon for minutes, so. Identity 5. Identity 5. I'm gonna put it right here. So once again, not gonna say anything like bad about like there's nothing bad to say about Siren. Like I said, I still want to be friends with Siren. That whole thing, that whole shebang is what it is. I really, really want all of the killers in this game to be in Dead by Daylight at some point. Well, the stream is going well. It's been going good. Just talking, having a good time. Having a good time. So yeah. Reflecting on all the games I've played in the past. But yeah, Identity 5. I really wish for one day for all of the killers that are in this game to go to Dead by Daylight in some way, shape, or form in the future. I would love to go up against the photographer in Dead by Daylight. I would love to go up against the Dreamweaver. You know, I'd love to go up against the twins, the other twins, not the twins that are in Dead by Daylight now. You know, I would love to go up against the freaking robot that drops the bombs everywhere. Because that shit's scary. That shit actually is scary. Going up against the clown looking guy with the rocket. And the killers in Identity 5 are so much different. Except for whatever is Hellraiser. Whatever that guy was. Like he's just normal or something. But like the killers and even like the little bit of like the skill based stuff for the survivors super good. That stuff I have no problems with. But the fact that you get more points for camping, and that no matter what you do, if there is a little bit of latency and you get hit while you're doing something, whether it's jumping through a thing, dropping a pallet, doing a cipher, like if you're in the middle of an action, any action in Dead by Daylight, you take a hit, take a hit and then run away. In this game, you take a hit and you're immediately dead. Like just dead right there. No ifs, ands, or buts. And I really dislike it. I really, really fucking dislike that. The fact that killers pretty much have every means to camp and win is just crazy to me. And I know that the other side of it is, oh, just don't get hit. Well, like, there is some crazy ass shit that some of the killers can do where there's no choice but to get hit. Like, it was fun playing with Siren and doing the surprise for Siren just to cheer Siren up after like some crazy stuff. It was nice. It was awesome to see. But the game is terrible. Hey, thanks, Cameo. Happy anniversary, Happy New Year. Happy New Year as well. And thank you. Appreciate it. Hope you've been well. We're pretty much almost at the top of all this. Holy crap. I'm going. How long have we been going right now? We're going for 4 hours, y'all. 4 hours. And we're almost done. Crazy. Stream highlights I don't really need to say too much about. I'm proud of how the highlights turned out. I've dropped the ball pretty much when it comes to that. Hyrule Warriors Adventure Mode, it's the same stuff. It's just grinding. I don't really need to say too much about it. There was the thing with Genma though that we did. There was the one stream where he popped in. That was fun. I like the adventure modes of Hyrule Warriors. I think it's fun. Do I have to say anything about Spore? Do I have to say anything about Spore? Do I really have to say anything about Spore? Narzapal. That's all I really need to say is Narzapal. Our butt creature. Our fucking butt creature. Spore didn't age well. I'm gonna be real with y'all. Spore did not age well at all. But I do really like I do really like the game. I do really like the game. It's just I don't think it aged well at all. And there's just not that much that keeps the game going. I know there's still the Darkspore Resurrection Capsule. I hope Darkspore comes back at some point. It would be a lot of fun. I know they're still working on it. But there's not too much I can really say about that. Limitation program coding, yeah. That's true, or that's true. I liked it when it came out. I definitely really loved it when it came out. Just playing back through it, it's just kind of a letdown. Or 28. What an amazing game. What an amazing game this game is. Forgot the finale. Yeah, I figured. Scramble coffee. Where did you find the, yeah. Oh, that's because, yeah, the reason for the finale being gone is because of the remember the thing, the takedown for a little bit, because I thought it was streaming the anime. That's why. I can see why this game is considered the best, the hands down best visual novel in all of Japan. There's so many great moments of this game. Every character was lovable. Every character was great. The minor characters were great. Every ending was fantastic. Every joke ending was fantastic. Everything got explained to such deep detail. The final, the ending, the secret endings, the creepy endings. Every single thing was done so well. I think the only thing I did not like about the game is the secret ending to get the rainbow bookmark. That ending, that storyline itself was kind of weird, gonna be real, though I love like the hidden things because of it. But other than that, like everything is just, it's just great. Every part of it. Mino and Kuze. Well, this was Kuze, if I recall correctly. Kuze was the really high voice because he said the. And then Norikawa here was this voice, right? Just gonna write down everything, and like that was, I think that was Norikawa. I found out that Slow Beef really likes the game. He's one of the original Let's Players of all of YouTube and Let's Play in general. He likes this game a ton. It's cool. The comedy and drama are such a roller coaster. True. But and that's the thing, is like there's some games that just like to be comedic for just the hell of it, and like it just doesn't fit in. But for some reason this game has you just so emotionally enveloped and wrapped up in it that it's so like, you don't, when it changes tone, yeah, it juggles it so well and it changes tone, you don't like dislike it or anything. You just like, you look at it like, yeah, that's how it worked. Oh my gosh. Like you go from laughing to crying in like 2 seconds. And you're like, you know what? That makes sense. And there's other games that try that and fail terribly. And this game just does it. It deserves the title of probably the best visual novel of all time. And once again, the reason people have not played it in US is because it's not Danganronpa 4. They announced this game being made for the US as well as Zonky Zero alongside like one of their live streams, and people in the chat. I remember watching Weeby and Nico B talk about it, and I was watching this live stream live as well. People in chat would not stop complaining that there was no Danganronpa 4 announcement. And that's, I think, why this game did so bad in US. This game, as it says on the freaking playlist, like once we get bigger following and such, we will play through this game again, and I will do my damnedest to make sure people like purchase the game, because this game is great. It is fantastic. A beautiful, beautiful game. Absolutely great. Then you go to Skullgirls. And Skullgirls is okay. It's okay. It's a fighting game. I'm really bad at fighting games. Listen, I like all the girls in the game, but I'm really bad at fighting games. I'm gonna put it right here. I think this game just kind of got bad for me just because I'm so bad at fighting games, and that's probably why I'm not the biggest fan. But you know, some of them are pretty good. I still have to do all those challenges. That's all I can say about that game. Super Mario Odyssey. did some crazy ass shit with this game. I did some absolute chaos and cool maneuvers in this game. Truthfully. I think his game is good. I think it is a good game. But I just think that it's also a very easy game. And also a game that, like, I don't really know how to feel about it. I really just don't know how to feel about it. I think I had such an easy time with this game, and there was just not too much to really worry about. Even the hard challenge at the end was just easy. Because I just did some stupid shit. Like, it wasn't terrible. But I don't think it was that good either. I think this game is probably something that was overhyped, if I'm being honest. This game is beautiful. I was expecting to hate Katawa Shoujo. I'm not gonna lie. I was fully expecting to hate Katawa Shoujo. And I came away loving it. I actually really did like the game. I actually liked it a lot. Then you switch players, except true. That's true, War. That's true for Odyssey. This game is great. This game is great. Potter? Listen, I don't really like Kenji in this game. Kenji's annoying, but the story, like, we've only played one story, and I do need to go, once again, as usual, back and play the other stories. Emmy's story, I was not expecting to be hit in the feels as much as as it was, right? Starting off, like, the prologue was whatever, didn't care. But then going through Emmy's route and dating Emmy in the game, sure, there was sex scenes and everything, and, you know, that sort of stuff, and trying anal, which was interesting. Also, I just realized that it says part 4 twice because I'm stupid, but whatever. But the whole underlying story of Emmy and doing everything you can to cheer her up and to convince her to keep running, but also worry about herself and take care of herself is I'm gonna fix this here real quick, but it definitely, like, it's such a good one. It's such a good game series. I want to play more of it. I want to see how the other ones are. I really do. I haven't shown off my Monster Prom Collector's Edition. I'm going to do that at some point. This game is a trip. This game is absolutely a trip. It is, this game is a trip that I just love to death. I can't wait to play Monster Camp. I do own it. And I know Cube wants to play this game again. Adori says she wants to play this game again. Hunk wants to play this game. Heck, we even played all of the, we did that spreadsheet that I still have and I still need to finish. All of the stuff that goes on in this game is great. It's great. I can't get enough of this game. It's great. Just all the craziness and the ending. Oh, man. It's also weird finding a game, like a dating game, that is so good. And, like, the multiplayer aspect too. Now, admittedly, Monster Prom multiplayer, like this multiplayer, sucks. Main reason it sucks is because it doesn't matter who you date. You have to date people in a specific order. And if people mess up, then things just kind of go bad. It's really weird. But other than that, like, it's I still have a lot of fun. And yes, Dory, we do got to play it. At some point, we got to play it. Another game I haven't finished because we got to the point in the game that I hate. And I was like, nope, I think we're done with this for right now. This is not a bad game. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, especially the remake, honestly is not a bad game. I literally just stopped this game at the part of the game that I don't like. Because I played the original. I played the original a ton. And going through, yeah, I made my chins off. True. This game, when you get to like the chase scenes, essentially, it's just bad. You get thrown for a loop, and unless you grinded beforehand, you're fucked. Like, you're just straight fucked. And I know I'm fine, and I can continue on and finish this game. But there's just so much, like, no. I will finish it. I hate the part that I'm on right now. And that's the only reason it stopped, is because I just didn't want to play that part. I'm not going to say a lot about this game. I really am not. Once again, kudos to Cora for making an amazing fucking channel based off of Animal Crossing. Like, awesome. I think this game was a huge letdown. I'm gonna be honest. I think this game was honestly a huge letdown. I'm gonna put it right here. It felt incomplete. This game felt incomplete. I love the little, like, quality of life stuff, you know, villagers, like the villagers. I haven't played this game since this final stream down here, and honestly, I could turn on my Switch, plug in the game, all my villagers would still be there. Like, that quality of life is great, right? Getting the pictures, great. Got a sheep, awesome. Meeting Foxy because my turnips prices were fantastic. Having Tom Ska, fucking ASDF movie, Tom Ska, go to my island because of the radishes. Mind-blowing. But better than that, meeting Foxy through Animal Crossing New Horizons. Someone who is... Did something get deleted from this? I just realized that 18's missing for some reason. The prediction of Biscuit was beautiful. For those who don't know, Biscuit being my all-time favorite Animal Crossing character, and me just wishing to get Biscuit and getting Biscuit was amazing. Is that 18? Yeah, it's 18. Like, all of that stuff was crazy. Say give it pretty decent. Yeah, no, it definitely helped a lot of people through the lockdowns and everything. I'm not a big fan. I think even though it helped a lot of people through all the stuff, it just really felt like a letdown. I'm gonna be real. For some reason, stream 18 is gone. I don't know why. That's weird. Oh, somebody can find it. That'd be cool. Bye, Jigsaw. Take it easy. Take it easy. It definitely helped people get through lockdowns, but for those of us, I guess, like myself, who've been playing Animal Crossing since, like, GameCube and whatnot, and even though I missed a few games, I feel like this game was honestly a huge letdown. I'm gonna be real. But yeah. Wow, 169. Crazy. This game is great. Do I really need to say much about Royal? Like, I'm honestly super excited for Strikers to come out. It's called Strikers, right? I think it's called Strikers. definitely like the core game of Persona 5 is great. The new stuff is great. I feel like the new stuff is absolutely rushed, which sucks. I really did not want the royal stuff to feel rushed and kind of like put there as like an afterthought. I did like the royal stuff. I really, really did. And it was a fun time. It was absolutely a great time. Being able to do a max confidant run, once again, no guide or anything, and did it on my own again, was a great time. It was a great time, you know, having to deal with somebody coming into stream and chastising others for liking Persona 5, you know, fuck those type of people. But playing Persona 5 Royal reminded my love of the Persona series. As much as I don't ever want to play 1 and 2 because of certain people, it's honestly was a really good game. It was honestly a really, really good game. I know Jigsaw would usually ask me, do I like 4 or 5 more? Because I've not really ever played 3. But I've played Persona 4 Golden. I have so many hours in that game. And I do want to stream that one at some point. But do I like Persona 5R more than Persona 4 Golden? Honestly, I can't say. I'm going to be real. I have to play through Persona 4 Golden again. And after I play through Persona 4 Golden again, then I can give my answer. Because it's been a while. Right now, I will say Persona 5 Royal beats it. But playing through Persona 4 Golden, it could absolutely change. It could absolutely change. So. Jesus Christ, 680. Sorry, I'm focusing on numbers here, but like, I usually don't look at the playlists, and I usually don't see how many people click the playlist. Like, look at that, fucking crazy. This game is great. Was there really only 9 streams? Earth is amazing too. I do like all the characters in the game. Don't get me wrong. It was a fun game to play through. It was definitely really challenging for really no reason. It's a great fucking game. There is a story finale that I'm missing. Man, I'm really bad at keeping up with these playlists, aren't I? I'm sorry. Memorize everything. Nice. I need to go back and play it on the hard mode. I need to go back and do some more. I think this game is great. I don't know what to expect for the second game, because once again, there's going to be a part 2 coming out that does the other half of Final Fantasy VII for the remake. Fighting just everybody was great. I can understand why a lot of people like playing like Cloud. Like a ton of people like Cloud. Terrible fanfiction because about Final Fantasy VII. Nice. Nice. I feel like this game should have won an award at the Game Awards, gonna be honest. It's a great game. But I think it was also very divisive among Final Fantasy VII fans, I believe. Jesus Christ, you guys. Thank you guys so much for watching all this stuff, really. Thank you guys. Side note, before we go and jump into this game. Thank you guys so much for watching these playlists and everything. I've always been super scared of, like, you know, I don't go back and watch, like, how many people watch this stuff. But the fact that people go back and watch this, I hope you guys have really been enjoying it. I really do. Argue there was an issue, it was a good game, but wasn't what they sold as. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. This game. So, first thing, I want to start off with something that I read about here recently. Apparently, not a lot of people liked the ending of Birth Me Code, which is interesting. because I thought the ending was really, really good. I truly thought the ending of Birth Me Code was a really good ending. Apparently the creator wants to change some things about Birth Me Code and their game that's coming out in February, which we will be playing when it comes out. I'm absolutely going to be covering the game when it comes out. Head On Code. I love this game. This was the first time ever I have been given a game code to critique a game, play through it, and have other people get it as well. And all the secret puzzles, the secret ending, the actual ending, it's so good. And a huge shout out to SHSO Blaze, good friend of mine, longtime friend, for talking to the developer and getting me a code to play the game and review it and critique it for everybody. I wish I could have done an actual video talking about it. Once again, I just don't have the materials nor the time, and it just sucks that it comes to that. But this was a really good game. I heard that it didn't sell super well because, you know, lesser indie and all that sort of stuff. But this game, it's another one that I want to go back to and play and have more people experience it and see it. Blaze never finished this game because he got sidetracked with other stuff. I understand that. And not a lot of people, I think, played through this game except for a lot of like really small creators. But this was it's a diamond in the rough game. It is, you can tell that the creator put so much heart and soul into to creating the game. And just all the characters are great. The puzzles are fantastic. The dialogue, the characters. I really want to cosplay as NVIDIA. Like, VD. Great ass game. Play Birth Me Code. It's a great game, Katone. It's a great game. Apparently the ending, like I said, made some people upset. I really like the ending. I liked all the secret puzzles. All the secret answers to the puzzles were fucking brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It's a good game. It's a good stuff. Now for my biggest letdown. My biggest, like this, if you guys want to know, like the biggest disappointment ever. Yeah, live streams are available. Of 2020, biggest downside is this game. Not only did it bring out the worst of me, I will completely agree that this game brought out the worst of me. At the same time, it was a game where there was a meta, and if you didn't do the meta, you were screwed. Didn't matter how much skill you had, you just had to do the meta and stick with it. Hammers to now skateboards to now I think it's yo-yos now again. Yo-yos and hammers. If I stuck with this game, I probably could have definitely been on the top, right? I could have definitely stayed on top, been a top tier player. But once again, it definitely brought out the worst in me. It brought out the worst in a community, to be honest. Potentially. This is also the game that lost the friendship with Siren, right? Like, being potentially used as one of the best NA Ninjala players, when really I wasn't. I was just up there in the ranks. I don't think it portrayed it just was more time spent than it was skill, because even the top rank player back then, they didn't have the skill, they just played a lot. It's really what it boiled down to. And that brought out the worst, and shit happened, you know. Having the absolute train wreck of a stream that was the Cafe Coalition Ninjala stream, where everyone was relying on me to teach them how to play the game, I got ignored 5 minutes in and I just pissed on everyone's parade at that rate. Like, biggest disappointment of 2020 is Ninjala. Going from disappointment to actually a really good game. Super Mario World, I never played it before, and it was honestly a really fun time. I don't really need to say too much about it. It was a good game. It was definitely really good. I had a lot of fun playing through it and like just going through the game really fast. And doing great. It was a lot of fun. That's all I really can say about that. Yeah, Town of Salem, we played that a ton. We've already covered that. Doom Eternal. Realistically, I don't think I liked Doom Eternal. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I know there's DLC that I need to play through, and then there's also like going through the game fast with ultra hardcore mode or whatever it's called. I don't think it was that good of a game. I'm gonna be real. It was, you know, there's no story. It's like it tried to have a story. It really didn't. It just, all we should have done was just beat the shit out of demons. And I don't know, it just didn't feel like, it felt like I was just running around doing nothing except just killing demons and then trying to be told a story when really it just didn't matter. Doom Guy's a badass, don't get me wrong, but it didn't feel good to me. It definitely felt like a bit of a letdown. I'm gonna be real. All right, we're almost at the top, guys. We're almost at the top. 3 more lines to go. Terraria. I know Sparks has been playing Terraria a lot lately. She was talking to me about it and such. I feel like I'm stupid for starting Master Mode. I'm gonna be real. I just played this game with a friend recently, and I regret having them go through the trials and tribulations that are Master Mode. I shouldn't have played this game on Master Mode. It's really what it comes down to. It's still a good game, but you gotta play Master Mode with people who know what they're doing. And then hardcore mode is fine, or hard mode is fine. Expert mode, I think is what it's called. And then normal mode, I think is the best way to play the game. Just have fun, play through it. It just sucks that a higher difficulty is what gets you more rewards in a game that's really about building and just surviving. That's really it. It's weird that it has multiple difficulties, but I guess Minecraft kind of does now too. But it's Terraria. Terraria's good. Terraria's good. This is the one that War's waiting for. Xenoblade Chronicle. Jesus Christ. 996. Never realized that many people watch this. I remember there was the fucker who decided to say, "You haven't played this game blind. How do you?" I was like, "Fuck you, dude. I said that I got to the cave. I literally took one step in the cave. Like, that's how I knew, at least the beginning. I didn't know anything else. And I literally didn't know anything else. I didn't get spoiled on anything at all this entire game. Because good old War. Been keeping people at bay." I think there's one guy who did try to spoil something, but like, I just was super ignorant to them. I just didn't care. And I don't even remember what they tried to spoil, I'm being honest. I remember they attempted, and War, I remember, got mad at it. And a few other people did. But I just kind of blindly just continued forward, and I was like, I didn't even read what just happened. What took place? But for real though, like, Xenoblade was fun. I did really enjoy the story. I did really enjoy a lot of what the game was about. I definitely really did enjoy the game. I don't know, there's some parts that definitely seem to be needed to be more fleshed out than others. It kind of like would jump from one story beat to another really quickly. Melia stuff to focusing on Dunban. Charla gets shoved to the side until the very end, and it sucks because like she seems like she would be a great character, and then nope. Riki is just there for the hell of it, like just as much as possible. I gotcha. $10. True. But it's still, once again, it's still a really, really good game. Don't get me wrong. This game is fantastic. There's just some parts that a little bumpy. But gameplay, phenomenal. Yeah, Freaky had his moments. Freaky is good comedic relief. I put it right here. It is a good game. Almost at 1,000 G this. Dream Daddy. The game that was played as a joke. It's a decent game. It's definitely a decent game. But I don't know. It felt really. I'm definitely not like the marketed crowd for this game. Like, it definitely is supposed to be a more laid back sort of game, and a game that like you're not supposed to take seriously, or if you swing a certain way, you might like this game. Real talk. I think this game is well written. I just don't think it is that good. But it might just be because I'm not the targeted audience. I think that's probably it. Still funny though. Ghost of Tsushima. What number is missing? 10 is missing. Weird. Man, sometimes I miss some things. Just crazy stuff. Realistic. I'm gonna be honest. I wish this game. I'm not gonna be like, I wish this game was better. This game is fantastic. This game is legitimately great. I loved every second of this game. Beautiful. The story was fantastic. The emotion. There's so much emotion in this game. There's just the ending was fantastic. The bosses were great. Even if it might have been the same thing over and over, like it still felt strong, and there was story involved in it. It was beautifully. The world was beautiful. Everything was great. The foxies everywhere. You know what? Yeah, War puts it perfectly. It didn't get more recognition, and that is just baffling to me. The devs definitely put their heart and soul into it. There's a multiplayer mode in it now that I do want to stream and play at some point as well, because there's that I need to go back to. There's a new game plus sort of thing that I have to do at some point as well, but we'll do that later. But they put so much effort and greatness into this game, and then Last of Us 2 comes in and shits on everyone's parade. Like, I'm not going to speak about Last of Us 2. I don't know too much about the game, but this game was legitimately beautiful, legitimately fantastic, and I did enjoy every moment of this game. I wish that it deserves more praise and recognition for everything it does right, because it does a lot of things right. It can be a little messy at some points, but truthfully, it is a great game, and I hate the fact that not too many people watched and enjoyed it. So, yeah, Last of Us 2 is definitely overhyped. Oh, you're absolutely right. Hey, welcome back, Sparks. No worries, you're good. Pretty much rigged. Yeah. A lot of people hated Last of Us 2 because it was overhyped and hated a lot of moments of it. And just unfortunately, Ghost of Tsushima just took the brunt, and it sucks. Not too much to say about Link to the Past. We still gotta finish it, right? I'm just, you know. It's a good game. I forgot that I still have to play it. We'll get to it. I'm sorry. Blank space. Never have I been more shocked and unsuspecting of what this game was about. This game took a topic so touchy. That game was messed up. It was very messed up. Let's be real. Definitely messed up. But it was so good. Yeah, was well written for the reveals. The twists, all of the shock value, right? This game is not purely shock value though. This game takes two strong concepts. I'm not going to spoil it here for people who are watching the VOD or just coming in to like listen to me here. This game took two so touchy subjects, incredibly touchy subjects, and explores the hardships of how it affects others and how it affects yourself and your psyche, and even, you know, in this case, somebody watching over you, your guardian angel, how it affects them and how they worry about you, right? And how they don't try to humanize it. One of the parts, at least, they don't try to humanize. They at least touch upon it and talk about things that are really tough to talk about. And the other endings in the part 2, like, I hated the other endings because except for the final one, because it makes your character seem like such a dick, and it's just, you don't want those endings. You want that true ending right off the bat. You really want that true ending off the bat. It's those indie games, y'all, that like you don't really know too much about, and you see it and you're like, this is a fucking great game. I'm so glad I actually just stumbled across this one, because the person who made Birth Me Code is friends with the person who made Blank Space. So I kind of got to hear and see through retweets, and that's how I found this game. Play this game too. If you haven't played Blank Space, like, play Blank Space. You will not be disappointed. There are some, like, oh, here's some lewdness. But it's all, yeah. The friend of Birth Me Code is friends with the person who made Blank Space. It's really well done. It really is. Do I need to talk about Fall Guys? Like, I mean, right now, Fall Guys right now is not in a great state. I'm going to be real. Not because of, hey, Among Us just overtook them by storm, or because of this stuff or that stuff. I really could care less that Ninja and Mr. Beast and that esports summit thing or whatever, they have costumes in the game. I really don't give a shit. And the problem is right now is a lot of people are playing the game not because they want to play the game, but because they want the costumes. Which is weird, because I don't give a shit about those costumes. I was even watching a Fall Guys stream where them just constantly making fun, like, oh my gosh. I was watching a Fall Guys stream. I just want a little anecdote here. They were playing against people who were all dressed up as like Mr. Beast and everything. And they actively acknowledged, and you could see how everybody who was wearing those outfits were fucking garbage at the game. Like, majority, not saying every single one, but majority of them were so bad. Like, they pretty much were playing the game just to get the costume to support their favorite creator. Awesome. But they were bad. Like, one guy literally, one of his games that I was watching, because I was going just through some streams. I don't follow this guy at all. But he was kind of like cocky and everything. But you just see like Ninja and like the Mr. Beast characters just doing stupid shit. And like, literally they played a jump showdown that lasted 2 jumps. 2 jumps. Because the Ninja and Mr. Beast characters that were there just didn't think about it and just kind of jumped. It was bad. It was so bad. So I'm kind of like, even though I could get some good free wins right now, it wouldn't be fun. It really, really would not be fun. Other than that, the game is great. I love the game. I love the costumes. I love the mini games. It's Good time. Fun to play with friends. Demo is a beautiful game that everyone should play, whether you play it on mobile, on PC, Switch, VR. Play this game. It is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Heartbreaking. The ending, oh my gosh, everyone's crying. Like, the music, Flucore, beautiful song. The new song that they have at the end of this game is also great too. But Flucore, nothing will ever beat Flucore. Flucore is the absolute. They need to demo 2. It's not released yet, but it needs to be. I need my Mirai plush. Oh my gosh. Play demo. We have to go back and do all the rest of the puzzles, but play demo. So good. So good. Man, here's the other thing too. A lot of these games down here are all like meh. Meh, 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 with some like good ones like down here, like Zero Time Dilemma. Then you get up here and it's like, boom, great game, boom, great game, boom. Like, we've been hitting it. Looking at demo right now, that's okay, Sparks, that's okay. Hat in Time, another great game. Why am I missing number 7? Gosh, I'm bad at this. One of these days I'll get better at playlists and such. All right, Hat in Time. Okay, I'm gonna be real about Hat in Time. I think it's a great game. Truthfully, great game, fantastic, had a lot of fun, and such. Real talk, though. Why did I type in a Hat in Time kit and it brings up not Hat in Time? It's a part 7. 7. I don't know why. There we go. Freaking Yakuza Metro. Manga's coming out as well. Let's go. I'm stoked for that. Here's the thing about Hat in Time. I think the game is great. I think the game is a fun time. I think the online is useless. Literally is a pointless thing that just, I think it's utterly pointless. The online stuff. Especially if people are using mods to just cheat their way to the end, like, and it's allowed. It just takes the fun out of it, really. But all the levels are fun. The seals are adorable. Egg is great. That's awesome too. A lot of like the funny, like, you can mess around and such. I love the Death Wish missions, even though like some of them are really hard, like surviving a boss without taking damage. It's tough. It really is tough. And you know, I think it's a great game. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot throughout all this, and I apologize if I do. With Hat in Time, I think to me it got a little bit more overhyped than I would have liked, just because I feel like there should have been more. I don't know. I feel like there should have been more to Hat in Time. I don't know if it's just me. Like, it's based around the fact of having different hats, using the different abilities, going through the game, platforming, and such. And I feel like there should have been, instead of more cosmetics for hats, I feel like there should have been more hats in general. But the problem is I don't know what more hats there could have been. Like, that's just my feeling on there. Other than that, I think it's a fun game. It truly is. My addiction. Genshin Impact. Is there anything I really need to say about Genshin? Like, I played it for 6 hours yesterday, and then I woke up from a nap because fireworks were still going off, so I didn't want to stream, and played it for 3 more hours. I'm probably, after this stream, I'm going to be playing it just to get my grinding out of the way. But because we are going to be doing some streams tonight. We're going to be doing some actual gameplay streams tonight. Don't worry. But really, this game is great. I don't feel like I'm ever going to just stop playing Genshin. Genshin's just a game that I personally really enjoy, that I don't feel like I can get bored of. I know some people are very split and decisive on it. Like they're split and they're decisive, and there's just other things about the game that rub people the wrong way, especially the gacha elements. I personally just really like the game. I really truly like the game and have a fun time every time I play it, regardless if it's grinding, if it's story, anything of the sort. I have a fun time with it. I know people in chat have been having fun with it. I wish more people kind of watched it, gonna be real, because I'm fucking high level and like I give some good fucking advice, just saying. But real talk, like it's good. Genshin's a fun game. Play Genshin. It's free. Faran Bow was a letdown. Play Genshin because I don't want to risk gacha part. Yeah, no, makes sense. Makes sense. It makes complete sense more. Trust me, it does. It does. Fran Bow. Honestly, meh. Honestly, meh. This game, it started off a little spooky and little like kind of scarring and such. But the second half. Are we talking about Franbo or are we talking about Genshin? I'd imagine probably more so Franbo. Yeah, second half of Franbo, if that's what we're referring to. It sucked. Like the second half. There was what simply the someone started mental hospital. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Yeah, Franbo's acid trip is really just bad. It's I feel like the game was hyped up. I know Game Theory talked about it quite a bit. I know others played it and hyped it up. And really it was a letdown. It was really a letdown. I wanted to like this game, and the puzzles were good, but it just was a big letdown. Do I need to say anything about Hades? This first is even worse. Oh god. Oh god. Hades is a great game. Hades is great. Hades is fantastic. Maximilian dude has finally gotten into the game and he's actually been grinding away using the bow. He just finished like the main story stuff of getting person to person. That's all I'm gonna say. Hades is fucking great. I'm so glad Max is playing it. I'm so glad other people are playing the game. I'm just is great, and I feel like I do great in this game. And yeah, Hades, like people who don't like roguelikes, it is definitely the exception. Max, I think, said he's not a big fan of roguelikes and loves Hades. Like, oh, it's so good. The thing is about watching Max play through the game is that he doesn't give anybody nectar until he just gets their gift, and then he's like, how do I use ambrosia? And his entire chat's like, give all the nectar in the world, man. He's like, oh. Like, I think his most recent stream about it, which is not yesterday because he was doing a retrospective, but the stream before it, he's like, oh, we'll do that later. But me playing through Hades, I'm on a good win streak. I'm actually feel like I'm doing really well at the game. I feel like I can actually do really well in the future for the game. Hades, dude, is great. I'm gonna be streaming it till later tonight. Hades is one of the games I am streaming later tonight. The other one I think is gonna be Cyberpunk or DBD, but we'll see. Watch Dogs Legion. Kit, you have to go back and play Watch Dogs Legion. Yeah, I know. I just got let down because this... What up, Sparks? Here's the thing about Watch Dogs Legion, y'all. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be honest. This game was such a letdown, dude. It's such a letdown. Because, like, it touted having, like, your own group and being able to have old lady squad or homeless squad and all this sort of stuff. And then you find out that they have stats and perks and all this sort of stuff that you could have a person just randomly die for no fucking reason. Like, really? Really? I've heard it gets better in time, but it's like you have to use the specific people they give you, and then after that it's just done. That's really what it comes down to. Another disappointment. This game is great but scary. This game is great but scary. It hurts. Everything hurts when I play this game. This game is fun but really scary. I think this might be my highest like horror game on this list from what I'm seeing. This game is fun but really scary, and I don't like it, but I like it, and it's weird. Or friendos. Yeah, I'll probably play it with others in a bit. It's a scary game. Alright, so I've been thinking about how I want to talk about this game. And I think I know how I will talk about Age of Calamity, one of the most recent games we finished on the channel and on Twitch. I think that this game's story beats the original Hyrule Warriors by a long shot, and actually probably most Warriors games by a long shot. The story is utterly fantastic. And this game does break away from only playing as Link to do things. In Hyrule Warriors Original, you played as Link, and that is all you played as. He was overpowered. Link destroyed the world. This game, you can play as anyone you want. Mipha was overpowered, let's be real. Like, you play as Mipha, you pretty much win. That's kind of how that all went. However, there are core things that they changed in Age of Calamity, such as exploring the map and reducing the usefulness of forts and like enemy troops. There's no morale system, and that kind of takes it away from me a little bit. I would love to have more forts and have people spawning and helping with the battle, keeping things at bay. The fact that nothing changes when you're farther away, that's how the original is. This game you play more as more warriors. But the fact that as long as you're far away from a place, that nothing happens, like nothing changes with the HP of something, is just crazy to me. Like the fact that there's no morale system. You can't raise your troops' morale by doing certain things, lowering the other. Like there's no reason to fight other things too. It's just do the objective and you're done. Ultimately, I will say I'm putting it above of Definitive Edition, but it's more because of the story than it is the gameplay. And last but not least, Cyberpunk, which I don't know how many people realize that these are even here. If we take a quick look, nobody's seen that, and this one's public, so that makes sense. Yeah. Thoughts are here for Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is okay. I like the glitches, but it's also just not a really well polished game. I think I'm going to put it down here as the last one. I'm looking forward to playing more of it. Doge was saying it gets a lot better. But there's that. Be right back. Successfully popular Breath of the Wild. I didn't want to scare people off. That's true. That's probably true. But yeah. All right, so with that, that is everything for the channel. True, Katone, but yet also people being assholes for Cyberpunk, saying they had to get it out ASAP, and devs felt like they had to. It's just, there's a lot of stuff. This Katathi channel. 1.54K. We were going down for quite some time, but now we're stabilized, so we're good. System as well. Yeah, makes sense. So let's talk about I'm gonna go over real quick second to last part of the stream. I'm gonna go over my rankings of games right now of like, sure, if we're really over it, true. I'm gonna go over starting from the bottom all the way to the top about what my least favorite games are that I've streamed to my favorite. All right, I'm not gonna show off the list. I'm just gonna keep it on this right now. When I click this, so we're just we'll do that. But yeah, we're gonna go over every single game. I'm just gonna give a brief synopsis as to why it's in the spot that it is, and kind of go from there. I'm gonna see if I can get these all numbered real quick. It's a long list, y'all. Nope, that's okay. So, yeah, because I didn't really number like 1, 2, 3, 4, and everything. Yeah, go figure. All right, so last place, Alice Mare. I really did not like Alice Mare at all. I thought the game was trash. I don't like RPG Maker games. That's why. Next, we have VCB Y City, the GTA parody. This game that's over here. It was very offensive, and game was buggy as hell, but at least like the missions were at least somewhat decent compared to Alice Mare, which just I got bored the moment I played it. VCB at least kept my entertainment. Above that is Yandere Simulator. Yandere Simulator, people said that it was fun, you know, for like an hour. It definitely was fun for an hour, or like a few minutes, more than VCB, but it didn't keep my attention, and just kind of, you feel like you needed to use a guide if you want to do anything in the game. The cheats kind of made it better, but meh. Above that is Ninjala. That's right, Ninjala is like at the bottom. Reason for Ninjala is just because it was such a big disappointment that I think is what's affecting my rating of the game. It was such a big disappointment. Like, wanting to play the game since 2018 when I played at E3 to now, having that excitement just destroyed. It's still fun for a bit, but it definitely needs to be worked on, and there just needs to be so much stuff dealt with, truthfully. Above that is Wargroove. Wargroove, I think, is actually more fun than Ninjala, and say what I did about the linearity of everything and how the option of strategy is gone from Wargroove. It's still more fun than Ninjala, and there's still more memorable characters, and you get to play as a dog, which is pretty cool. Above that is Penumbra. The reason Penumbra is above Wargroove is because Penumbra actually held my interest longer than Wargroove. It wasn't as fun as Wargroove, admittedly, but it kept my interest. It kept me invested in the game, and it truly is like one of these starting like horror games that exist out there. It did not age well at all, but at least like it was challenging, and there's puzzles, and there's still scares, and it's honestly kept my interest more than Wargroove. Above that is Franbo. Reason Franbo is above Penumbra is because it did legitimately scare me starting off. Penumbra, you know, was creepy throughout most of it, but then it kind of like died down. Franbo at least started off really scary, really like unnerving, and the story was kind of cool. Then it gets the acid trip, and just everything falls apart from that point. But it still was interesting more than Penumbra. Have a good night, War. Take it easy. Take it easy. Yeah, it's 30 in the morning. Have a good night. See you later. Next, above that is Redoubt VR, the racing game. The reason why it is above Franbo is because the game is honestly a shit ton of fun. I really love Redoubt, and playing it in VR was a ton of fun. The problem with it is that it made me sick after like 2 races. It really just got me really sick, and compared to the games below it, it's still, even while I was sick, I was still having fun, but like the motion and everything and the racing, like it's a good game, but the sickness kind of just drops it down. Above that is Warrior World. It's insanely fun, but it's super short. It's a 4-hour game for 4 worlds, and finding everything in the game is super easy. It seems like a rushed GameCube game, realistically. It didn't make me sick like Readout, which is cool, but it was still more entertaining than Readout and the games below it, and still kept my interest, but it's just super short, and just that's why it's so low, is because it's just so short and just didn't capture enough interest from me, even with all the funniness and the interesting bosses. Above that, Atelier Sophie, the Alchemist of the Mysterious Book, which you played for 2 hours, but was still more fun than the games below it. Had some interesting characters. Oscar looks like a lot of fun. I do want to go back and play it, and it's interesting enough to where I want to go back to it, but I can't say too much of it, hence why it's super low. Above Atelier Sophie is Identity 5. Once again, I really dislike Identity 5, and just the fact that if you play as a killer in that game, you just have to camp and you win all the time. There's no other reason behind it. Like, you can just be a dickhead in that game and you get rewarded, and that sucks. As well as, like, there's so many good things that could be, but it's just not. It's still fun, a lot more fun than the games below it, but once you realize the fact that the killer can just win by camping and gets rewarded for it, takes away from it. Above Identity 5 is Cyberpunk 2077. It's super glitchy, it's a mess of a game, and is just not good in any sense of the word because of just all the glitches. But I'm somebody who loves glitches, so like it's fun to me, and the story seems like it's going to be interesting so far from when I played it, but I can't really say for sure. But it's definitely been a huge letdown, hence why it's as low as it is. However, right above that, it's Watch Dogs Legion. As much as Cyberpunk is a letdown, Legion is less of a letdown because it's Watch Dogs. Watch Dogs has not had the best of reputation. It's still a lot of fun. Still very interesting, and just the ability to do a lot of crazy shit due to hacking is fun. A lot more fun than Cyberpunk. It's just the perk system really keeps it low, and at least it's not as much of a disappointment as Cyberpunk. Above that, oh gosh, is Pokemon Sword. Yeah, Pokemon Sword is super, super low on the list. It's on page 3 out of 3 pages. Once again, the fact that, one, you couldn't have the entire national dex starting off sucked. Also, the fact that it just kind of seemed like an easy steamroll of a game to go through was kind of bad. And the fact now that shiny Pokemon are as plentiful as the normal Pokemon themselves just is like pissing on everything you know about Pokemon. Shinies were supposed to be rare and coveted, and now they're as like fucking free as like anything. Still more fun than the games below it, but it leaves a sour taste for me. Above that is This War of Mine. Not a fun game to stream, but a fun game to play on your own. The problem is, at the end of each War of Mine stuff, you just kind of speed through the endings, because once you have everything you need, you don't have to worry about anything else. You don't have to scavenge, you just kind of wait and just chill. But it still kept my interest more than the games below it. It still was a complete game, and you kind of knew what you're getting into with it. So yeah. Her Story is above This War of Mine. Her Story, amazing story, really, really short game. What a pose, how's it going? Her Story is honestly better than This War of Mine. It gives like that ambiguity because you don't know exactly what the ending entails after you see everything. But it's also super short, and the good thing about Her Story is it keeps you invested the entire way through, and it keeps you like entertained the entire time. But it's just also so short that's why it's super low, is because it's super short, and while it does a lot of things really good, it doesn't exceed in any of them. Happy New Year indeed. Above Her Story is I Love You, Colonel Sanders. It's a joke dating sim. It definitely worked well for a joke. I hated the fact that there's 12 endings or something, that one option changes. It's weird. And it's fun. It's good. Makes you want to have KFC, that's for sure. It keeps your interest more than the games below it. It's still a lot more fun than the games below it. But once again, it's definitely a one-off sort of game. Like, you play it once, you don't need to play it again. Above that's Luigi's Mansion 3. Once again, another Nintendo game, really, really low. Luigi's Mansion 3 just seemed like a cakewalk to go through the entire time. There's nothing difficult about it, finding anything, and that just really diminishes it for me compared to everything else. Still more fun than I Love You, Colonel Sanders, that's for sure. But it also, you know... Hello, Kind. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Luigi's Mansion is it's decent, but it just, the multiplayer just sucks, you know? The multiplayer, you have to play with a decent group, and playing the single player as well. The single player is definitely the good thing about it, but yeah. And like, it's such a short game compared to everything else. Like 6 streams, 5 of those are the single player. It's fun, but it just doesn't keep my entertainment there. And rounding out page 3, which is the lowest of the low games that I've played, that I've streamed in the past 3 years, Spore. Honestly, Spore is a lot of fun, and creating a bunch of creatures in Spore is just a great time, creating all the buildings and everything. It takes a lot of time, but whatever. There's just, the end game just seems dull, and it's kind of, I guess, always been dull, but you just don't want to admit it. And, you know, while you can make some funny creatures, it majestic music. No, it diminishes the fact of like how interesting the game is as time goes on. Like once you get past the creature stage, everything just kind of falls down. Because the creature stage, you make your creature, it's funny. You get to make a butt monster if you really want to, or like, you know, make it interesting like Sonic the Hedgehog or werewolf thing. Somebody made like a werewolf plane, which looks interesting. Somebody made SpongeBob Tank. Like that's pretty awesome. But it just, it didn't age well. It didn't age well. All right, so now we're on page 2. So these are our games. These next few games, I'm going to go to right here, are games that are fun and really good games, but just didn't catch my interest for the most part. And didn't like kind of keep me invested, at least at this point. The lowest of this tier is Duck Season. Duck Season's a great game. For real, this game is great. But I'm a wimp. I'm a coward. I hate scary games. That's why it's so low. Because even though I beat everything in that game and got all the endings, you know, crying on the ground for like 30 minutes, was it worth it? Was it worth it, Kit? Was it really? It wasn't. Keeping on that trek though, above that is Five Nights at Freddy's. Has one of my most proud gaming achievements of doing 420 mode in 2 tries after never playing the game before, never seeing anything about the first game, which is great. But it's still a scary game, and I hit my head on my bed after falling out of my chair, and I cried probably after the second stream, knowing me. So yeah, still more fun than Duck Season though. And once again, that achievement right there of 420 mode after 2 tries, without knowing anything about the game, cool. Like, takes it a little bit higher. Above that, Super Mario Bros. 35. It's fun for an hour, and it's really well made and really, really interesting version of Battle Royale. But you want to speed through Mario Bros. You really feel like you should. And in this game, it's just more, can you keep your time going longer than the other? Can you play it safe? And most of the time you can. Above that is Skullgirls. Skullgirls is fun. The girls are great. I hate fighting games, mainly because I suck at them. So that's why it's super low on this portion of the list, is because it's a good game, but as somebody who really sucks at fighting games, the fun diminishes fast. Above that, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Same thing. It has more characters and more interest than Skullgirls, I'm going to be honest, but I'm not a big fan of Super Smash Bros., but that's also because I suck at the game. But it's still fun and gives a little bit, like the single player stuff is still fun enough to where you're still invested in the game, but it's still a fighting game and just... then after that's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX. Good game, as with these other games that I'm mentioning right now. The only problem is that once you get to one certain part of the game, you don't want to play that game anymore. You actually just want to cry and really just not move on because you forgot to level up your Pokemon to insane degrees because fucking Articuno has to give you the middle finger. But still more fun than Smash Bros. Above that, it's Assassin's Creed. Really, it's this low because it just hasn't aged well. It's glitchy. It's really buggy. Things don't seem to be working properly when you're playing through the game. The story is meh. But being an assassin, running around and just doing all that sort of stuff, it honestly is kind of fun. So it's like, it's good, but it didn't age well. It's better than Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, that's for sure. But like, meh. Above that's Doom Eternal. I think the reason it's also this low on this tier is because it just was a disappointing game. Like, you know, shooting all the demons, that's a lot of fun. But like, you always felt like you were low on ammo. It felt like you were always going to be on the verge of death all the time. It tried to have a story, but the story didn't... It wasn't like a big key thing. It really just didn't suit my interest. Also, what is this Genshin music right now? But it still was better than Assassin's Creed. I'm just looking at this list right now and I realized what this next one is, and I realized I put it in between two games that are the same game, but this game happened to just squeeze in to this. Oh, this is bad. Okay. Above Doom Eternal is Dream Daddy. Completely different than Doom Eternal. You know, you don't become... I just put Dread Daddy instead of Dream Daddy, by the way. It's Dream Daddy, not Dread Daddy. It's not like you're a daddy who's killing a bunch of demons. That would be a way better game. I think the reason I'm not a big fan of Dream Daddy is because I'm not the audience that it appeals to. Like, realistically, I'm not that audience, right? I'm not gay or swing that way. I'm not attracted to hot dads. And, like, the jokes just fly over my head. But that's also probably because I am not a dad. So, that probably might be why. But it still had my interest more than Doom Eternal, and still was like a better game entirely, because at least you knew what you were getting into with Dream Daddy. Doom Eternal, you weren't expecting Doom Guy to all of a sudden have this deep story and everything. Like it, yeah. Above that, and this is what I was talking about, the sandwich, God of War PS4. The reason it's so low, once again, on the second page is because as much as I liked God of War, right? As much as I liked God of War, for PS4, and it was because for a milestone stream, I didn't play that much of it, so I can't say too much. It's definitely better than Dream Daddy and definitely better than Doom Eternal. I can say that. I'm like very positive about that. But I didn't play enough of it to fully know what was going on and more so understand it. So that's why it's so low, but I imagine it could definitely increase the more I play it. Absolutely. And above that, continuing this weird trend of dating sim to tough game, is Hatoful Boyfriend. A fun joke game, way better written than Dream Daddy, contains your interest more because it's pigeons and not hot dads. And it's pigeons that are actually anime boys, but they're pigeons. It's weird. But you can sense that there's more depth to it. The one true ending I got had so much more depth to it than you'd thought. Didn't get far in if you think it's a fun joke game. That's true, but like right now, I feel like it's a fun joke game. It's a game that you can mess around with. Definitely there's more to it because I only scratched the surface. But it seems more polished and better than Dream Daddy at the end of the day. Above that is Dead Cells. Dead Cells is a hard game, but it's fun and fair. When you die in Dead Cells, you just know because you suck. It's really what it comes down to. Very well polished and a really fun game, but just the constant, like on very hard where like the difficulty spikes up, that fun just starts going away really fast. Still more fun than the games below it, but you start realizing that you really suck at Dead Cells the more you play it, which is interesting, I guess. Now, these next two are tied, and it's Dishonored and Dishonored 2. I definitely had a lot of fun racing Travis in both Dishonored games, but I never got to experience the full story because I skipped through all the cutscenes. I didn't pay attention to any of the story. I didn't understand what I was doing. But I had fun in the race setting, and playing the game itself, story aside, was a lot of fun. But similar to God of War PS4, I don't think I got the full experience, and just having the race aspect of it, it's cool. It's a cool game, it looks like. but like just scratching the surface of it. You can tell it's fun. There's more to it, but like you gotta see more about it and experience the story. So right now those two are tied at this point. But still, something more fun than Dishonored, in my opinion, is SCP Containment Breach. It's a fun game. It's scary. I hate scary games, let's be real, but it's definitely like one that if you somebody like me who's read through the SCP Foundation stuff quite a lot, especially while at work, while just passing time, it's definitely a really cool version for SCP. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying, but once you get the blue night vision goggles, piece of cake game after that. Also, God mode helps too once you're fighting the old man, because the old man's a piece of shit. But still, SCP Containment Breach is a lot more fun. Very, not as polished, that's for sure, and this is probably just more bias from me because I love the SCP Foundation stuff. But I still say it's more fun than Dishonored for right now. Definitely more fun than Dead Cells. Above that's Animal Crossing New Horizons, and that's purely because Animal Crossing New Horizons, it's a good Animal Crossing game, like at its core. It just was missing a whole lot, and I'm not going to hold that too much against it. It is pretty low, just because it's, you know, it felt like it was missing so much. It felt like it was just an incomplete Animal Crossing game, and even though their updates probably have made it better, it just still kept a sour taste in my mouth. Still more fun than the games below it, obviously, but it still leaves that sour taste. So I'm not sure if I should have it up higher or lower, so it's kind of right there in the middle. Above that's Age of Mythology, and this one's purely because of bias. Age of Mythology is not a good, like, Age of Empires, StarCraft sort of game. It really isn't, because there's different tiers, right? There's the Classic Age, the Bronze Age, the other age, the Mythic Age, and I'm gonna get a Titan if you're playing the Titans expansion, or Wonders. Like, it's pretty much do things fast, defend, done. But this one's purely biased. Like, I have a lot of fun with it because I'm just biased with it. Above that, Super Mario Maker 2, and this, for the reason it's so far low on everything, is it's a fun game. It's fun playing with friends and like doing all that sort of stuff in the game, going through all the worlds, going through different levels, having a fun time throwing your friend off the cliff because it's funny. But the amount of people who jump into stream and just start begging for you to play their level, as somebody who streams the game, it diminishes the fun aspect of it. It really does. But if you're playing it on your own and just having a fun time, definitely would be higher up on the list if I was playing it on my own and not streaming it. But because of like that community aspect, that's why it's so low. Above that's Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and that one's pretty much low because like it becomes the same thing over and over. That if you're playing against the same people over and over, which I have because I was a smaller channel back when we played it, I still am technically a smaller channel there. It's a fun, enjoyable experience. But when you play against the same people and you're always tend to get first or second because there's one person who kind of keeps up with you, meh. So that's why it's like above Super Mario Maker 2. But you know what? I could really just kind of switch those two at any given point, if I'm being honest. And above that's Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. I've only played half of Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. It was a fun time, but I feel like, I don't know, something about that game. It's definitely more fun than Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, but it doesn't seem like I would have super amounts of fun with it. Like, it feels like I played the first half, ton of fun, enjoyed it, and it would probably be higher. But thinking about the second half, whatever I'm going to have to deal with there, I feel like it might be a slog, but I'm not sure. So that's why it's like kind of in the middle. And then what we have exactly pretty much in the middle is Phasmophobia, which I think is the highest rate, right now is the highest horror game that I have on the list of games that I've played. It is a fun game. Phasmophobia is absolutely a ton of fun, and it's a ton of fun playing it with friends and playing it with a group. Playing it by yourself, I don't recommend, I'm going to be honest. But just playing with a group of friends is definitely fun and an enjoyable time. Way more than the games below it, absolutely. But I'm also a coward, so it's like also in the middle because I don't like it. So yeah. Alright, so now we have Tier 3. These games are the upper half of page 2. And these games start off are like absolutely a ton of fun for me to play, and I actually enjoyed every second of it. I just realized I misspelled Mario. It's like horror, but it makes you play more entertaining. True. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So this next tier of games, these games automatically are a ton of fun to play, and I really absolutely enjoy them. The big thing though with these is that they kind of either are really short or like the fun kind of flatlines. And it stays like the same amount of fun and it doesn't go up and doesn't decrease. You'll kind of see what I mean as it goes on. Resident Evil 5 is the lowest of this tier because once again, it's a very fun game and it keeps the fun going, but it doesn't ever diminish, right? Like you play Resident Evil 5, you get the jokes, you have a fun time, but it's not like you're ever going to have more fun with it, and you're not really going to ever have less fun. You're just going to kind of tread that same line the entire time. With only like slight hiccups because you're just having fun. With like punching boulders and shit. Above that's Hitman 2016. Same kind of system, except like there's little bumps of more fun when you try to do some of the challenges. And if I was around to do the elusive targets, that would be a ton of fun. Like that would definitely raise Hitman up a ton. But the issue I have with Hitman is like you're pretty much trying to assassinate them in different ways. And while there's some really comedic ways, you do it once and you kind of just like, all right, I did it once. Meh. But still is a good game. Same thing goes with Terraria, which is right above Hitman. Once again, it's mainly more about survival rather than like collecting everything. Killing every boss is a fun time, but once you do it once, you're just kind of like, yeah, it's a grind thing. Like you just have, once again, you tread that line, and that's the common theme you'll see with these. It's just there's that line that you just keep following. There's nothing you do in that game makes you have more fun or less fun, unless you're playing on Master Mode. But the thing with Master and Expert Mode is you get better items, and you're like, yeah, more fun, but you deal with such high difficulty that it teeters out. But I still have more fun with Terraria than I do Hitman. But something I have more fun with than Terraria is Gears of War. Gears of War with friends, honestly a fun time. Playing the multiplayer with Gears of War 1 is a great time regardless. The only issue though is that the story is super short, the gameplay is very repetitive, and there's like not too much weapon variance. So you kind of just, what you have, you're just having the same fun with the entire time. Sure, there's a little bit more enemies in the story mode, but that is what it is. And then multiplayer, regardless if you're super good or not, you're just gonna have it the same way. Above that is Super Mario World. Super Mario World is a really short game, but a ton of fun. It is honestly a really full blast to play. It seems like just running to the right. I'm not like, I know that's how Mario games work. And if I played like Super Mario Bros. Wii and Wii U and all that sort of stuff, I probably would keep them the same because it's just, you run to the right and try to make your jumps. Cool. But more fun than Gears of War 1, in my opinion. Above that, Starlink, and that's just because really Starlink is a ton of fun, but then compared to the other ones where like it kind of teeters out, this one starts like a ton of fun, but it kind of just goes down after a bit because you're just flying around and doing the same exact shit every single time. So it just kind of like teeters out and kind of goes down, but it doesn't like go down and keep going down because it kind of goes back up with the Crimson Moon DLC and some of the East Side stuff you can do. So it kind of like, it evens out, but it's like kind of like a weird wave. I can do it right here. But I still have more fun of it than Super Mario World. Above that, Super Hot VR. Super Hot VR is good, but once again, the super hot aspect of the game can get old really quick, especially because you have to like make sure you're not moving when people do things, and then move just to make sure you can dodge and so on and so forth. Like that game definitely starts off on a high, but kind of slowly starts falling off. But I still think it's more fun than the games below it. Another game that I started off having a ton of fun with right off the bat, but once again I never finished, is Code Vein, which is above Super Hot VR. Code Vein is definitely one of those games that like I feel like I would have a ton of fun with playing all the way through. And it started off a lot of fun, but I just don't know. I think because I had a ton of fun with it, that's why it's higher up than it probably should have been. Plus, I like the aspect and the characters. Characters are super cool. But I get the feeling it's going to be similar to Dark Souls sort of games where it just kind of teeters out as time goes on. But more fun of that is Azure Striker Gunvolt. Great game. It's definitely a great game, but it's the same thing of like Mega Man games where you're just kind of running to the right, shooting things, surviving. The only thing that kind of saves it is boss fights, which makes it more interesting than the games below it. But at the same time, like, you have to keep doing the same missions over and over if you want to get everything. So, yeah. And then you have Super Mario Odyssey above that, which is a lot of fun, but it's like that high pinnacle of fun for Mario games, and it kind of just sits there the entire time. You can do cool shit, and it makes it a little bit more fun, and then just kind of stays the same. Collecting all the moons, though, are not that bad, as much as people might try to make it out. Death Road to Canada is above that. It's a good game. It's a good game, a lot of fun, really funny. Having your friends in it can be really fun. If you're playing co-op I've heard is pretty good. So, might be something I look into in the future. But the jokes can definitely teeter out over time. But I still will have more fun than Death Road to Canada than I will with Odyssey and Code Vein, probably. Code Vein might overpass it, though. Who knows? Above that, it's Mega Man X Command Mission. That's purely bias on my part because I love Mega Man X Command Mission. Not many other people do, but I really like Mega Man X Command Mission. It's so different than other Mega Man games. It's RPG, and my bias is just showing in that respect. I'm going to be honest. Same goes with Super Mario Galaxy above it. Super Mario Galaxy probably should be higher, but I think it's just because I played Super Mario Galaxy so much that as much as I want it to be higher, it's lower because I played the game about 4 or 5 times that it's just kind of going down, you know? So once you play it a few times, it kind of should stop, probably. Above that, though, was Mages of Australia. Fantastic game. Definitely threw me for a loop. Thank you to my former roommate, Halune, for suggesting it. It's a puzzle game. It's really well written, funny at some points, and just the puzzles are intuitive and great. But if you have a problem with puzzles and like the difficulty spike that the puzzles have, you probably won't have that much fun in the later game. Above that, it's Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, and that's just because I had a ton of fun playing it with Dumo and Merrick. It was a great time. I still want to play more of it. If I played it by myself, I probably would not have enjoyed it as much as I did. And I think there's not really any frustrating parts except for the multiplayer, which is just sit around and do nothing. More fun than that is Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle. Jesus Christ, I played so many games. Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, and that's just because there's a lot of jokes, and even though like the gameplay is XCOM and kind of stale-ish for XCOM, and just kind of dumbed down so that way kids can play it, it's still funny, it's still good, and the jokes get better while the gameplay stays the same. So yeah. Above that's Catherine Full Body, and it's high because it's a good game. That's where our good old sheeple is from. And I really like the puzzles and everything of it, but I feel like it can get very, very repetitive in due time, and especially going for other endings, which you really feel like you should go for. So it kind of balances out. But it's still a lot of fun. Still a fun game. More fun than that, though, is Splatoon, the original. Somebody's doing fireworks right now again. It's the first. Goodness. Okay. Splatoon, the first game. The story mode's great. Didn't play the multiplayer at all, but I like the story mode, and it honestly gave more of a challenge than the second game's story mode. But I think the second game beats it by a significant margin. In Splatoon, I think just because it's now an older game, kind of diminishes it. Above that is Binding of Isaac. Definitely more fun than Splatoon. I had more fun playing Binding of Isaac than majority of the games on the list, as you can tell. The problem is, it's a roguelike, and it kind of teeters out as time goes on. That's just unfortunate, because roguelikes, it tries to be different every time, but you kind of just find the same items that you really want and then go with it. But Super Punch-Out is more fun than that, and it is a lot of fun. The problem is, once you find out all the patterns, it kind of diminishes it. But that moment when you're like, you beat Nick Bruiser and you feel so good about yourself, and then you realize it's a pattern, and then you just go back and you're like, oh yeah, it's the pattern, yay. Then it kind of tears out. Above that is Battle Block Theater. Battle Block Theater is a great game. Mike made it a lot better for me. I think that's also why it's so high up, is because if I was playing by myself or with anybody else, it probably would be a lot lower because it would probably be meh. But Mike made that game so much fun for me, and just all the laughs and all the joy. It was great. It was honestly a really, really fun time. But I think it's kind of probably be lower on this list normally if it wasn't for Mike. Above that's Cuphead, and I think it's just purely because Cuphead's a fun game. Beating the bosses after you beat them about 5 or 6 times on expert difficulty kind of wears down, but it had some great memories. Some great moments, and spice, and it just made the game more fun. But above Cuphead is actually Far Cry 5, and honestly with Far Cry 5, I think I did enjoy like all of the randomness that happened in Far Cry 5, and the story and the gameplay, and it was just a fun fucking time. Honestly better than Cuphead in my opinion, because it didn't really ever grow old or stale until the DLC, and the DLC knocked it down a few pegs. I actually would have Far Cry 5 a lot higher on this list if it wasn't for its DLC. And that's the end of page 2. We're almost done here, y'all. We got one more page. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So I'm going to have the top 20 be tier 1, and tier 2 is the ones below it. Tier 2, these are games that they're all pretty much on the same level of they are fantastic, they're super well made, they're a ton of fun to play, and I can find myself playing these for hours, days, weeks even. However, they didn't keep my entertainment enough to make it to tier 1. Bottom of that is going to be Katawa Shoujo. It's a great dating sim. It's a beautifully written and very emotional, but once again, it didn't hit that top tier. Stardew Valley is above that, and really Stardew would normally be in that top 20 if for not the 25% profit margins just severely diminishing it for me and kind of taking away my love for farming games in general. It really did. But it's still a phenomenal game. Play Stardew if you haven't. But above that is My Time at Portia, and honestly I think My Time at Portia is a better game than Stardew. I'm going to be completely honest. I think My Time at Portia is a better version of Stardew than Stardew. And Harvest Moon. Like, Harvest Moon I think beats both of them, but My Time at Portia beats Stardew. Above that's A Hat in Time. Great platformer, a lot of fun. The multiplayer makes no sense and should not exist in my opinion. And same with the mods. But still a wonderful time, you have a lot of fun, and it just doesn't get old. It doesn't get old until you play the game for probably like 100 hours. Above that's Talos Principle, and as much as my headache happened for the DLC, and as much as everything happened for that game and just all the puzzles were fun. Getting the stars were fun. The story, even though there's not a really big story to follow, is still a ton of fun. But just the headache keeps it below top 20, I'm going to be honest. Above that's Lego Batman, because it's Lego fucking Batman. It's not top 20 worthy. I'm going to be real with y'all. Lego games are not top 20 worthy. But like, it's Lego Batman. It's a Lego game. It's great. Above that's Astral Chain. Phenomenal game. Fantastic. Story's great. Gameplay is awesome. Kind of repetitive, honestly. But it's very strategic. Very, very smart. Hard to play sometimes. And it's just a good fucking time. It's a good time. Above that's Town of Salem. You can roleplay in Town of Salem. You can say all the kind of stuff that you want to. It's Among Us before Among Us. And if you've played Among Us and not played Town of Salem, you should play Town of Salem. Because even though it might not be your direct cup of tea, it's still a fun game. Lying in deceit, working with your team, hoping for the best. It's good. It's good. Above that's Monster Prom. Monster Prom is just a funny game to play. The endings are great. The characters are great. I love every single character. The voice acting, it is great. But I don't think it's top 20 material. I really don't. Above that though is Sea of Thieves. Play the game with friends. Don't play it by yourself. If you play it by yourself, you're gonna cry. But if you play with friends, you're gonna have a wonderful time, and that would be even higher if I played it with more people. Be completely honest with you. But also Sailing the Seven Seas just is super calming, super enjoyable, and just a great time. Above that, Thrillville Off the Rails, and pretty much the same thing of like going across the sea in Sea of Thieves, building roller coasters and building all your park in Thrillville. It's just comforting. It's just a lot of fun and is just a good time. The mini games are a ton of fun. Get a bunch of friends around to play the Thrillville mini games. It's great. You'd have actually probably a more fun time than Sea of Thieves and Monster Prom, admittedly. Above that, Fire Emblem Three Houses. It's fun. It's a great game. All the different routes are great from what I've heard. I've only done half of one. I really like it. So yeah. Above that, it's 100% Orange Juice, which is also a really good board game. Playing it both physically and digitally is a great time. Really hard to figure out starting off, but is just a lot of fun playing through it, playing all the different characters. It's still getting updates to this day. Heck, honestly, get a bunch of friends together, play 100% Orange Juice. It's super cheap. The only thing expensive is getting the other DLC characters, but you really don't need the other DLC characters to really enjoy the game. Just play the characters that you get. Even unlock them through story mode. Story mode's not even that bad. These two games are tied, and really it's funny because it's Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity slightly beating Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. They're both Hyrule Warriors games. They're both fun. They both have pros and cons, but I think at their core, they're both still pretty much the same. They're the same amount of fun. It's still a great time, great story. One has a better story than the other, and one has better gameplay and more drive than the other. So that's why they're kind of both the same there. But better than those games are Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Cute protagonist. The other characters are great. Side quests are kind of meh, but have a good night, host. Take it easy. And there's a randomizer in the game now. There's a hard mode. Just grinding away at the game. You can get lost in that castle for hours, honestly, and you'll have a really good time. Even if you do multiple runs of the game, you just get better, and it's still like just as fun. I'm gonna be honest with you. But Fall Guys, just shy of 20. It's actually number 24 is Fall Guys. It's a fun time. Play it with your friends. Even if there might not be that many minigames for you to enjoy, it's still a good time. It's still a fun time. Getting friends in a call, laughing at just everyone flying off the world. Season 3 is great. It sucks with some of the costumes, but it's the minigames are great and the variations are great. And I'll always find myself probably going back to Fall Guys. In 23, we have Henry Stickmin Collection. It's a Henry Stickmin collection. It's a funny time. It's a funny time. It is a great, great time. Number 22 is Knights. F for Flash, true. F for Flash indeed. Number 2 is Knight's Journey into, or 22 is Knight's Journey in the Dreams. Beautiful game, very emotional, a lot of fun. A lot of it is probably nostalgia and bias, gonna be honest. Though, just I can always find myself going back to the game. But the badge system sucks, don't worry about that. But the levels and the story and just flying around, it's just super calming. The music is great. Sega's always been great with music. It's a good game. And then 21, just shy of the top 20 tier, is Blank Space. The reason it didn't get to top tier 20 is really, it's so short. It could have probably done more of a story for each like topic that it discusses. There should have been more talked about. Yeah, stuff about Blank Space must be great. In my opinion, it is. Blank Space was beautiful and a fantastic game, but it just barely missed the top 20. All right, so if you guys may know some of the games that are in the top 20, feel free to type in chat right now what you think the top 5 is. If you really want to take a guess, feel free, for anybody who is in chat right now. If you've been paying attention to which games might be up there. But I'm going to go through top 20, starting from 20 all the way to 1, and just talk about the great things about each game. So, starting at number 20 is Bastion. Bastion is a beautiful game. Even though I didn't stream the story because it was a race, I know the story. The story is absolutely phenomenal in Bastion. Supergiant Games makes fantastic games. The same people who made Hades made Bastion. Bastion's actually their first game, and it is a phenomenal game. The gameplay is fun. All the characters are great. The music is fan-fucking-tastic. And even though I did the game on New Game Plus mode, hard mode, so all shrines, and beating it and having a fun time, it's got to say something when you play a very difficult game and still have a ton of fun. That's why Bastion's number 20. In number 19 is Splatoon 2. What? Splatoon 2 near the bottom of the top 20. What? Splatoon's fun. It just, and you know, it's similar to like games like Dead by Daylight, even Fall Guys, where you just kind of stick with it for a long time and you'll still have fun with it, have multiple weapons. The story modes are great and it is a good time. I think the only reason why it might not be higher is just because the community is what it is. I'm not saying the entire community is bad, just majority of it is meh. But regardless of that, it's still a fun game, and I can find myself playing Turf Wars for literal hours upon end. But compared to some of the other games above it, I can really only play Splatoon for like maybe 2 to 3 hours at a time, compared to other games where I can play for 5, 6 to 8 hours, you know? Above that, surprisingly, is Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight 18th! Just beat Splatoon 2, and it's pretty much for the same reason I just said for Splatoon 2. I can find myself playing Dead by Daylight for 5, 6, 7 hours at a day at a time, just playing as Survivor. Playing as Killer kind of detracts from it, and the community sometimes can be a little bad, but Dead by Daylight, you know, it's still going to hold a special place in my heart. It's still a fun time, playing with friends is great, doing crazy shit, and just, it's technically horror, but it's not like that bad of horror, you know? It's a good time. It's a good time. Oh, my nose is itching. Ah! Number 17, to the shock of some, absolute shock of some, is Xenoblade Chronicles. Like I said, I love the gameplay and the story of Xenoblade Chronicles. I wish that they expanded on some stories even more, and like some of the side quests were interesting and such. And it is a great game, and I understand why the community loves it. I just think that there's missing some big thing to keep it up higher for me. Absolutely should have, there should have been something that kind of kicked it up a little bit more. But you know, it's still a fantastic game. I recommend playing it. The community is lovely. The community is absolutely lovely for that game. I wish there was just a little bit more to the story. Above that though is 16th, Valkyria Chronicles. Beating Xenoblade, which is interesting, but Valkyria Chronicles is honestly a lot of fun. I loved every single character, even though not every single one had a story related to it, the overarching story of just the war and what you're doing and what you're fighting for, and just the emotions that are behind it, and it is a phenomenal game. And when you lose a character in Valkyria, you do feel crushed. You do feel crushed because it is one of those type of Fire Emblem-like games. And it's also a little bit higher because of the memes that I created from it. But at the end of the day, it is beautiful. It is honestly great. But beating that, 15th place is Virtue's Last Reward. The second, really, of those games. Really, crazy. 15th, Virtue's Last Reward. Really good game. I didn't like being tied to Dio in that game. I don't know why people said I was Dio. That's mean. The puzzles are fun. The story is great. The ending is really what brings it down for me compared to the other Zero Escape games. But it's not by no means a bad game. It is a really, really good game. I love all the characters. Clover is in that game, and Clover is fantastic. Just saying. But the other thing I've noticed with Virtue's Last Reward is that 3 characters really are given the reins to run the game and to talk. And the rest of them, including one character who is honestly supposed to be hella important to the story, isn't. Like, they should have expanded on it more, but it's still better than the other ones. Better than the games below it. Those 3 characters are the 2 main characters, the 2 quote-unquote main characters. Yeah, pretty sure the opponent character gets an art, yeah. I'm referring, I'm gonna be honest, I'll say it right now. I'm referring to Sigma, Phi, and Clark. Or Quark, sorry. Not Clark. Quark. I'm so dumb. Sigma and Phi are like the 2 main characters, so obviously they're gonna get the most of the stuff, but like Quark, majority of the paths in the game revolve around Quark. even though he doesn't appear, but it's like quirk, 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 quirk. It's like, okay. Okay. And then, yeah, there's one character, a garbage man, who gets ignored. And he's like the most important, so it's like, why? And then Kroll also is important, but you want to stay mysterious, Kroll. Anyway. Yeah. That's the thing, is quirk gets brought up countless times. Countless times! And he's like the most pivotal thing! But he doesn't play a role at all, and it's weird. Anyway. 14th, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Like I said, playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, I understand why people really like Cloud and Tifa and Aerith and Barret and all of them. Sucks that one tiger dude, Red, you can't play as, which is interesting. It's still a really good game, but I feel like it would have had more of an impact with me had I played the original Final Fantasy VII. But it's still a beautifully made game. It's still really beautiful. And just going through Midgar, having a fun time. I'm excited to see Part 2. Part 2 might actually raise it up for me, being honest. 13th placed is Ghost of Tsushima. Listen, Ghost of Tsushima is a fantastic game. Play it right now. I want to play the multiplayer, but I don't have anyone to play it with. Sad face. But it's beautifully done. It is a really well-made game. I love every single part of Ghost of Tsushima. And yeah. Also, I don't know what is going on with this music, but we're gonna switch this music for the last parts. I am clicking the wrong thing. We'll do this. There we go. Cool. Anywho, so that's 13th. Let me just see. All right. Okay, cool. In 12th place is Tetris 99. Listen, Tetris has some of the best memories for me. Emotions. Been a fun time. I've gotten a lot of people invested into playing Tetris 99 just by streaming it, and has had some of the best conversations I think I've had while streaming. And it's just Tetris. It's just a ton of fun. Could be higher, but it isn't, because a lot of other games make it better. In 11th place, to probably the shock of a lot of people, Viva Pinata Trouble in Paradise. I know Viva Pinata gets memed. Heck, my follower notifications Viva Pinata. And it gets memed, and people like try to say that it's not that fun, and this, that, or the other. But Viva Pinata Trouble in Paradise is honestly a really fun game. You can enjoy having your friends pretty much as pinatas in there. There's so much stuff to do in the game. There's so many different pinatas to get. It's honestly hard to get every single pinata, but it's a fucking awesome time. And the fact that I've helped so many people apparently get through school and finals and such by playing Viva Pinata and just having calm 5 to 6 hour streams is just amazing to me. It honestly is amazing to me. So I also just realized that my glasses are probably getting blinded, but that's okay. Edutainment, a little bit. Not really. I'm going to move this over here real quick. Makes it better. And in 10th place, to the surprise of one King Cheese, is Hades. Hades is a great game. Like all these other games. Nah, Hades definitely is a game that is really a lot of fun, and I really did enjoy every second of Hades. The story, the characters, Artemis is the greatest. The gifts, the favor, and it is such a good time, and it's a good roguelike game for people who don't like roguelikes because the characters in the story are so captivating. It truly is. Truly, truly is. 9th place is Persona 5 Royal. And purely, I wish Persona 5 is higher on this list, I'm going to be honest. It could be, like, honestly top 3. But the reason I have it for number 9 is because I think that I like Persona 4 better, and I think that knocks it down a few pegs. Plus, like, I felt like I was wanting more. I felt like I was absolutely wanting more for Persona 5 Royal, and that kind of diminished it for me. That really kind of diminished it. But other than that, it's a great game. The story honestly is really good. I love all the characters, even the side characters, the confidants, the dungeons, the meanings behind everything. It's great. It's great. Play Persona 5 Royal. Above that, to probably the shock of a few people, is Genshin Impact, 8th place. Regardless that it's a gacha game, and regardless that it is free to play, and that like I've spent money in the game, and play it a ton, you know, it's still Grindfest, absolutely. And this, but the stories are great. The story and the gameplay are honestly really good. The story heavily outweighs everything else in that game. It's beautifully written. The characters have so much backstory, has so much depth to them. No two characters are alike, and you love every single characters. Even the characters that you kind of get annoyed with, you still love them. Official, just saying. So pretty high? True. All right. In 7th place is 999. Yeah, 999. Every character of that game is amazing. Little in-jokes are pretty awesome. The ending is honestly really well written and thought out, and just does a really good job of handling the entire story of the game. It is great, and I love every second of 999. The reason that it's not any higher is purely because there's 2 endings of that game that make literal 0 sense to me. If you play the game, you might know what I'm talking about. And it kind of just leaves a weird taste. And also that if you play the game wrong, you miss out on one thing. For good. So, it's interesting. It's a great game. Beautifully well written. And honestly, I like it a lot better than VLR. In 7th, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6th place, sorry, 6th place is Zonky Zero. Zonky Zero, heavily underrated. People wanted Danganronpa 4, but I loved every single character in it. Even though stage 5 and 6 really kind of were lackluster, 5 and 6 aside, everything else was great. The final boss, even though if the ending is a little bit meh for some people's tastes, it's heartwarming. It's everyone's looking out for each other. Some of the characters don't like each other, but yet they're still like working together. People just, you know, they're having a great time just writing, playing in the game, learning about everybody, learning about the backstories for everybody, their ulterior motives. It's great. It's fantastic. Play Zonky Zero. It deserves more love. All right, top 5. In 5th place, Zero Time Dilemma. And I know I'm weird because I like Zero Time Dilemma more than 999 and VLR. I like them backwards, apparently. But Zero Time Dilemma, honestly, I had a lot of fun with the puzzles. I had a lot of fun with the story. I didn't hate any single character. I loved every single character. After you go through, in both games, true. When it comes to Zero Time Dilemma, when you beat the game and you get to look at the timeline and see everything, how it all played out, suddenly everything makes more sense. Suddenly everything, you feel kind of complete and you kind of feel like you understand everything at that point. And that's pretty good. Truthfully, I felt more at ease playing Zero Time Dilemma than the others. Truthfully. And the ending, for me, I really liked the concept of that choice and alternate universes and such. It's great. 4th place, just shy of top 3, is Demo. The one rhythm game on this entire list is 4th place. I should go tell you how great Demo is. Puzzles are fantastic, sure, but the music is phenomenal. Flucore, the ending song, which doesn't have a name for some reason. Evolution Eve, like even the songs that are removed from the Switch and the PC versions because of one artist. Utopia Sphere is really good. Like, Demo is a beautiful, beautiful game. If you want to cry and you want something to play, if you have your phone, like recommend getting it on your phone. Just even though there's not like the fully like motioned cutscenes, getting on your phone, you still get the same experience. And even though there might not be that many puzzles, the music is great, and the ending will stay with you. And the epilogue too. The epilogue is not in, I think, the PC version, but it's definitely on a phone, and it's good. All right, got 3 games left, y'all. 3 games left. In third place, the bronze medal, Birth Me Code. Birth Me Code is in third place. It is a wonderful game. Beautifully written, and you could definitely tell it's a full love letter to those who like the Zero Escape series. Say what you will about the ending if you didn't like it. I personally really did like it. And yeah, it's way better than Blank Space. I really, really did enjoy Birth Me Code. The heck, and my background here, you got NVIDIA, because dude's just fucking awesome. Every single character, Superbia, Tristidia, Ava, like even the main character, it's so good. And you don't dislike any character. There might be one character you might dislike because of what they are like and what you need to do and what they do, but you still like, you start to like listen to them and understand their story, and you're like, damn, I understand everything, and just how everything wraps up. But the another reason why Birth Me Code is so high up on the list is because of the secret solutions. I'm gonna be real. The story is great, the solutions to the puzzles are great, the solutions to the escape rooms are great, but the secret solutions, where you have to think outside the box to answer them, you feel like you gained intelligence by solving those. Even if you have to look up a guide because some of them are so fucking batshit insane, like your brain just bigger brain from it. I'm gonna be real. And having to solve all but 2 of those secret puzzles without a guide is great. It's honestly great. All right. Second place. Second place is AI The Somnium Files. AI The Somnium Files takes the first place game, the first place game, we'll talk about it when we get there in a bit, takes everything from the first place game and still does well, right? It still does well of keeping tension in the air while being comedic, while being emotional, go from sad to happy, and you connect with every single character. There's not a single character you might hate. To be honest, there's really not a single character you may hate. Even the joke characters are absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely. But the fact that it can take its predecessor, which is the first place game, and still do what the first place game does, albeit a little bit less successfully, still is no easy feat. It's absolutely no still easy feat. And the fact that 3 of my top 5 games are from the same developer, and 4 of my top 5 games are all visual novels, essentially, like, that has to speak for something. It's not, and here's the thing, visual novels are by no means like my favorite genre, but the stories of all of those games are great, and AI The Somnium Files is no less amazing. It is, I recommend watching through that stream, honestly. There's a lot of people who have. I'm truly grateful. I recommend watching through it. It is really good, and the detective aspect of it, how Iba plays into it, how Aset plays into it, the dream sequences, even though they're funny, still have an underlying goal, and it's just great. But ultimately, while AI The Somnium Files is the second, it still loses to the original roller coaster of a game, with drama, with crying, with comedy, with just everything put in it for 28 Shibuya Scramble. Ask me on a different day, and probably those 2 would switch. And heck, all 3, the top 3 could definitely switch. But 428 Shibuya Scramble, once again, I agree with like Kotaku, I think is what gave it like it's the biggest 10 out of 10 and a few others. It is such a well-written, well-directed, and beautiful piece of game that I've ever seen. And I was talking to a friend, you guys may know, Weeby News, about it, because she's been trying to play through it with her boyfriend. And she was saying how she kind of got stuck on the beginning. And here's the thing. 428 Shibuya Scramble is not a game you should charge into. It's not a game that you should try to speed through as fast as possible and try to get to the best ending. You should just take your time, read it casually, carefully, and just enjoy every small aspect of it. If you try to find yourself rushing through the game, you will hate it. And that's just how it is with pretty much a lot of visual novels. But if you take your time, go through every single option, go through every single ending, and just see what the game has to offer, you really, really would like it. I really would like it. And try to get all the endings, true. Got a friend to start 420, so into it, he played it. Yeah. Like, Weeby said that she had taken some time off because, like, they were kind of going through the game kind of quick. And all of us said, listen, just take your time with it, enjoy it. I will say the secret, like the last secret ending is not the greatest. But that's the small speck of dirt on an otherwise very, very good game. Very good game. And like I said, on a different day, I might put AI the Somnium Files higher because it does the same thing that 428 does, and maybe sometimes a little bit better, sometimes a little bit worse. And Birth Me Code, even though it's not supposed to be related to the top two games, but the games below it and does it better, sometimes I might have Birth Me Code be top. But I'm gonna say 428 has that secure spot for right now. Will there be a game that dethrones 428? Maybe. You never know. But truthfully, 428 is such a good game. Such a good game. And yeah, that's the entire list. That is the list of every single game that is that I've played on stream, minus like 2 or 3. Done. So, with that being said, that's going to be pretty much it for the stream. For those who have been here the entire 6 hours, which is crazy, goodness gracious, thank you guys so much for being here with that. Got some Twitter notifications that we have to do. I hope you guys enjoyed the retrospective. Thank you for 3 years of content, both on YouTube and starting back now on Twitch. Here's to many more content being made in the future. I appreciate every single one of you guys for sticking with me for all of it. With that being said, what do we have planned in the future? Let me just announce some stuff that we have being planned in the future. Stream-wise, goals, all that sort of stuff. In regards to streams will not be slowing down whatsoever. Like I said, this past week for New Year's and the week before have been honestly terrible for me for a variety of reasons. Only one person in chat knows about it. We don't talk about it. Don't worry about it. But when things hopefully get resolved, it seems like it might be resolved here in the next few days. I hope. I'm not sure. Once things get resolved, we're going to be streaming 6 to 7 times, 6 out of 7 days a week. I'm going to be focusing on doing 2 games per stream, and we'll get the VODs of those up in 24 to 48 hours after the stream itself. As far as streams go, a lot of 2021 starting off is going to be going back through a lot of the games that I've played in the past 3 years and finally completing them. So a lot of games that we haven't seen for months, years, will be streamed again on the channel. So you might get, Viva Pinata again. We might get Hyrule Warriors Adventure Mode, Skullgirls, Code Vein, Mega Man X Command Mission. all of those will be being streamed moving forward. When it comes to new games such as Persona 5 Strikers or Back for Blood or Head-On Code from the creators of Birth Me Code, all new games will be streamed immediately once they come out, and we will not stream any of the old games until either the new game is finished or when we get it into an actual part of the schedule. For Persona 5 Strikers, I think we're able to stream it with not really any issues, as long as we say spoilers and everything in the tag. But we will be focusing hardcore on those games, get them off our list, move back to some of the stuff that we still need to finish. When new games come up, and if there's a new popular game that comes up that I'm personally invested in and enjoy, I will stream it for a variety of reasons. One, because I'll be interested in it, but two, it may also help the Twitch channel in the long run, and I kind of want to get to do that sort of stuff because Twitch channel and all this sort of stuff, I want to make that make or break moment and get to that point. A few other things I know people want me to stream: Among Us, Town of Salem, Deceit, like those kind of lying games and whatnot. But also you got stuff with games with like viewers and such, maybe like Jackbox or something like that. We will be streaming those games on the channel for Twitch in the future. What the plan will be is once we get to a pretty decent follower size, I'll start streaming those games just on Twitch. But I will be doing collabs of, I believe, Among Us as well as Jackbox in the future on other people's channels. But I might be recording my perspective as well, or streaming my perspective. So just be on the lookout for that. That's everything that really has to do with all the stream stuff. So moving on to, say, YouTube-wise content creation. For those who don't know, I bought a laptop. But then the laptop arrived and its screen was broken, so I should be getting a full refund from them. I've been told by the company that I'm getting a full refund, but who knows? If they delivered a laptop with a broken screen, a little worrisome. Worrisome, one should say. But I did purchase another laptop. Luckily, I have some a little bit more credit than I thought I did. So I'm purchasing another laptop that is specifically for gaming, editing, and uploading videos. And I can also use it for work if I ever have to work from home or anything, or I can also use it for travel, which I am planning for as well. Once I get the laptop, you guys will start seeing a lot more videos and VODs coming back on the channel. So you might have noticed on YouTube wise that the VODs have not been up for quite some time. I have all the VODs. I just need to get them all taken care of, and I can't do it while I'm streaming. So as a result, a lot of the VODs you guys have not seen yet will be created on laptop once it's there. Thumbnail will be uploaded pretty quickly right after the point. The laptop is supposed to be a beast, kind of better than my streaming computer, honestly. So it should be able to get that stuff taken care of. Also, with the laptop, Let's Play videos that I still need to be finished. All of those will be finished by 2021. I'm sticking to that. Smash Bros. Left 4 Dead, Resident Evil 5, Zero Striker Gunvolt, all that sort of stuff will be edited, put on the channel in the future. I want to get all that taken care of. But on top of that, right, because I'm kind of going more all in on content creation in the future, because I am at a make or break it moment, essentially, in my life. Got to do what I got to do, right? Achievement guides, story stuff, videos of just, you know, story background of like Genshin or voice clips and such. All of that will also be put on the channel in the future. Everything is going to be pretty much recorded, go into the laptop to its own external hard drive, then going up onto YouTube shortly after. We're just going to keep getting stuff churned out as much as we can for YouTube-wise, mixed in with VODs and such. VOD-wise on YouTube, any new game after Cyberpunk will just have a VOD pulled up, and it will be public. Cyberpunk, I did it kind of unlisted because I'm still not sure about it, so everything for Cyberpunk will remain unlisted in its own playlist, but everything else moving forward will be a full VOD thrown up on YouTube, thumbnail, and all. Other than that, that's going to be pretty much everything going up on YouTube. It sounds like a lot of stuff, but really, I'm at the point in my life where there's a lot of shit happening, a lot of stuff I got to focus on. Pandemic kind of fucked a lot of things last year now, and things happening this year. I'm at the point where I got to think about my future, and this is something I want to do for my future and something that I need to put my investment in to make work, essentially. So I'm going to do everything I can do in that regard. And that's pretty much all the content on that stuff. Other things to really discuss, collab wise, co-coms, I'm going to be bringing co-coms back in the future. So if you co-commed in the past, you probably will rejoin in the future. And collabs, I'm going to be doing collabs on other Twitch streamers channels, YouTube channels, all that sort of stuff. I'm back in the loop with a lot of people. So I'm going to just kind of say, hey, want to collab? Because I miss collabing with people and it's a lot of fun and we can just joke around and stuff. So yeah. Now, last thing is what's happening tonight. And that's a great fucking question. Essentially, I want to stream Hades tonight, but as you can probably tell, I've been talking for 6.5 hours and my voice is getting hoarse, which is not the greatest thing, but it is what it is. Ideally, I am going to be streaming Hades tonight, maybe some Dead by Daylight or Cyberpunk tonight. We will see. I'm not 100% sure, but just keep on the lookout. We might do another stream. If my voice is just going to remain hoarse for the rest of the night, then we'll be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to stream super fucking early tomorrow. We're going to start just right into Hades stuff, going into just more stuff. Saturday and Sunday, I have pretty much take care of yourself. I know. But for Saturday and Sunday, I don't have work Saturday, tomorrow or Sunday. So I'm just going to jump into it, get a bunch of streams going, get that all taken care of. All right. But for right now, I want to check one thing. Okay. Yeah, he's doing his thing. So, gosh, I don't know why my screen also goes black after every so often. Also Kingdom Hearts Randomizer. We'll do that again soon too. We're going to go raid somebody. So I'm going to delete this real quick. I need to get some food too because I haven't eaten all day. But let's go on a raid. I want to raid somebody who they're super chill, super awesome. They're playing Dead Space right now. Why not? Let's raid them. So we're going to be raiding, let's see. That's for mature audiences. But yeah, he's playing Dead Space. So we are going to raid Secret Agent Jacob. Dude's super chill. It's a ton of fun being in his chat. He's super nice. Super nice indeed. So yeah, feel free to join in the raid. We'll hit raid now. But with that, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed and have a wonderful day, night, morning, afternoon, and or evening. My name is Katafi. I'll see you guys next time from Variety Gaming. See you guys later. Peace. Bye, everybody. Thank you for 3 years.